Chapter 81, Emergency and Resolve. After finishing the exploration, we went to the guild in order to sell the spirit stones as usual. Hikaru, how about coming with me every now and then? I am always going there to sell them by myself, so the guild staff seems to be doubting you. They aren't saying anything because they are trying to be considerate with me though. Rufria, no, it is okay. We even have a stone of a garden panther. It would instead be suspicious if I turn up now. Hikaru, saying something like that again. Your promotion exam will get more difficult, you know? Rufria, I have no issues with it getting somewhat more difficult. The promotion exam for Ebony rank is the first floor or the second floor, right? If it is that, I will be able to manage somehow. Hikaru, that's true, but... Rufria, while we were having that talk, we arrived at the front of the guild, and there was a group of explorers with blood still on them running here with their faces pale white. Please move aside. Move aside. The warrior that was at the front had pure light blue full armor that looked pretty high quality. They are most likely gold rank or higher. Please open the path. It is not like we were blocking the path or anything, but they must have been pretty hurried. They pushed us aside and the explorer party entered the guild. Now that I look closely, they are all beaten up. There's 4 people. 2 might have died. What's going on? Let's go in and check it out. Rufria, it is true that I am curious. Hikaru, my heart is racing here. Nyan. Grateful, it is not like I have been using this guild for long, but this is the first time I see something like this happening. We turned the curious onlooker mode on, entered the guild, and perked our ears up towards the explorers that were saying something at the counter. A demon lord. Demon lord. It showed up on the 5th floor. Thank you for the report. Is there no mistake of it being a demon lord? What was its shape? If I remember correctly, a demon lord is like the boss of the monsters that show up in the dungeon. The guild staff member was calm in contrast to the explorers who were talking a storm. Demon lords might unexpectedly show up more often than I thought. A crazy big wolf. It even spits out fire. We have to subjugate it at once or it will be bad. It might be better to bring the Templars as well. A wolf. In that case, it shouldn't be that mixed though? I don't know. It is not like we had a good look at it. Our comrades were killed in an instant, and we ran while throwing smoke bombs and dried meat. But it was a monster we have never seen before, and its lord stone was growing muddy. There's no doubt it is a demon lord. They are talking in loud voices, so everyone can hear them. A demon lord. Isn't that the one that is made solely of chaotic spirit energy? Hikaru, I speak to Rufria who is spacing out by my side. That's right. But this is bad. When a demon lord appears, no one is allowed in the dungeon aside from the subjugation team. Rufria, lynxes can't enter either, so it will be a break until then. Nyan. Grateful, really? But it showed up in the 5th floor, right? It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the other higher floors though. Hikaru, the demon lord moves through floors. If it has shown up in the 5th floor, it will soon go up to the 4th floor. It won't take that many days for it to reach the 3rd floor. Rufria, going through floors. Hikaru, yeah, moreover, each time it goes through a floor, the demon lord's chaotic color deepens bit by bit. And putting it simply, it becomes stronger. The best thing to do would be to defeat it on the 4th floor. Rufria, hearing this, I immediately decided to secretly go there on my own. A demon lord has appeared. I could tell from instinct that this would be the bomb that would serve to get me to 1st place. If I fight it, I will most likely die. But if I play it well, I might be able to get away with just barely scraping with my life. There's also the method of gathering as many chaotic spirit stones as I can, and fighting it by throwing undeads at it. At worst, even if I don't fight it, there would be that suspense of not knowing when I could encounter the demon lord, so my viewers would increase with just that alone. Give the official announcement already. The ones in the 4th floor are in danger too, you know. Understood. Any entry to the dungeon from explorers will be prohibited, effective as of now. The staff members moved around busily, and one of them brought out a bulletin board and rope as they ran towards the dungeon. Looks like they will be prohibiting the entry and prioritize the subjugation of the Demon Lord. Anyways, it looks like there will be no exploration tomorrow. How long does it normally take to subjugate a Demon Lord? Hikaru, a subjugation team will most likely be formed the day after tomorrow, and will be entering the dungeon. It would be great if it can be subjugated on that very day, but there's barely any instances of that happening. I would say it would be after 3-4 days. Rufria, they said they would call the Templars. Hikaru, yeah, there's a lot of former explorers within the Knights that protect this city after all. It is normal for Demon Lord subjugations to be done by a large group of people. Rufria, with that kind of battle style, there might not be an opportunity for me. Can I participate in that? Hikaru, no. Demon Lord subjugations are so dangerous that a number of deaths show up from it, so you can't participate unless you are silver rank or higher. Rufria, I see. Hikaru, well, it should be no problem if I just mix in the group casually. I could get reprimanded by the guild from doing that, but right now getting viewers is more important. I am silver rank, so I think I will be participating in the subjugation. As for you, Hikaru, it is a shame, but you will be taking a break from dungeon exploration until the Demon Lord subjugation ends. Rufria, I see. Too bad, but it can't be helped. Hikaru, I personally would feel safer if you were to participate as well though. The Demon Lord subjugation reward is big, but it is also dangerous. Rufria, well, the rules are the rules. Hikaru, I answer with that while thinking about what to do. Wondering if there has been a chosen who has fought a Demon Lord. After selling our spirit stones, we decided to go eat. The place we are going to is that shrimp thermidor place again. The three of us got strangely addicted to that taste, and it has recently been a favorite of ours. There was something I had to tell the two. After sitting around the table and ordering, I spoke. Rufria, you remember that I told you to please help me out for a limited period of time, right? Hikaru, yes. 2 weeks, right? That's why. There's 6 days left. No, 5 days, huh? Rufria, but the Demon Lord has appeared, so we won't be able to go to the dungeon together. Hikaru, yeah. Ah. Rufria, it seems Rufria finally noticed and placed a hand on her mouth. That's right. If the subjugation begins the day after tomorrow, there might not be a chance for us to go to the dungeon together. Hikaru, even if the subjugation is done the day after tomorrow, there would only be 2 days left. If it gets longer than that, there really wouldn't be any time at all for dungeon exploration. Has your objective been accomplished, Hikaru? The exploration itself was going well, but I noticed that you were in a hurry, as if you were being chased by something, you know? Rufria, I haven't accomplished it. But that can't be helped. Hikaru, then, what will you do? Rufria, for now, the party is disbanded, I guess. That's a shame though. Hikaru, eh? Rufria was shocked by those words and she looked down. I am also sad about this. However, from now on, it is my adventure alone. 5 days remaining. If I can defeat the Demon Lord, I should be able to get first place in the viewer count race. No, I don't have to defeat it. What's important is to challenge it. But you will be diving into the dungeon again once the Demon Lord is defeated, right Nyan? At that time, I would like you to hire me again, Naya. I have never gotten a party as good as this until now, so I would be sad, Naya. Grateful, yeah, I do intend to do that. I don't know any other lifestyle after all. Hikaru, then that's fine, Nyan. I won't be called to be a scout till the Demon Lord's subjugation is done, so hire me after that. It is a promise, Nyan. Grateful, she laughed and stuffed her cheeks with shrimp. Well, she is a comrade, but she is hired. She must have experienced many parties disbanding. So cruel. Even though you know my feelings, you are talking about disbanding. Rafria mutters complaints while still facing down. I originally had her help me out for 2 weeks. Now that it has come to this, I feel like it can't be helped, but it looks like she doesn't like this. I unreasonably delayed your return home, so I have no choice but to end it now that the time has already ended, right? Hikaru, saying it has ended is just. Rafria, sorry, I didn't choose my words well there. But Rafria, you will be returning to your country to become a Templar, right? I delayed that, so I can't just have you stay with me for my own convenience. Hikaru, but I still can't use photon ray, you know? Rafria, but you said you wouldn't be training in the dungeon anymore, right? Hikaru, if she won't train in the dungeon, there's no point in dungeon diving. She should be able to train even after returning to her home. Her battle power itself towers above others, so she might even be able to pass the test. Can't I to stay with you? Rafria, she asks me with an upward glance. I steel myself here. I honestly want to be with you. I am happy that you said that to me, and it would make me happy to continue exploring with you. But I can't. I have my circumstances. Hikaru, are those circumstances something that you can't tell me? Rafria, once everything is over, I will tell you. I promise. Hikaru, once it is over. I see, got it. Promise, okay? Rafria, telling her about my circumstances would mean that I have to tell her that, even at this moment, she is being watched by all of Earth. And the fact that I am being accused of being the killer of Nanami. No, hated as her killer. I don't know what kind of eyes are directed at her simply from the fact that she is with me. A pitiful girl that doesn't know anything and is being utilized by the killer? Or maybe it is hate the boss, hate the company. Just for being my comrade, she is hated too. The reality of this is that seeing her beautiful face, clouding at the fact that we are separating, was making me not want to part from her. Is this childish possessiveness, or some ethical pride? It is not clear for me, but whichever the case, I can't be with her. Grateful as well, I probably won't be teaming up with her again. No matter the results of the viewer count race. No matter if I live. Or if I die. I will be walking that path ahead alone. Chapter 82, Alone and the Entrance of the Dungeon. Early morning of the next day. I came to the guild. My pansy self ended up looking around searching for Rafria, and I was annoyed at myself for that, but it looks like she hasn't come. Even if she were here, I had no intention of speaking to her. I have already told Rafria that our party has disbanded, so I am alone today. The disband was on my own whim and one-sided, but the viewer count race should have originally been something I should have done on my own. There was almost no merit for her, and there was only the gigantic demerit of being watched by several hundreds of millions of people without her knowing. She probably would have cooperated with me even if I told her my circumstances. But that's because she wouldn't really understand the reality of being seen by several millions of people. There's not even televisions in this world, so there's no way there would be anyone in this world who would be able to understand that. There's no way it would be fine to just accept an okay from her just because she said so. I decided to do anything in order to revive Nanami. That feeling is still burning strong. However, it looks like I am not that strong of a person to accomplish my own objectives with the sacrifice of others. I don't mind if I myself get hurt. I don't mind dying if it is after reviving Nanami. However, I can't utilize Rafria, who doesn't even know my circumstances, any further. The kinder she is, the more beautiful she is. Every time she smiles at me, I find myself drawn into that innocent smile, and every time that happens, they become heavy shackles, constricting my heart. The world has returned to grey now that I am alone, but this is the world I am supposed to be in. That's why. This is fine. This is how it should be. There's a lot more people than usual, Hikaru. The dungeon is closed, so the explorers with nothing to do must be loitering around. It was strangely noisy. They shouldn't be able to enter the dungeon, but... Alright. We will now begin taking applicants for the Demon Lord subjugation. Looks like they are taking applicants. The details of the Demon Lord subjugation team were written at the worn-out notice board. Only silver rank or higher explorers. Participants will be issued 5 silver coins each day. Minus 30 silver coins will be awarded to all participants on the success of the subjugation. Minus 10 silver coins will be awarded to the unit that finds the Demon Lord. Depending on your contributions, special rewards might apply. I see, even if it is called a Demon Lord, it is still only one monster. If there's several tens of participants, this would be a sweet event that you can earn money from without needing to put yourself in danger. By the way, the guild is apparently the one taking the Demon Lord's Spirit Stone. I am pretty interested in the Demon Lord's Spirit Stone since I have the undead summoning ability, but that just can't be helped. Even so, there's unexpectedly a lot of silver rank explorers and higher, Hikaru. They are not as big as the weapon of Rafria, but the weapons they carry are big, and they feel like veterans used to battling monsters. All of them most likely can use spirit abilities. The many scratches and dents that can be seen from the battle-worn metallic armor, giant shields used to stop the charge of monsters, the long spears used to fight at a safe distance, they all look like equipment that would cost a good amount of money. In comparison to that, there's me with my cheap black clothes as usual. My only decent equipment is the gauntlet and the short sword. I am completely out of place. Right now this guild is for the sake of the adventurers that are silver and higher, so the unrestrained gazes sent to me were painful. I quickly left the guild and headed to the dungeon. The crystal spiral column was there as always, but there was a slight off feeling. It is slightly muddy? Hikaru. The gigantic column crystal was not transparent, it was releasing light as if there's sparkling stars spread around it. As if it were a chaotic spirit stone. Is it because a demon lord has appeared? In that case, the arrival of a demon lord can be seen from the outside too? Hikaru, the entrance of the dungeon has 4 soldiers as usual. Those soldiers might be what they call Templars. They are hired, and it is a job that you wouldn't be able to accomplish without a decent degree of strength after all. On top of that, there's a board standing there, and the entrance is closed off with rope. There's most likely not a single person inside the dungeon. The Demon Lord subjugation team will be entering tomorrow. Now then, let's go, Hikaru. I use darkness fog, and decide to sneak into the dungeon when I find an opening. I only have 5 days in the viewer count race to revive Nanami. There's no way I can just pass the time without entering the dungeon. The tier of Shadowbind and Summon, Nightbug are going to reach 3 soon. When that happens, it should turn into a 1-step stronger ability, and if possible, I want to meet the Demon Lord. I am sure that being reckless is the bomb that will allow me to reach first place. Darkness fog. Hikaru, I hide in the shadow of a tree and cover myself in darkness. Today is nicely clear, and honestly speaking, I stand out covered in darkness. There's the chance I will get caught. If I get caught, there's the possibility of being imprisoned. If that happens, a lot of time will be wasted. I decide to spread the range of darkness fog, cover the whole entrance, and enter in the confusion. I don't think the soldiers have night vision. Of course, the soldiers will strengthen their guard, but right now that doesn't matter. I run while expanding the range of the darkness. It will go well. Or it should have. Light. At the same time as that voice rang at my back, A dazzling light appeared in front of me. My darkness was cleared and I showed up. The soldiers obviously noticed that light. Why? But that voice just now was, Hikaru. I knew it. I was sure you would come here, Hikaru. Rufria. Hikaru. When I turned around, the one standing there was Rufria. Were you keeping watch here thinking I would come? Hikaru. No, I saw you in the guild, so I followed you. More importantly, Hikaru, I saw the records of the guild. In the days when you said you were taking a break, you were diving into the dungeon alone, right? Rufria. So you found out. Hikaru. When we went to the 3rd floor, you were so calm it was hard to believe it was your first time, so I investigated a bit. Rufria. There's a chance the word personal information doesn't even exist in this world. More so when it comes to a party member. If she asks, the guild would answer right away, huh? You were diving into the depths alone? Rufria. It is not to the point of calling it depths. I simply went to the 3rd floor and saw a bit of the 4th floor. Hikaru. Why do something so reckless? Is it because you can't trust your partner? You can't trust me? It is true that my spirit abilities leave a lot to be desired, and I am even around the middle in regards to my skills as a warrior. Rufria. She closed in and showed a saddened expression, but I can't tell her the truth. And even if I did tell her, I know that she wouldn't understand it, which was scratching my throat. Rufria is the best party member. Me being able to put such a fight in the viewer count race is more than half thanks to her. But that's why I can't just depend on her. Because that's also proof that Rufria is gathering the attention of Earth. Rufria, that's not it. I told you yesterday, right? That I have my circumstances. I have to test my own power. That's why I needed to dive on my own. Hikaru. But alone is just that means there won't be anyone to save you if something were to happen, you know? Rufria. I know. But that's why I had to do it. Hikaru. I am the one that understands the most that this is reckless. But it is because I understand that I do it. Being reckless is the best way for me to obtain viewers. And so, you plan on diving today as well? Even though there's a demon lord. What would you have done if you had encountered it? Don't tell me you were planning on fighting it alone. Rufria. No way. I was simply thinking about playing around in the 2nd floor. Hikaru. You are also terrible at lying, Hikaru. Rufria. It seems like the lie showed in my face. I was thinking about going to the 4th floor, and was thinking that maybe if things go well, I would meet the demon lord. This isn't an adequate place to talk, so let's go. Rufria. Rufria grabbed me by the wrist tightly, and pulled me along. The soldiers were walking our way. Rufria-san, what's the matter? Is he the one you were searching for? She was searching for me at the entrance of the dungeon before. They must be referring to that. Yes, sorry for the trouble. Rufria. Rufria gave a half-hearted response. She walked on as if shaking off the soldiers, and I was dragged along by her. Almost literally. She was doing so with unbelievable power, and it is not something I can oppose. I am powerless like this. Whichever the case, she has already found me, so I won't be able to go into the dungeon anymore. Even so, do the viewers find this situation interesting? I was thinking this while I was being dragged without being able to fight back. Dragging me into the marketplace that I rarely go on. The light of the day, Chapter 83, The Place of the Heart and Godget Plate. Rufria, I won't run away anymore, so how about letting go? Hikaru. Don't wanna. I won't be letting you go the whole day. Rufria. It would be troubling when going to the bathroom. Hikaru. I will go too. Rufria. Seriously. Hikaru. Rufria walks on and on as if trying to get as far from the dungeon as possible. Walking in the city holding hands with a beauty stands out a crazy lot. However, I don't plan on letting go of her, so it can't be helped. I gave up. And so, where am I being taken to? Hikaru. Hikaru, let's go buy armor. Rafria. Armor. Why all of a sudden? Hikaru. This is something I have been thinking about this whole time. You are dangerous, Hikaru. At this rate, I feel like you would die in a place I am not even aware of. And the reality is that that feeling of mine was correct. Rafria, it is not like I want to die. Hikaru, going alone to a dungeon where a demon lord has appeared is a suicidal act. More so when you are a loved one. If you were found by a demon lord, you wouldn't be able to run away just by hiding in the darkness, you know? Rafria, a loved one is even loved by a demon lord, huh? Now that I think about it, she did tell me that. Even so, I am surprised you could tell that I was trying to enter the dungeon alone. Hikaru, of course I would be able to tell. I have been watching you this whole time after all. I was actually suspecting the break days too, you know? But I thought that you would hate me if I were to pursue it too much. However, I thought that I must stop you here today. Rafria, I see. Hikaru, when I went to the dungeon alone, I was hit by a tree and was wounded. I lied to her telling her that I went fishing and fell down, but I probably didn't manage to deceive her there. Also there's no way I would just ignore a person that's making such a terrible face, right? Rafria, face? Hikaru, it is not like there's mirrors anywhere in this world. You could say there's rarely any chance to see my own face compared to the time in my previous world. That's why I don't know what kind of face I am making right now. Maybe I should have bought a hand mirror with my crystals. Today and yesterday as well. You have been making a pale white face this whole time, Hikaru. It is as if your heart is not here. That's why, when you said you were disbanding the party. I got really worried. That maybe you would disappear somewhere. Rafria, I couldn't deny those words. If I could meet the demon lord and get first place, I wouldn't mind dying. My heart has been entrapped in my previous world this whole time. If I can bring Nanami back, my work coming to this world would be over. That's how I thought of it. Even Rafria, who is walking by my side. I haven't been looking at her properly. Just how was she feeling while watching that state of mine? Even though I would have been able to notice if I had thought about it even a little bit. The heat transmitted from her hands was certainly proof that I am here, and it made me realize that I have not even faced those feelings of mine. Even though she has been watching me this much. Now, we have arrived. Rafria, armor shop. Isn't this an expensive store? Hikaru, the place I was brought to was a splendid store that I would find hard to believe is an armor shop. It is a two-story building that has used wood unsparingly, and the white painted walls were in a city that has a lot of dirty buildings, so it really contrasted the fact that it is a fancy store. It is an armor shop for explorers silver rank and higher. Rafria, if it is armor, we could have gone to the blacksmith's place, right? I don't have that much money. Hikaru, if you don't have enough, I will pay the rest. I brought you here after all. Rafria, even if you tell me that you also don't have that much money, right? Hikaru, I did earn money too. I have no problem if it is to buy your armor, Hikaru. Rafria, I entered with Rafria pulling me by the hand. The armor that's placed on the shelves were all the type that protects from the neck to the shoulders. In other words, it is armor to protect the weak point of the living beings in this world that is the center of the spirit veins. The shop assistant was a gentleman wearing a classy shirt and pants hung with suspenders. I felt so out of place with my dirty outfit. Ooh, Rafria's armor. Have you come today to inspect the armor? No, I was thinking about getting a gadget plate for this person. Rafria, ooh, a referral. Thank you very much. The hard-to-describe gaze of the shop assistant after taking a glance at me. Well, Rafria is like a noble lady and a guest of honor, so the fact that the one she brought was a dirty brat that looks like he would be swinging around a club must be disappointing. Forgive my rudeness, but can I ask for your name? Hikaru. Nice to meet you. Hikaru, what type of gadget plate have you been using until now? Judging from the flow of the conversation, a gadget plate must be the armor that protects the spirit vein center. A part of a metal plate armor that covers the neck, shoulder, and back with a thin sheet of metal. Rafria obviously has one, and even the lynxes have them equipped. It is basic equipment for explorers. I didn't know about that, so I don't have any. I am a newbie, so this is my first time buying one. Hikaru, first time, huh? The shop assistant glances at Rafria. His face is fluently telling. It is a face that's saying, our products are expensive. Can this guy pay for them? Well, I don't know if I can actually buy them, but the Garden Panther's stone was sold at quite a high price, so it is true that I have a bit of leeway in my pocket. Hikaru, a mithril gadget plate would be good. I normally don't take it off, and since it is something you have to constantly have on, it would be better for it to be light and sturdy. The ones made of iron are sturdy, but the maintenance is a pain, and it is heavy. In that case, leather ones would be better, but that is its own worries. Rafria, mithril, huh? Hikaru, I don't know what kind of metal is mithril in the first place, but it seems to be an impressive metal that is light and sturdy. Is it like titanium? The shop assistant that was listening to Rafria brought a sparkly armor from the shelf that's probably made of mithril. If it is for you, customer, I would say there would be no issues with this size. Please try wearing it. It is made in a way so that it goes through the head, and you adjust the size with strings to tighten the open spaces. The inside of the armor has thick strings, and wearing it doesn't feel uncomfortable. It seems mithril itself has a stickiness to it, and there's no feeling of obstructing my movements. My neck feels a bit constrained though. It looks nice on you, Hikaru. Rafria, I have never equipped myself with armor, so it feels weird. Even so, this metal is light. Hikaru, I would say it isn't that much different from leather. It is thick at the base of the neck, but it is made thinly as a whole. Mithril is a special metal. It comes with a high price, but its lightness and sturdiness doesn't fall short to steel. Mithril is also called the magic silver. It is made by elves borrowing the strength of spirits. Rafria, elves? Hikaru, eh? You haven't seen them before? There's a number of elves who do dungeon exploration too. Rafria, I don't show myself at the guild that much after all. Hikaru, in the first place, I don't meet with other explorers that much inside the dungeon. The dungeon itself is big, and when I feel the presence of people, I would try to change routes whenever possible, so there's also that. And so, how much is this? Hikaru, right. Since this was a referral from Rafria-sama. How about 1 gold? I don't know the rate right now, but if it hasn't changed much, that would be 40-50 silver coins. It is not cheap, but it is a price I can pay. A night in an inn is 2 small silver coins, so if we take that as 5,000 yen, then 1 silver coin is 20,000 yen. 1 gold coin would be around 800,000 yen to 1 million yen. 10,000 used. Converting it to Japanese yen might be pointless. But what's clear is that being a dungeon explorer is a job that you can earn a crazy lot. I understand why Rafria said she does diving in order to train her abilities and for money. The products here don't have ornaments, and they are the simplest ones, so if you find something that's to your liking, please tell me. These kinds of isekai stores must be a side that the viewers should be interested in. I honestly don't mind whichever we get, but I try checking all the shelves for now. Looks like this store is exclusive for gadget plates. However, the materials go from steel to mithril, and there are even ones made of a mysterious metal, that has astronomical prices, on display as well. The one I tried out was the cheapest one of the mithril, and the metal carved ones are even more expensive. However, it is not like the performance increases because of the metal carvings, and I will be hiding it with black cloth, so this simple one was plenty enough for me, Chapter 84, Magic Tool Store and the Two Alone. What will you do, Hikaru? Refria. I am going to buy the one I am wearing right now. It feels good to wear too. Hikaru. That's great. We match. Refria. Now that I look closely, Refria is wearing the same one I am about to buy. Well, that must mean it is the most practical and cheapest one. I bring out silver coins from the shadow storage and pay for it. The shop assistant probably didn't expect me to buy it without hesitation. He showed a face of surprise he couldn't hide. Well, it must be the first time he has a customer like me. I decided to just think it was that. By the way, the rate of gold is 46 silver coins. I leave the store while still having it equipped. Normally, there are a lot of cases where they need to adjust the size, but it was fortunate that I am not blessed with a good physique. It was a size that was apparently tailored for women, so it would be a lie if I said it didn't bother me as a man. Etilda, we match. Refria laughed in an unseemly manner, and soon after exiting the store, she linked arms with me. Even if we match, it is armor we are talking about here. Is that something to be happy about? Thanks for showing me a good store. Hikaru, you're welcome. Refria, I was thinking about eventually buying armor that protected my weak point. I am exploring a dangerous dungeon that can kill me at any moment, but it is not like I am seeking my death. If I can avoid it, of course I would avoid it. More so when I see explorers who become cold stones that tell no stories. It was an unexpected purchase, but she introduced me to a nice store. If it had just been me, I probably would have chosen a leather one. So, what do we do now? Hikaru, I will have you accompany me to the tool store. I want to buy a variety of things for the Demon Lord's subjugation after all. Refria, I have almost never used a tool store either. Or more like, I probably haven't used most of the facilities in the city. If I get too close to the church, the Great Spirit would get out from the church and would come to eat me after all. But even without that problem, I probably lack way too much proactiveness. Refria entered another fancy-looking tool store while still having her arm linked to mine. It is not the kind of store that has a lot of miscellaneous things lined up, but one that is one rank higher than that. Inside the glass showcase, there are a number of weirdly shaped tools lined up. Hikaru, do you know what this is? Refria, nope, first time I see one. Hikaru, knew it. You really don't know anything, Hikaru. This is also a magic tool. Refria, magic tool. Hikaru, I remember hearing from somewhere before that there's tools that use spirit stones as energy sources. So this is that, huh? There's a price tag on it, and it is outstandingly pricey. I wouldn't be able to afford one at all. Are you buying it? Hikaru, no, I simply came to take a look. I had a bit of an interest. Refria, I see. So, what can this do? Hikaru, I could only describe this as a box that has a metallic board installed to it. The box part seems to be made from sturdy-looking wood, there's intricate carvings to it, and at a glance it looks like decoration. This is a magic tool that lets you know a monster is approaching by making noise. Refria, there's something like that? That sounds handy. The price is amazing too though. Hikaru, it is 5 gold coins. The price is overwhelming, but this will most likely be more important as you go lower in floors. With this, you can catch your breath in the dungeon safely, and there's no worries of getting attacked by surprise. That benefit is immeasurable if you do dungeon diving. And rank adventurer parties always have this with them. Refria, then, what about this one? Hikaru, that's a healing pot. A healing magic tool that has the same effect as water healing abilities. Refria, there's even something like that? Hikaru, if there's something like this, there's no need to think about the use limit of spirit abilities. Everything would be resolved with magic tools. Magic tools are useful, but only elves can make them, and only a few of those elves, so they are expensive. If it is spirit tools, they are more affordable though. Also, you need spirit stones to use them. Rufria, spirit tools and magic tools are different? Hikaru, magic tools move with chaotic spirit stones. It apparently moved a variety of spirits in order to bring forth their effects, so only an elf well versed with spirit abilities can make them. Chaotic spirit stones themselves are expensive, so you can't use them freely unless you are in a party with a lot of spare cash. Rufria, chaotic spirit stones go for several times more than the normal colored ones. On top of that, it seems like a healing pot uses a decently big chaotic spirit stone hole for just one use of it, making its fuel consumption pretty bad. Well, being an explorer, one use of healing could decide your life or death. You could say this works as insurance. Spirit tools can use both transparent and colored spirit stones, and they are not that expensive, and they can be made by others aside from elves. They all have simple effects though. Rufria, the ones lined up at the shelves instead of the showcase seem to be the aforementioned spirit tools. The price is still pretty high, but there's stuff like a canteen that gushes forth water, and something that resembles a lighter. They seem to be pretty convenient for everyday life. It is true that they are plain compared to magic tools, but spirit tools are plenty useful too. I would actually want the canteen and the lighter. I see. This is interesting. There's quite high engineering skill here, or like it uses spirits as energy, and turned into an industry, huh? Hikaru, you are using pretty difficult words there, Hikaru. It is true that a gathering of alchemists to manufacture things is called an industry or something like that. Rufria, that type of stuff is called factory system manufacturing, right? Hikaru, it is a form that I learned in school, and it is most likely the latest form of industry in this world. If I knew this would happen, I should have studied harder. If I properly had modern era knowledge, I could have lived more intelligently. There's no doubt there are chosen who are using that knowledge and getting a much better footing than me. Then, let's go to a different store. We are going through all of them today. Rufria, I will accompany you, princess. Hikaru, hi ha. Follow me, my loyal vassal. Rufria doesn't stop smiling as we go through a whole lot of stores with our arms linked. We entered a tool store for explorers, and bought smoke bombs and dried meat. These smoke bombs and dried meat are called the two most important items for dungeon explorers. When things get hairy, you run away with smoke bombs. If it is an opponent that dried meat works with, throw them and run away. They may be called explorers, but life goes above everything. It is natural that you would prioritize your safe return over anything else. By the way, I also have smoke bombs and dried meat in the shadow storage. It is important to be ready when anything happens. After that, we entered a clothing store, and I bought brand new black clothes. Even so, they are second-hand clothes, so they weren't that expensive. On top of that, I also bought an overcoat that hides my neck. I'm finally a weirdo in full black clothes. Well, because of the nature of my abilities, this is the most practical form though. Rufria also bought a few ones as well, but it seems like there's the concept of fashion in this world too. It was unexpectedly stylish. Or maybe it is just that the base is good, so she can wear anything and still look good. How is it? Does it look good? Rufria, yeah, you look cute. When you wear dark blue, your fair skin is accentuated, and it suits you a whole lot. Hikaru, is that so? Yuhi. Rufria, when I said my honest opinions, Rufria laughed in a bit of a creepy manner and her face went beet red. My little sisters told me, when someone changes their look, allude to it. And then, praise them. They really drilled that into me, so I ended up applying that. After eating lunch, Rufria taught this clueless me about this city while walking around. But my day with her is far from over. You could even say, this is where it began. Chapter 85, Windmill and Touching a Colorful World. This city has 4 places where there's great spirit churches. They are pretty tall buildings, so I don't think you will be getting close to them as long as you are careful, but please watch out for that, Hikaru. Refria, yeah. The fact that the fried noodles store was out before must mean that it should be okay as long as I am around 100 meters away. Hikaru, right. I tried asking inconspicuously before on a break day to a priest Sama, and it seems like the distance a great spirit Sama can find a loved one is around 100 meters. However, it would be better to take distance from a church with a bit of breathing room. Refria, I will be careful. Hikaru, it was so natural that I was about to just pass it off, but Refria used meters, which is a word from Earth. The automatic translation is working here, so it probably changed it naturally to the measurement of the place, but in my ears, her voice is being heard in Japanese, so it really is mysterious. Or more like, I am imagining that she is speaking in Japanese. She obviously isn't actually speaking Japanese, and there's no way she would know what meters are. I am a bit scared about what would happen if this translation were to suddenly disappear. Are there people who have begun without the automatic translation? Speaking of that, are great spirits strong in battle? Like, have there been records of humans having subjugated one? There's the possibility of me being chased again by chance, so it would be a lot easier on me if I knew whether I can run away from them with darkness fog or not. Hikaru, eh? Hikaru, you really are foolhardy. A great spirit Sama is so strong that they could defeat a demon lord without a single scratch, you know. Also, I don't think there has been any past instances of humans defeating a great spirit Sama. Or more like, they wouldn't even think about it, you know? Normally. You are unexpectedly aggressive, Hikaru. Refria, aggressive, you say? I just wanted to confirm. I don't want to be eaten after all. Hikaru, the reason why there's no record of defeating a great spirit Sama is because they are the allies of us humans. The great spirit Samas are kind and gentle, you know. Just that they have an attachment towards loved ones. Refria, that's the problem. Hikaru, the avatar of darkness that I met in the forest must have been the great dark spirit. And that great dark spirit defeated the flame orangutan in an instant. Well, the giant monkey was sleeping at that time, so you could say it was a surprise attack, but even with that, it wasn't a normal opponent. That she says there's no record of being defeated means that they can be defeated? Whichever the case, I should be careful of great spirits at least. Hikaru, have you gone to the ruling territory of the great wind spirit Sama? Refria, is it the east side? Haven't. It is full of cultivation fields, right? Hikaru, yeah, and also windmills. Have you seen windmills before, Hikaru? Refria, I haven't. Hikaru, I actually have. There was a giant white windmill in my hometown on Earth for energy generation. But the windmills in this world are probably not like that. Then, let's go see them for a bit. The scenery there is good and I like it. Refria, and then, I was half forced to the east side of the city. Refria was a bit pushy. I wasn't displeased about being pulled along by her. Maybe because I haven't walked through the city on the day when the warm sun shines on it. After passing the ruling territory of the great water spirit that has stores lined up, we suddenly arrive at the ruling territory of the great wind spirit where there's huge plantations spread far and wide. It was a shocking drastic change, but it mysteriously felt harmonious. That's most likely the standard of this world. A world that stands together with spirits and nature. Even though I haven't thought about it once since coming to this world. How mysterious. I hold hands with Refria, and walk through the small path at the side of the fields. The fields continued on all the way to the horizon, and hundreds of farmers were endeavoring in their work. There's white mountains at the other side of the horizon peeking out slightly, and in terms of direction, the forest I got out from should be at the other side of those mountains. The small stream was reflecting the light of the afternoon and it was pretty. The wind is not as strong as I thought it would be. I thought it would be strong since there's windmills. Hikaru, it is the contrary. The wind is being controlled by the great wind spirit Sama so that strong winds don't happen. Also, sending the wind towards only the places where the windmills are. Rafria, you can use them in such a convenient manner. Hikaru, great spirits are like natural phenomena, and are close to gods. And yet, they are using beings like that as a convenient energy source, so the people of this world are pretty fearless. Ah. You can see them there, the windmills. Rafria, there were 3 windmills where Rafria pointed at. They are currently not moving as if saying it is not the time yet, but they are quite big. It feels like it is the size of a 5-story building. The body is made of stone bricks, and the windmill part isn't the material used to make those fans. Mithril? Hikaru, I am surprised you could tell. It is a light and sturdy material, and it doesn't rust from the rain, so mithril is used. Rafria, it feels like it is prone to stealing. Hikaru, if you steal that, you would be killed by the great spirit Sama. Probably. Rafria, that's scary. With the eyes of the great spirit, there's no one who would try to steal those, huh? Or more like, it would be impossible to steal a metal sheet of around 10 meters in size. When I take a glance at the inside of it, they seem to be using them for grinding. That probably means you can get wheat from around here. And so, we made a long turn, and continued our walk in the Great Earth Spirit ruling territory at the north. The Great Earth Spirit's ruling territory is mostly fields too. Ah, great weather, isn't it? How is it? Being under the sun every now and then is nice, right? Rafria, right. Now that I think about it, it has been a while since I have spent time like this. Hikaru, really? I wonder when was the last time I walked through a place so bright it even hurts my eyes. It might be the first time since coming to this world. Now that I think back on it, it has already been quite a while since I have come to this world. Even so, I have been cooped in the dungeon the whole time till now, and didn't watch this world properly. It is truly beautiful. Was this world always this colorful? Hikaru, I wanted to think that coming to this world was something of a dream, or a mistake of some sort. I dreamed countless times that maybe the real me was in my original world even now, watching the Chosen carefreely together with my little sisters. But no matter how many times I wake up, I am always in the dark room of the inn. It is no dream or mistake, I am living in this world. The viewer count race had begun, and by concentrating on getting first place, I wanted to forget about this reality. But even if I get first place or not, this reality will continue till death. Me being here. Rafria smiling at my side. All of these are my reality. It is until now that I managed to notice this. Rafria made me notice. Then, I am glad I brought you with me even if by force. I don't know what's pressing you to this extent, but living on the edge that much is definitely painful. Rafria, did I look like I was pushing myself that much? Hikaru, cause you know, even when you are so strong, even when the explorations go well, even when you are earning that much money, you are not smiling at all. Rafria, since the time when I read the messages from Earth, I have become weird. My mind was being ravished by the idea that people were watching me while wishing for my death. Even if my exploration is going well, even if I have a surplus of money, I couldn't feel worth in them. But it is just as she says. Things are going well. Well enough for it to be fine to smile. There's no end to the things you teach me, Rafria. Thanks. Hikaru, I tried to push myself a bit here to smile, and Rafria made a face as if she had seen a ghost, and then, made a radiant smile. Chapter 86, Unexpected Gift and Shaking Off the Light. Ha ha. I seriously thought you would hate me because I brought you out forcefully. I have been worried about that this whole time, you know. I am so glad. Rufria, there's no one who would hate you, Rufria. Hikaru, then, you like me? Rufria, no comment. Hikaru, ahaha, as for me, I like you. Rufria, I jokingly answer like that and play around. Even while we are like this, the viewer count race continues, and it might break my chances to get first place. That thought was swirling in my head the whole time, but it is also true that my vision was narrowed. If I were to fight the Demon Lord, my viewer count would increase, and I might get first place. Even though it would turn to nothing if I were to die, I thought it would work out somehow. Without anything backing that confidence. Even though I can't even win against the Garden Panther by myself, and it might even be impossible to run away from it. Why did I think like that? Hikaru, I have been tired of living in this world this whole time. I was making an excuse for myself by saying I have to push myself in order to get first place, and in the end, I might have been searching for a reason to die. Even though wanting to revive Nanami is without doubt my true feelings, I myself wasn't strong enough to sincerely face that. It is impossible for me to get first place. That it would be impossible for me unless I am reckless to the point that I could die. Maybe I have been using that as an excuse. Maybe what I have been doing has been a slow suicide. There's no way I haven't been pushing myself. Before coming to this world, I was just a normal high school student that no one paid attention to. The truth is. I have long passed my limit. You always managed to find me, Rufria. Hikaru, if I hadn't met her, I would have been even more reckless for the viewer count race. Not only the 4th floor, I might have even gone down to the 5th floor. The meeting of people with people really is a mysterious thing. If this cheerfully smiling girl hadn't found me, I might have long given up on living in this world. Eh? Did you say something? Rufria, no, nothing. Hikaru, Tilda? Now I'm curious. Geez, Hikaru, making such a kind expression. Rufria, don't say such weird things. My face is normal. Hikaru, however, it has been a while since my heart has been at peace. That might have shown in my face. The vegetables in the ruling territory of the Great Earth Spirit are tasty, so we had dinner at a diner that Rufria has come to once before. I feel like it has been a while since I have eaten vegetables properly. It has been a whole lot of meat and shrimp after all. After our meal and leaving the establishment, just before we went our separate ways, Rufria asked me as if making sure. Hikaru, I will be going to participate in the Demon Lord subjugation tomorrow, but you are not going to be pushing yourself anymore, right? Like going down to the dungeon alone. Rufria, this is probably something she has wanted to ask me this whole day. Someone like me that's in the lowest rank of explorers can't dive into the dungeon until the Demon Lord has been subjugated. On the other hand, the silver rank Rufria will be participating in the subjugation. If she were to be together with me the whole day like today, she would be able to keep an eye on me, but that's obviously not feasible. She is worried about me. I want to answer that kindness. I do have that feeling as well. But, sorry, I can't promise that. I will be participating in the Demon Lord subjugation even if I have to sneak in on the confusion. Hikaru, no matter what? Rufria, yeah. I know I shouldn't do that, but I have to go. Hikaru, I have no intention of going alone anymore. But if it is with the subjugation team that has silver rank and higher explorers all around, and maybe even Templars, I should be able to reduce the danger to the minimum. If I fight on my own and manage to win, I might be able to get first place. But it is equally important to calmly think about what I can do and act upon it. If it is for the sake of bringing back Nanami, I don't mind dying. There's no light to those feelings of mine. However, that doesn't mean it is okay for me to die without being able to even revive her. Hikaru, you really are going. No matter what, right? Is it that important to fight the Demon Lord? Rufria: yeah. If I don't, I probably will regret it for the rest of my life. I know that that's not good though. Also, it is weird saying it myself, but I don't think I will be dead weight. Hikaru: as long as I am not stingy with my abilities, my dark spirit abilities should be pretty useful assisting in battle. There's apparently no dark spirit users in this city, so that's even more the case. Then, since you tagged along with me today, this is my thanks. Rufria: she stopped in the middle of the road, let go of my hand that she hadn't let go this whole time, and she gave me something. It looks like a blackboard. This is? Hikaru: a porter authorization proof for the Demon Lord subjugation team. I plucked one out real hard. Rufria: wait. What does this mean? Hikaru: it means that, with this, you will be able to cross the gates as a porter, and enter the dungeon together with the subjugation team. I figured you would be saying you will be going anyway. Normally, I wouldn't be able to get a porter just for myself, but I told them my achievements until now were thanks to my porter and some random stuff in order to have them issue this. Was it a bother? Rufria: that's a surprise. I didn't think Rufria would do something like that. Because I haven't told her the reason why I go dungeon diving. The reason why I must go down into the dungeon no matter what. However, she noticed that I wanted to fight the Demon Lord, and made it so I could enter the dungeon. Can I really enter with this? That I am a porter means that I can't fight? Hikaru: once the battle starts, it doesn't matter. Let's go get that reward. Rufria: if it is the pattern where I stealthily go with them, if I get caught, I would get thrown out, and there would even be the possibility of Rufria's standing worsening since she is from the same party. But with this authorization proof, everything is cleared. Thank you. Thanks, Rufria. I am truly happy. Hikaru: Yufufu, Hikaru too. Maybe you didn't want to let go of me? Rufria: that's... Hikaru: I was about to say it, but I couldn't voice out the remaining part. The expectation-filled face of Rufria. As if she were enduring a smile, as if enduring tears, making such a face, I didn't know what to do. There's 5 days remaining. No, 4 days before the viewer count race ends. I plan on being alone again after that. It was clear to anyone no matter how dense they are that Rufria still wants to continue exploring with me. Stuff like, are you fine with your Templar exams? Or is it okay to not train your spirit abilities? I don't know her circumstances well, but she wants to prioritize her time with me. Even without telling me outright, I can tell that from seeing her attitude and expressions. I also find dungeon diving together with Rufria and grateful to be fun. There's a sense of fulfillment that I didn't feel at the time when I emptied my heart and dove alone. If this had been a normal Ice Kite transfer, I could have chosen that. But it can't be done. The more pure and beautiful she is, the less I can be with her. Then, I will come pick you up tomorrow morning. Hikaru. Rufria: I take 1.2 steps away from her, and give my farewells. She has her own dreams. I have my own unavoidable circumstances. I close my eyes in order to not see the uneasy face of Rufria. I make my heart hard and cold as steel, and turn my back to her. Good night. Hikaru: I run with my all. So that the lingering feelings and emotions can't catch up with me. Carrying those heavy emotions in my heart. Chapter 87, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3422. About the bulletin board sections. It is impossible to write a realistic bulletin board and make it into a novel, so consider this, a selection of the many comments. 158, Anonymous from Earth. What's a Demon Lord? 159, Anonymous from Earth. It refers to the Lord of the monsters that spawn from 100% purity chaos. By the way, there's still no chosen who has met one. 160, Anonymous from Earth. I don't get it. I just don't get spirits at all. 161, Anonymous from Earth. A wolf that spits out fire. 162, Anonymous from Earth. The Demon Lord appeared here before Alice Mary's, huh? 163, Anonymous from Earth. The Demon Lord gets more brutal as it goes up a floor and is mixed with something. In theory, the lower the floor the Demon Lord is, the weaker it is. 164, Anonymous from Earth. What is Alice Mary's? 165, Anonymous from Earth. Google it yourself, or more like, know about it. You should at least know about the biggest dungeon city in the world, Grand Alice Mary's. 166, Anonymous from Earth. Then, if humanity doesn't conquer the dungeons, a super dangerous demon lord would grow up, and would come out from the first floor? 167, Anonymous from Earth. That's right. The dungeons made artificially are in a sense a magic hearth that allows you to obtain energy through the form of spirit stones. Only the appearance of demon lords is a clear risk. Also, the more explorers that can dive to lower floors there are, the lower the risks in eliminating a demon lord. 168, Anonymous from Earth. The strong adventurer parties of Alice Mary's apparently have defeated several demon lords in the middle of growing that have appeared in the 8th or 9th floor after all. 169, Anonymous from Earth. The dungeon itself of Melchior should be smaller than that of Alimari. If it is a demon lord found in the 5th floor, it shouldn't have grown that much. There's stories that a demon lord that climbed till the 3rd floor of Alimari had killed 100 explorers before it was defeated. 170, Anonymous from Earth. I don't get it. Can someone please explain to me? 171, Anonymous from Earth. Grand Alice Mary's is currently the biggest dungeon where they have reached till the 13th floor. Its history is on a whole other level compared to the rising dungeon that is the Great Melchior Dungeon. It is an actual giant dungeon. Of course, there's several tens have chosen the working as adventurers, but even though they should have gotten several cheats, it doesn't feel like they can match the high-ranked explorers at all. About the demon lord that showed up in Melchior, if this had been Alimari, finding one in the 5th floor would have been pretty bad. And it would be pretty rough if it were to go up to the 4th floor, but judging from the carefree attitude of the guild staff member, the 5th floor of Melchior is most likely equivalent to the 8th or 9th floor of Alimari. 172, Anonymous from Earth. Then, what happens to the demon lord that has come to the outside world? 173, Anonymous from Earth. There would be a Great Spirit Alliance army versus Kaiju in the middle of the city, and it would be chaos in a lot of ways. There's apparently a number of cities that have actually perished from this. 174, Anonymous from Earth. Dungeon cities are being made while carrying quite the risk, huh? 175, Anonymous from Earth. It is like a nuclear power plant. 176. Anonymous from Earth. Then, the adventurers. 177, Anonymous from Earth. They are actually sucking dangerous power into their body and monstrosifying after all. It is not like you die sooner because of it, or rather, you apparently live longer. 178, Anonymous from Earth. Not dangerous power but chaotic spirit energy. 179, Anonymous from Earth. Is that chaotic spirit energy power that's okay for humanity to wield? Doesn't it have some dangerous side effects? 180, Anonymous from Earth. Spirits are technically the particles of all the elements. Something like water being H and fire being C. But the chaotic element is a messy mix of everything. Animals that get mixed with this chaotic element turn into monstrosities. And the ones that are born in that state in the dungeon are called monsters. Aside from the fact that the binds of your sanity get disconnected, there seems to be no side effects. It is mostly your appetite getting dangerous. 181, Anonymous from Earth. Watching how much Max-sama eats, your appetite getting dangerous is an unexpectedly big demerit. There's the cost of the food too, but you also take more time eating. I feel like, at the end, you would end up eating spirit stones too. 182, Anonymous from Earth. You don't get that hungry in the dungeon, so you will be living in the dungeon at the end. 183, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that the open fire ghoul tenement of Alamari? The one in the first floor. 184, Anonymous from Earth. That place really gives quite the impact. I definitely wouldn't want to get close to that place. Note, comment 185 not found. 186, Anonymous from Earth. Chaotic equals demonic. When that world calls something demonic, it should be safe to assume it is about chaotic spirit energy. The chaotic spirit stones can also be called demonic stones. 187, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, that means that the demon lord is a monster that has a 100% purity demonic element. 188, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. He is clearly trying to fight one alone. 189, Anonymous from Earth, trying to fight an opponent that requires to form a raid to fight it. That's surpassing reckless and entering suicidal territory. 190, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru probably is losing himself here. Being told that the dungeon is being blockaded, he would lose his way to get views. Then, I have no choice but to defeat the demon lord. Or something like that? 191, Anonymous from Earth. There's no way he would do something that reckless. Even when he was diving on his own, he was actually keeping an unexpectedly safe margin despite how it looked, you know. A truly reckless person would force their way to the 5th floor, right? 192, Anonymous from Earth. I feel like he would think he can manage somehow if it is a one-on-one. 193, Anonymous from Earth. No, if a high schooler were to manage this much, it wouldn't be strange if they would be more overtaken by this sensation of being all-powerful and turn cocky. I would say he is really mature here, to the point that I would call him a veteran. 194, Anonymous from Earth. There's several chosen who are going IMOP. When they are a lot lower level than him after all. The true strong ones have mentality of that of an enlightened one. 195, Anonymous from Earth. Those strong ones are abnormal, or how to put it. Their characters are way too defined. Jeanne doesn't have any interest in others. Her body and mind are that of an Iron Maiden. The solo hero. Max-sama, super muscle man. Zombie killing pro. High entertainment skills. Him being weak to beauties is also Omega level. Nadia, Dark Twins, a literal siren that took a country with charm. Hikaru, the ninja that hides in the darkness with a mastery of dark spirit abilities. The existence of twin sisters is also Omega level. Randolph, the amnesiac Superman. Wishes for a peaceful lifestyle but has a tendency of getting caught in trouble, and has mysteriously high protagonist power. Him being strangely popular with beauties is also Omega level. Ikakin, the role model of YouTubers, being able to catch the hearts of young boys. 196, Anonymous from Earth. Ikakin doesn't have that many viewers to enter that category. Him always being around the 20th rank is as expected of him though. 197, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe by growing into a true genius, Hikaru has lost the ability to get conceited. 198, Anonymous from Earth. The decently good ones can't even serve as comparison after all. Especially Celica. Her capabilities are way too high. 199, Anonymous from Earth. It is like thinking it is a racing car, but turns out it was actually a jet. 200, Anonymous from Earth. having twins that are in the 1% of the highest IQ in humanity as family members. It might be a bit too heavy of an environment to be in for a normal child. There were those words of Celica and Karen the other day that reeked of hidden meaning, but Hikaru himself probably is shouldering quite the darkness in him. 201, Anonymous from Earth. I personally would be super happy to be the brother of twins like that. 202, Anonymous from Earth. That's totally the carefree opinion of an outsider. 203, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe that made the normal amongst the normal, Nanami, even more important to him, like a safe haven. 204, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru himself doesn't talk much about his little sisters. Maybe he has pretty complicated thoughts in regards to that. 205, Anonymous from Earth. Ikakin is the type that slowly catches the eye of the overseas children, and increases his popularity that way. I am sure he will be in the top 5 by next year. 206, Anonymous from Earth. So you have to be silver rank or higher in order to join the Demon Lord subjugation team, huh? 207, Anonymous from Earth. You are not allowed to enter the dungeon in the few days it takes to defeat the Demon Lord. What is Hikaru going to do now? 208, Anonymous from Earth. He is going to be stealthily entering the dungeon again, right? Don't make me say it. 209, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru isn't showing any signs of being sad about it when he said that's too bad. It can't be helped. It is heartrending that I can feel that his resolve has already been made. 210, Anonymous from Earth. I have heard the explanations of Celica and Karen so much that I am now part of the people that can read the thoughts of Hikaru just from his expression. 211, Anonymous from Earth. A Demon Lord is strong enough that even a party that goes down to the 5th floor is defeated, right? He may be able to get close and get some hits in if he were to use his dark spirit abilities effectively, but I don't think the attacks itself will be working. More so if it is to defeat it. That would be the impossible of the impossible. Hikaru even struggled in getting through the defense of a treant. 212, Anonymous from Earth. In RPGs with the level system, it is common sense that you can't get over the gap of levels. 213, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, what can we do to stop Unichan? Karen, if he had gotten first place in the total rankings at this point, he probably wouldn't have been this reckless here. Celica, God, give us the ability to send messages to Refria already. Karen, totally that. Or more like, won't there eventually be a telephone function? Celica, would that be one that properly shows the name of the caller? If it is anonymous, Unichan definitely wouldn't take the call. Karen, an anonymous call would certainly be scary in the Itilda. Won't God show consideration there? Is a telephone function coming? An Isekai hotline would get my blood pumping. 214, Anonymous from Earth. They probably only gave the possibility of a function like that being added. It is hard to believe that all we are going to be getting is the message function after all. 215, Anonymous from Earth. If it is a call from his little sisters, even Hikaru would take the call. But I don't think a new function will be showing up in the middle of the viewer count trace. 216, Anonymous from Earth. Who knows? Only God knows. 217, Anonymous from Earth. They are going to the shrimp place again. 218, Anonymous from Earth. The shrimp thermidor will trend on Twitter again. 219, Anonymous from Earth. That really looks good. 220, Anonymous from Earth. Party disbanded. 221, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. 222, Anonymous from Earth. What will happen to the promise with Refria? 223, Anonymous from Earth. Party disband? That means he will be diving alone from here on. 224, Anonymous from Earth. Why are you so decisive in strange directions? 225, Anonymous from Earth, meaning that he won't be joining forces with Rafrio anymore? 226, Anonymous from Earth, Great Fortune is so cute. I want to form a party with you Agani and Tilda. 227, Anonymous from Earth, wait, Celica is explaining. 228, Anonymous from Earth, transcript, Rafriason had the dream. Or more like, the objective of going back to her homeland and becoming a Templar, and she was diving into the dungeon in order to fulfill that. Anna-chan thinks that she has postponed that dream of hers for the sake of his own objective. That's why he can easily say something like disbanding the party. And Rafria-san went as far as lying because she didn't want to separate from Anna-chan. 229, Anonymous from Earth, I see. Rafria can already use photon ray, so once she goes back, she has no choice but to become a Templar, huh? 230, Anonymous from Earth, even though Hikaru seemed to be having fun exploring in a party. At the very least, he looked like he was having fun. 231, Anonymous from Earth, he has gotten some leeway in his pocket, and he does have a real grasp that he has become stronger little by little. 232, Anonymous from Earth, if they are going through the route that Rafria can't use photon ray, she should have told him that he should look after her until she can use it. That she can't do so really shows that, despite everything, she is still virtuous. 233, Anonymous from Earth, Rafriason's house is apparently at the side of the church, so maybe she is from quite the distinguished family. A girl like that wouldn't be able to continue being an explorer forever anyways. Hikaru probably understands that, thus took such an attitude. 234, Anonymous from Earth, that she has servants already is telling that she is from quite the high standing. She talks about Templars, but her family most likely gets even higher posts than that. 235, Anonymous from Earth, most likely. Even rising explorers can become Templars, and in the end, they are technically like police officers. 236, Anonymous from Earth, so that means she is above that, huh? 237, Anonymous from Earth, so the party is seriously disbanding here? Or more like, what will Hikaru be doing from tomorrow on? 238, Anonymous from Earth, that flat expression of Hikaru is scary. 239, Anonymous from Earth, resolve made. 240, Anonymous from Earth, damn, Rafria-sama is crying after having been rejected by Hikaru. What a sinful man. 241, Anonymous from Earth, what is Hikaru thinking? Being self-centered is bad. 242, Anonymous from Earth, maybe he really is conceited? 243, Anonymous from Earth, he probably doesn't want to get Rafria caught in his own law-breaking. Entering the dungeon while it is still blocked from entry can't be done unless he is alone after all. 244, Anonymous from Earth, when doing something bad, do it alone. 245, Anonymous from Earth, don't loved ones attract demon lords too? 246, Anonymous from Earth, he is gonna die here. 247, Anonymous from Earth, even though they are having that delicious shrimp, the atmosphere is gloomy. 248, Anonymous from Earth, Great Fortune is operating as usual though. 249, Anonymous from Earth, Fulgen is hired after all. 250, Anonymous from Earth, the lonely back of Rafria-sama. 251, Anonymous from Earth, on the other hand, Hikaru is overflowing with determination. This guy is an idiot. 252, Anonymous from Earth, it does feel like he has a destructive desire. 253, Anonymous from Earth, I am a Rafria-sama fan. I am a Rafria-sama fan, darn it. 254, Anonymous from Earth, can't he participate in the Demon Lord subjugation team normally? 255, Anonymous from Earth, we are telling you that you have to be silver rank or higher. 256, Anonymous from Earth, he is strong, so maybe if he asks, there's a chance? It is not a seniority society like Japan. 257, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru himself is Japanese though. The idea of asking and it might be solved probably doesn't even pop in his head. 258, Anonymous from Earth, no matter how much we think stop, the reality is that we can't take our eyes off. He continues keeping the highest rank in the viewer rankings. 259, Anonymous from Earth, nothing can be done anymore. 260, Anonymous from Earth, won't Seliku and Karen faint? 261, Anonymous from Earth, we are going to sleep for today. Might as well have the guards apprehend Dunny. I won't go as far as saying that, but I didn't expect Unichan to be this rash. I am tired in both body and mind. 262, Anonymous from Earth, and so, it seems like they will be sleeping already. Let's sleep as well and prepare for tomorrow. 263, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru hasn't set an alarm, so it seems like he plans to sleep till morning. 264, Anonymous from Earth, the painful part about real-time streams is that there's no knowing when you should be watching. 265, Anonymous from Earth, how about using the must-watch alarm? If you set it up, your smartphone would ring. 266, Anonymous from Earth, that thing rings at weird times. Normally, when it rings, the nice moment is already over. 267, Anonymous from Earth, don't be so childish. Watch 24 hours like me. 268, Anonymous from Earth, don't lump me with you, you damn neat. 269, Anonymous from Earth, quitting my job really is the right choice. 270, Anonymous from Earth, can't really live with that. 271, Anonymous from Earth, I am sleeping already. 272, Anonymous from Earth, good night Tilda, Chapter 88, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3426. 6. Anonymous from Earth. So he really is going into the dungeon alone. 8. Anonymous from Earth. 12. Anonymous from Earth. That must be how important an existence Nanamikan was for him. You would normally tilt more to the side of Rafria, right? 18. Anonymous from Earth. No, this must be the reason why Hikaru doesn't bend to Rafria-sama more. This. 22. Anonymous from Earth. This? Ah, you mean us tent pitchers that are always watching him? He should just not bother about us. 25. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe Nanamitan was a childhood friend and like a little sister to him? 28. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru probably would have acted the same if it had been Celica or Karen after all. 34. Anonymous from Earth. If I had little sisters like that, I would also be putting my life on the line as much as needed. 37. Anonymous from Earth. They are not my little sisters or anything, but I would be willing to put my life on the table for the two of twin, sis. 40. Anonymous from Earth. Me too, me too. 44. Anonymous from Earth. Believers. 45. Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean that everyone in the guild is silver rank and higher? There's quite a lot. 48. Anonymous from Earth. You are treated as a competent explorer from silver rank, yet there are quite a good amount, but it is apparently difficult to climb higher than that. 52. Anonymous from Earth. You apparently can get to silver rank in around 2 years if you do well. Rafria, who managed to get to silver in less than 1 year, is within the pretty accomplished ones. 53. Anonymous from Earth. When considering that you have to do battle over battle the whole time, it is a pretty harsh job though. 57. Anonymous from Earth. Considering the fact that a pro boxer has 35 matches yearly, pro explorers are practically suicidal. 62. Anonymous from Earth. For boxers, it is to take into account the accumulated damage in their body. So I don't know if it is appropriate to compare them to explorers who properly have weapons and armor. 63. Anonymous from Earth. It should be easy cash as an adventurer if you get properly strong. Even Hikaru can be a peerless beast in the second floor. Rather, it is a job that you can earn even when overleveled, so if you are injured, you are a failure of a professional. 69. Anonymous from Earth. We can't do anything. We can only watch over him. 70. Anonymous from Earth. If things finally get bad, I will change channels. I definitely won't be able to watch it, and I wouldn't be able to take seeing his little sisters crying. 71. Anonymous from Earth. I am cheering for Hikaru, but it is not like I am supporting his recklessness. 73. Anonymous from Earth. The messaging function was important in that sense too. People can make mistakes so easily when they are alone. That's why someone should watch over you. If only Hikaru were to consult with Refria more. 74. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is still in his first year of high school after all. Normally, he should be a child that's under the protection of his parents. 76. Anonymous from Earth. What? 79. Anonymous from Earth. It is light. It is Refria-sama. 80. Anonymous from Earth. Refria-san. 81. Anonymous from Earth. Nice, Refria. 86. Anonymous from Earth. She showed her Hikaru stalker ability in the best of moments. 89. Anonymous from Earth. I really can't get enough of this pushiness of hers. That's our Refria-sama. 98. Anonymous from Earth. Going to the toilet together too? 101. Anonymous from Earth. If this were Earth, we could have seen them going to the toilet together, but the number of toilets in that world are really low. 104. Anonymous from Earth. When Hikaru goes to the toilet, it pans out to a distant view, but what would happen when Refria-sama goes to the toilet? 105. Anonymous from Earth. Food gets digested into spirit energy, so they don't defecate much. 106. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, Refria-san. I knew for sure you would be showing up. Karen, whoa, what a shameless display. Even though you said yesterday that she should be sticking more to Anichin like the stalker she is. 109. Anonymous from Earth. Umau. 116. Anonymous from Earth. When the poisonous tongue of the twins shows up, I get goosebumps. 120. Anonymous from Earth. Well, being told yesterday that the party was disbanded must have been quite the shock. Refria-sama obediently went back after all. 122. Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru yesterday seriously looked like he was going to die, or like dog. No matter how you look at it, his face showed that he had resolved himself. I also believed Refria-san would definitely be coming for him. 124. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, you are tilde. For now, this is a relief. Now, as long as Refria-san convinces Ana-chan, I have no complaints. Karen, yup. Despite everything, Ana is weak to the push and to tears, so there's plenty of chance here. 126. Anonymous from Earth. Memo. Hikaru is weak to the push and to tears. 131. Anonymous from Earth. If Refria-san pushes and pushes, and then ties him up for a whole day, he won't be caring about the Demon Lord anymore. The view numbers would definitely increase more than fighting against a Demon Lord. 140. Anonymous from Earth. If it had been at the time when Hikaru just met her, he probably would have considered that a possibility. Hikaru doesn't say it out loud, But I am pretty sure he is also pretty attracted to Rafria. There's no way he would be able to expose her to 1 billion tent pictures. 147. Anonymous from Earth. You would want to hide your loved ones. That's a trait of Japanese men. 149. Anonymous from Earth. There's unexpectedly a lot of people overseas who think otherwise after all. There's even people who actively want to show others. 160. Anonymous from Earth. Alex definitely wouldn't mind that. 162. Anonymous from Earth. Oh. He is finally buying armor, huh. Good job, Rafria's armor. Hikaru has been rocking the E-grade, cloth armor this whole time after all. 170. Anonymous from Earth. He is suddenly going for mithril, huh. That's super expensive, right? 189. Anonymous from Earth. Mithril is different from the metals existing in our world after all. It is like the material the battle armor of the Fuzami is made of. 200. Anonymous from Earth. It doesn't stretch as much, but it is decently malleable, sturdy, and a trait worth mentioning is that, when it receives a strong impact, it instantly gets harder. Moreover, it is light. It is not called magic silver just for show. 209. Anonymous from Earth, but he really is going for the cheapest one, huh. If he were to get a thick mithril one, he could get some tremendous defensive stats. The price apparently shoots up to the point that you could buy a house instead though. 218. Anonymous from Earth, a cheap one is plenty enough after all. It has the seal of approval in terms of being blade resistant, and if it is to protect the spirit vein center, that's plenty enough. 220. Anonymous from Earth, how much would a mithril full plate cost? 229. Anonymous from Earth, you need to order one from an elf artisan. The cheapest would be 10 million, and if it is thick mithril, you could even go to the 100 million. 230. Anonymous from Earth, can you even make one then? 238. Anonymous from Earth, a king would be able to. 245. Anonymous from Earth, even if they were to get the individual defense of the king high. If you are going to be using your money for something like that, it would be a lot better to just give normal weapons and armor to the soldiers. 247. Anonymous from Earth, but mithril is so fantasy-like it is nice. After buying a gadget plate, they should be buying chest armor. 249. Anonymous from Earth, what about the Hellfire steel that's said to be the highest grade material? That's even more expensive, right? 253. Anonymous from Earth, it is what a salamander rank uses as weapon material and it is the highest of the high. Mithril isn't suitable for weapons. 258. Anonymous from Earth, Hellfire steel is heavy and hard in simple terms. The thing is that hard. You can't even put a dent on Hellfire steel unless it is with something else made of Hellfire steel. And even sharp blades are outrageously hard. But you need quite the high level in fire spirit abilities in order to forge this material, therefore, it doesn't circulate in the regular market. 260. Anonymous from Earth, thanks to there being quite a few chosen who like edged tools, information in that area has progressed pretty well. 264. Anonymous from Earth, there's even chosen who have taken fire spirit abilities for the dream of forging Hellfire steel after all. 271. Anonymous from Earth, weren't the places where you can get Hellfire steel limited? 290. Anonymous from Earth, you can get them from the sites of collapsed dungeons, but those kinds of mining locations are being strictly managed by the nation. It is apparently super rare to find a natural one. 316. Anonymous from Earth, there was a magic tool shop, huh. There are almost no elves in this city, so I thought there wouldn't be one. The dungeon is big, but it is in the end in the countryside. 318. Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru-kun being surprised by the effects of the magic tools is cute. 319, Anonymous from Earth. Refriachin probably can't even imagine that Hikaru has come from a place where civilization has advanced more than here. That smug face of hers is cute. 322, Anonymous from Earth. Earth civilization can't make healing pots though. 328, Anonymous from Earth. A world that doesn't have to worry about energy is nice. 334, Anonymous from Earth. Even if they use the spirit particles, it is not like they are gone after all. In theory, it is energy that can be used infinitely. It doesn't seem like they have the technology to gather it from the air though. Probably only a matter of time. 343, Anonymous from Earth. Aren't spirit users gathering energy from the air? 348, Anonymous from Earth. That's simply them being able to borrow their strength after becoming a familiar of the great spirits. 356, Anonymous from Earth. The demerit of the dungeons that are magic hearths is scary, you know. 360, Anonymous from Earth. There's cases like Alice Mary's that have continued on for several centuries, so even if it is a demerit, it is on the level where you can manage somehow. 365, Anonymous from Earth. According to the Chosen that are investigating the history of that world, a great demon lord apparently appeared in the past and the world was on the verge of falling. A magic hearth where demon lords show up ain't something that can be handled so lightly. 367, Anonymous from Earth. Even on Earth, we are using dangerous stuff like nuclear power plants. You could even say that's cleaner than nuclear plants. 378, Anonymous from Earth. While we were talking about that, they went to a different store. Date. This is a date. This is a date, right? 388, Anonymous from Earth. You noticed just now. They are an idiot couple that has been linking arms and holding hands the whole time. 390, Anonymous from Earth. When Refriachin is like this, she really acts like a girl her age. Cute. 392, Anonymous from Earth. Sad news, this is so sweet my eyes melted. 396, Anonymous from Earth. They have always been having dates in the dungeon after all. 397, Anonymous from Earth. She has the demeanor of a knight normally, so when she is in casual clothing, the gap of it is so emotional. 398, Anonymous from Earth. I feel like the expression of Hikaru is getting more peaceful bit by bit. It has been really tense as of late after all. 399, Anonymous from Earth. I would also want a life where I can have a romance like this. 403, Anonymous from Earth. If I could have a date with a fantasy beauty in a world of swords and magic, I would be fine dying. 410, Anonymous from Earth. You really can't live on edge the whole time. Times like this are truly important. Thanks, Refrie-sama. 415, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was the one who saved Refrie's life in the dungeon, but I think Hikaru is also in turn being saved by Refriachin. 422, Anonymous from Earth. What are we being shown here? 439, Anonymous from Earth. A date. Moreover, we are being shown a date that's like a first date between two people who have just begun going out. 449, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, this is the first time I have seen Anachin make a face like this since going to that world. Karen, yeah, I honestly have to commend Refriason for being able to bring out that face from him. Ah, he is already not ours and Nanae Minzane. 460, Anonymous from Earth. Was it originally a harem of twins plus Nanamikan? Who in the world is Hikaru? Seriously. 468, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe a Super Anichin? 496, Anonymous from Earth. Him praising the clothes of Refria was crazy smooth. It is an ability that I don't have, having been born in a family with only brothers. 518, Anonymous from Earth. If it were me, I think I would be nervous from beginning to end if I were with a super beauty like Rafrie-sama. Hikaru so naturally takes the lead, opens doors, and slides chairs for her. His casual considerate moves are incredible. He was different from me, a mass-produced average-looking guy. 532, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, it is our education. Karen, we taught him a whole lot of things, right Nitilda? 538, Anonymous from Earth, Nitilda. 546, Anonymous from Earth, Celica said it outright, lol. 547, Anonymous from Earth, Narud Nitilda. 549, Anonymous from Earth, I am interested in how a genius lives their lives. 559, Anonymous from Earth, the West District has really nice scenery. There aren't such huge farms in Japan aside from Hokkaido. 562, Anonymous from Earth, there's even windmills, so I think it is kinda like Holland. 568, Anonymous from Earth, I also would have wanted to hold hands with a beauty like that and walk a path like this. 569, Anonymous from Earth, Rafrie-sama's shining smile up close. Hikaru returning that with a gentle smile. This is precious. 571, Anonymous from Earth, the viewer numbers were increasing like crazy, it made me laugh. First love can get numby ears. 576, Anonymous from Earth, I am screaming while watching my TV. What are these emotions? Even I don't know myself. I am screaming because I can't tell. 579, Anonymous from Earth, I might get punched by Celica if I say this, but Hikaru really is getting a fulfilling life here. It is because it is fulfilling that he looks like he is shining. What's that about darkness? The true darkness is me. It is us. 584, Anonymous from Earth, stop. Stop it. 589, Anonymous from Earth, now, don't say such irresponsible things. What will be done tomorrow hasn't even been decided yet. This is just temporary respite for Hikaru. 592, Anonymous from Earth, so. In the end, what happens to the promise? 610, Anonymous from Earth, no idea. Only Hikaru knows. Rafrie-sama is okay anytime. I can tell from her face. 767, Anonymous from Earth, Rafrie-sama. Wonderful. 769, Anonymous from Earth, porta permit. There's something like that? 789, Anonymous from Earth, isn't that the one that she finally got after complaining with Alex's comrades? Exclamation mark. I was watching the two streams at the same time, so there's no doubt. 792, Anonymous from Earth, I am impressed Rafrie-sama managed to get something like that. 796, Anonymous from Earth, Alex really was blessed with good comrades. Crab and Jarl are super good guys. 805, Anonymous from Earth, it was prepared yesterday from backdoor means, or something like that. There's a lot of female staff members in the guild, but there's also men, so maybe they couldn't ignore the request of a beauty. 809, Anonymous from Earth, Rafrie-san really is a good woman. It is just that she is a bit stalkerish. 818, Anonymous from Earth, she is still young, so isn't it normal to go wild to a certain degree? My wife is a wild boar compared to Rafrie-chan, I'll have you know. 821, Anonymous from Earth, even though Hikaru seems like he is truly happy, he overreacted to the loving words of Rafrie-chan. 827, Anonymous from Earth, are you really going to leave in that way? 841, Anonymous from Earth, Rafrie wanted to be together with Hikaru even if she had to get a porta permit. Hikaru hasn't rejected her clearly, but he probably thinks they can't be together, right? Even though those two are so happy until just now. What's this? Why did it turn out like this? 855, Anonymous from Earth. Referee-sama standing. The space stat is so pitiful, I can't bear to watch it. 868, Anonymous from Earth. Embrace her. Embrace here. Embrace here. Embrace here. 870, Anonymous from Earth. Is Hikaru a monster? 872, Anonymous from Earth. If it had been me, I would have hugged her and stayed with her the whole night. 875, Anonymous from Earth. Referee is alone too in this place far from her homeland. She is still young, so she should be feeling lonely. There's no doubt she wants to stay together with him the whole time now that she has fallen in love. 878, Anonymous from Earth. Run. Chase after him, Referee. 879, Anonymous from Earth. 868, the future Hikaru is here. 884, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is still too green. 888, Anonymous from Earth. What a terrible flow of events it has turned to. 894, Anonymous from Earth. No, it should be painful for Hikaru too. You should be able to tell with that face he is making, right? 899, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, what happens here? If Hikaru did that aiming for this reaction, then he is a genius. 909, Anonymous from Earth. He is first place in the real-time rankings after all. This development will cause some storms. Foreigners probably don't understand the feelings of Hikaru after all. 913, Anonymous from Earth. He still can't lower his guard in order to take first place in the total rankings. There's still 4 days after all. Hikaru should have passed the night with Referee. 922, Anonymous from Earth. Everyone thinks that. Everyone aside from the twins. 960, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, tomorrow is the Demon Lord's subjugation. I am looking forward to the reunion of Alex and Hikaru. 978, Anonymous from Earth. Ooh. If we tell Alex about the things here. 991, Anonymous from Earth. He is most likely going to have his messages open after all. Well, let's sleep for today. Tomorrow is paid leave. 999, Anonymous from Earth. I am so jealous that you can just be absent from work so much. I should change jobs. Chapter 89, Subjugation Team and Reunion. The next day, when I went to pick up Referee, her eyes were red, and she laughed with an as if to play it off. We did a short exchange, and walked to the guild. There were already tens of experts in the guild for the sake of the exploration, and the population was dense. It seems Templars are not here. I can't see people that would fit the bill. I am merely a porter, so I will at the very least stick to Referee in the middle, but it is apparently rare for a Demon Lord subjugation to finish in one day. That's because the dungeon is deep and vast. Even if searched by spreading out, there are many times when it can't be found, and because there's no knowing where the Demon Lord is in, they begin what's akin to a mountain hunt from 2 floors up to where the last floor that it was found in, and sweep from there. Because of that, the number of participants on the first day is always low, and the Templars participate on the second or third day. Meaning that the day will be a day where they will be fighting monsters normally in the 3rd floor. At the very least, I should have the camera that must be somewhere show the other explorers, and create the ambience of a Demon Lord subjugation team to the viewers. Referee, what happens in the actual battle? Someone takes command? Hikaru, command. No, we simply fight in order beginning with the party that found it. Referee, such a haphazard method? The enemy is a Demon Lord, so it is strong, right? Hikaru, of course, we will be cooperating with each other, you know. But it is not like there's anyone here acquainted enough with the abilities of everyone to the point that they can take command, so, in the end, we fight with our usual party formations, and when it gets dangerous, we switch to the next party. That's how it works. Rufria. In that case, there's a chance for our turn. Huh. Hikaru, Grateful isn't participating today. The high-ranked explorers have a number of scout lynxes, so they are apparently going to be doing the job of scouts. Well, diving with these numbers, there's probably no need for scouts. Ah. Looks like we are departing. Rufria, yeah. Hikaru, I walked over to the dungeon while sticking with Rufria, but we were divided at the entrance by porters and explorers. Well, it must mean that porters should stick to the back. By the way, gold rank accomplished adventurers will apparently be in charge of the rear. Most porters have rucksacks, but there's also ones that have proper gear on them. They probably plan on participating in battle like me. The first battle formation of the explorer team is around 40 in total. There aren't many porters. Well, it is originally one porter per 6 people party, so this is the obvious result. We walked for a bit, and something slapped my shoulder from the back. When I turned around, there was the handsome man that I met in the baths before. Hiya there. It has been a while. You haven't come to the bathhouse since then, so I thought you died. You got me worried there. Hello. Alex, right? Hikaru, yeah, so you remember me? Alex, who is a chosen just like me, is holding a spear and shield, heavy equipment style. That he is here must mean that he is participating as a porter? Are you also a bronze rank? Hikaru, no, I just finally became an ebony rank. I had them let me join as a porter today. That goes the same for you, right, Hikaru? Alex, saying this, he shows me his ID. Looks like his comrades are also silver rank. At any rate, a demon lord. Doesn't that get your blood boiling? There's apparently no chosen who has defeated a demon lord yet, so there might be bonus points if we defeat one. Alex, points, huh? Hikaru, Alex is a mysterious man. He is an otherworlder, and he might have heard about me, and yet, there's no hidden side to his attitude and is open-hearted. Ah, now that I think about it, there were messages telling me they wanted me to tell you something if I met you, Hikaru. What was it? If I remember correctly, there were a number of them. Alex, my body jolted as if reacting to the word messages. It is as if a cold knife had been pushed onto me. Something indescribable was surging up from the very depths of my entrails. A message for me. Something like that would be a bad notice, and if not, they are using Alex in order to relay the flaming messages since I don't open them myself, or they are using Alex to try and kill me. Whichever the case, it must not be anything decent. I don't think Alex is trying to kill me. Of course, there's the chance he could stab me from behind. When you die in the dungeon, you simply turn into a stone, so you can just say I was killed by a monster. Maybe they are messages of support. No way. The reason why I can somehow manage to get viewers is clearly because I am Nanami's killer, and am enjoying my Isekai life away from the hands of the law. I don't know why the true culprit hasn't been caught. It would be a lie to say I am not pissed by the incompetent police force, but thinking about the fact that I was transferred, everyone would think that I am the culprit. If I had seen the news, I probably would have come to that same conclusion. Of course, there's the possibility that the true culprit has already been caught, and the current viewers are purely cheering for me. I have thought about that possibility countless times at night while sprawled on my bed. But there's no way that's possible. First of all, there's way too little reason for there to be these many viewers. I am currently the top amongst all chosen in the real-time rankings. 700 million people watching me real-time. It is an overwhelming number. Even though I haven't done anything of worth. I am only diving into the dungeon. Even Alex, who is in front of me, is doing that same thing. If I am at the top, he should at least be second. And yet, he is most likely a lot lower. Even though he is far more handsome and looks like he has a lot more friends than me. In that case, I can only think of the possibility that the viewers are watching me because I have a special story and they are expecting something. I haven't said a single word to the viewers that I want to bring back Nanami. Whichever the case, I don't want to hear the messages. The viewer count race is going to end soon. At the very least, I don't want to stir my heart until that time. W8, please. No need. I don't want to hear about the messages. Hikaru, oh, is that so? They sounded pretty earnest about wanting me to tell you though. Alex, I don't want to remember about that side, you see. Please. Hikaru, but. Alex, please. I really don't want to hear it. Please don't tell me anything. Hikaru, a plea. From here on, I will be going to subjugate a demon lord and get first place. I don't want cold water poured onto that resolve. If I hear about them, it will be the end. I am sure I won't be able to move properly when that happens. Is that really okay? It is from your family, so they told me to definitely tell you. Alex, stop. Please stop. Hikaru, I covered my ears once I heard the word family. Even if it is my parents, even if it is my little sisters, I don't want to touch that. I don't think I am at fault here. But the reality is that their house was burned, and they couldn't even stay in Japan anymore. Even if their messages were kind words of comfort. Even if their messages are riddled with justified abusive remarks towards me. My heart would be torn apart whichever way it is. I cling to the collar of Alex, and plead over and over. I couldn't keep my calm at all. Got it. I'm at fault here too, talking about the other world. Alex raised both hands and showed a pose of surrender. Well, I do somewhat get that feeling of yours. When I think about that side, even now, I still feel lonely. Alex must have been hit with nostalgia, his eyes grew distant. My case is different, but there's no need to explain that. Anyways, if you don't want to hear about it, I will keep those messages in my chest. Alex, thanks. Hikaru. Alex closed the status board he was about to operate, and I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. He really might be a good guy. Chapter 90, Between Chosen and Warning Carelessness. I will be changing the tropic here, but have you already made a spirit ability contract? Alex. After walking silently for a while, Alex speaks again. Looks like he waited for me to calm down first. It seems like he really did want to talk about a lot of things since we are both otherworlders. I finally saved enough money to make a contract. At the point allocation phase, I took the spirit energy up, which I had no idea what it was for, and it ended up being a data skill. Alex, I took it before I transferred dark spirit ability. Hikaru, you took it in the beginning? That's a waste then. You can make a contract with only 10 silver coins, so using 10 points to make a contract in the beginning would be a loss. Well, you can't tell that at the beginning, so that's a trap. Ah, by the way, I chose fire. Alex, fire, huh. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen fire spirit abilities much. How are they? Hikaru, about that, it is a lot more plain than I thought. It is so weak it can't be used in actual combat at all. My spirit user comrade. A guy I call Giles, I learned that he was an unexpectedly amazing guy, you see. Well, I have no choice but to train. Maybe because I got spirit energy up, the power is apparently higher despite just making the contract. Alex, I am honestly grateful that Alex isn't touching the matter of the messages. Spirit ability contracts can be made in the Great Spirit Church if you pay the money, but I feel like he made the contract late despite being in this city from the beginning. The cost for daily necessities and the equipment can't be scoffed at, so his comrades might have advised him to wait before making a contract until he had leeway in money. Anyways, just as the person himself says, even though you can only use it a small number of times each day, the effect of the beginning abilities is questionable. Anyways, It was scary being chosen to be transferred to a different world, right? I was super worried at first, wondering what to do, but having made friends was big. If not for them, I think I would be even more troubled than I am now. You as well, Hikaru. If you are acting as a porter here, that must mean you have gotten a strong companion, right? Alex. Right. So strong that I can't even match. Hikaru. I have been doing battle training with my comrade Crabble, but I can't match him at all. He is a silver rank, so that's natural, but we are the representatives of Earth, so we can't go losing, right? Alex laughs heartily. He gave off such a comforting demeanor that really felt like a friend of the same generation, and he wanted to talk about a lot of things. Alex was a normal young man of the same generation as me, to the point that it felt silly to have been on guard about him. He spoke to me about stuff like how he hasn't made a girlfriend in this world yet, and about how he misses junk food. Maybe because we are advancing while watching out for a demon lord, our marching pace is slow. Right now we are in the second floor, but most likely because it is a dark stage, we are barely progressing, and practically stuck in place. In the time we are staying in place, we encounter goblins and orcs, but the explorers at the back take the stage, and would wipe them out. I also had something I had an interest in asking Alex, so I tried asking. Alex, what floor have you been diving to right now? Hikaru, still third floor. I have challenged the fourth floor a number of times too, but it is all sorts of dangerous. Sahajins would suddenly jump out from the water, you know? It is bad for the heart. Alex, that sounds terrible. Hikaru, I have also experienced a Sahagin jumping out, but if I didn't have dark sense, it would have surprised me quite a lot. Even without that, the fourth floor is not only dark, but also an enclosed space. Of course, sudden encounters with monsters would make you panic easily. What about you, Hikaru? Alex, only till the third floor. Hikaru, with that equipment, aren't you having it rough on the third floor? I can introduce you to a weapon store. Alex, compared to the splendid equipment of Alex, mine only looks like it is for self-protection. No, this is fine with me. I don't have the strength after all. Hikaru, so that means you focus mainly on spirit abilities. What does darkness have? Alex, a whole lot of support abilities. It is pretty useful in the dungeon, but it might be rough when alone. Hikaru, leaving aside the matters about the dark spirit ability, I didn't know if it was okay to tell him about the affection of spirits. There might be viewers who would expose it to him in the messages, but when that happens, that happens. There's no need for me to babble everything about me. It is hard to believe that spirit abilities are so useful after all. Jarl apparently can use water spirit abilities more than your average one, and thanks to that, we have escaped just barely with our lives many times already. Alex, the number of uses is really important. Also, we can buy spirit energy potions with crystals, so we are a lot more blessed than the natives. Hikaru, yeah, my party members tell me that's cheating. Alex, you have even told your party members about the crystal exchanges, Alex? Hikaru, was that bad? Alex, no. Hikaru, the word careless popped into my mind, but I don't know. Well, it is not that stupid, and his party members must be people he can trust. But if they're an apostrophe T. If an influential person were to learn about that, there's the chance to be caught. I lower my voice in order for others to not hear me. Alex, it is not like I am doubting your party members, but it is better to not tell others about crystals and points so readily. With points, you can even recover lost parts of your body with the high heel scroll, you know? If an influential person were to hear about that. You get what I am saying here, right? Hikaru, do you mean they would come to me to sell them one? Alex, is he unexpectedly the type that has a flower field in his head? Alex was making a surprised expression and looks as if he really doesn't get it. That's not it. If the fact about points were to be discovered, at worst, you will be imprisoned until you bring out scrolls. 1,000 chosen came to this world. Meaning that there's definitely someone who will tell others about the crystal and point system. No, it would be better to think that it has already come to that point. If that information circulates to the ones high up, they might even turn chosen into wanted people. I am just saying we should act on that assumption. What do you think would happen if a reward were to be given to the people for capturing chosen in this city? Hikaru, even when hearing about what I am saying, Alex was completely flabbergasted here. Then, even about the fact that I came from another world. Alex, of course. It would be better to keep it a secret as much as possible. I think it is fine to talk about it to people you trust, but spreading it around carelessly would be suicidal. Hikaru, is that so? I didn't worry about that before. It is true that the messages that came from the other side were warning me to be careful. Alex, seriously? Hikaru, he is handsome, but he is quite the carefree type. Of course, it is not like the information will spread so fast, but we are foreigners. If you are not careful at all times, there's no knowing when the rug will be pulled under you. Thanks, Hikaru. I didn't get it at all until now. I will ask my comrades as well to not tell others too. Alex, that would be for the best. Hikaru, but isn't it painful to not be able to talk about your own roots? How are you doing, Hikaru? Alex, I have not told anyone yet. Hikaru, wow, you are strong, Hikaru. Alex, it is not like I am strong. It is because I am weak that I can't say it. Courage is required to trust people. Chapter 91, Combined Party and Surrounded. Taking a leisurely 2 hours, the Demon Lord subjugation team had broken through the second floor. We are now in the third floor. It is apparently customary that the Demon Lord subjugation starts from 2 floors above the floor that it was found in, and if it is a Demon Lord found in the 5th floor, they begin searching from the 3rd floor. There's the chance the Demon Lord is already on this floor. Be on alert, everyone. All right. The big man at the front shouted. So he says, but there's apparently rarely any cases where one has gone up 2 floors in such a short period of time. It hasn't been long since it appeared, and they say that the highest possibility is that it is staying in the 5th floor. Alex and I are participating as porters, but one can tell by our equipment, we are totally planning on participating in the battle. It is a subjugation team that's around 40 people in total. Probably no one would be bothered if porters were to participate in the battle as well. Demon Lords apparently get stronger as they go up the floors. Did you know that? Alex, no, I didn't. Hikaru, it seems like it was pretty strong already in the 5th floor, so if it were to come up all the way to the 3rd floor, I think it would have become strong enough that people of our level wouldn't even be able to face them. What do we do if that happens? Alex, slight fear was shown in the face of Alex. He was laughing just a few moments ago about looking forward to fighting a Demon Lord, but maybe the pressure got to him as the moment approached. But this is the normal reaction. Gleefully wanting to fight is not a normal mindset after all. You could even say that Alex, who has come to this Demon Lord subjugation just because it seemed amusing, falls into the category of people who are quite willful. I will fight the Demon Lord no matter the floor it shows up in. I came here for the sake of that. Hikaru. Right, they do say that luck smiles upon heroes, so now that we have come this far, we got to do it. Alex psyches himself up with an alright. Yeah. Now that we have come this far, we have no choice but to do this. I opened the status board and checked my view account. I thought it would decrease because I took a break yesterday, but it actually has gone up. It is 900 million. Still 4 days remaining and first place in the real-time rankings. If I am in the 3rd place in the total ranking, I have plenty enough chance. It is going up to a strange degree even though I still haven't met the Demon Lord. A synergizing effect might have happened because I spoke to Alex, Hikaru. Actually, the viewer count increased quite a bit in the date with Rufria yesterday. Rufria was beautiful yesterday. Her sparkling figure under the sunlight must have been a sight that even the people on Earth couldn't take their eyes off. Or maybe it came from their hatred of me hanging around with her. Killing his childhood friend and yet dating an Isekai beauty. That would definitely be a great headline for them. Today's plan is apparently to check the third floor to see if the Demon Lord is here. We will be sweeping the floor for a whole day with 2 rotations of 12 hours each. If the Demon Lord is not found, the next day we will apparently begin the search in the 4th floor. In other words, even with these numbers, we are technically split in 2. If we end up missing the Demon Lord by some strange prank of fate, it will go up the floors. At worst, it could even come out to the surface. That's apparently the scenario that must be prevented at all costs. According to Alex, the Great Spirits would come out in order to defeat the Demon Lord, and it will turn into an irreversible situation. If that happens, it will be impossible to return the Great Spirits to their churches, and the spirit energy balance of the dungeon will crumble and it will perish. That's why the Demon Lord alone must definitely be exterminated. That's the duty of the city that has created a dungeon artificially. Now then, we will be dividing you all into 3 groups. Spread in whatever manner you wish. With the order of the man in the front, the explorers spread out in 3 groups in a haphazard manner. Well then, I will be regrouping with the boys. Let's do our best so we don't die. Alex, yeah, let's do our best. Hikaru, Alex pushes his fists out, and I bump fist with him before we go our separate ways. Looks like Rufria is at the opposite side of Alex's party. It seems to be a group with a lot of women. Ah, Hikaru. Over here, over here. Rufria is beckoning me over with a smile. The gazes of the fully armored women gathered on me, and it felt incredibly uncomfortable. Tilda. So this is your boyfriend, Rufria-chan. Ah, I am Gloria. Nice to meet you. I am Mopal. I have heard about you from Full-nan. You saved her in the 2nd floor. I would like to thank you too, Nan. Whoa, you really are completely in black. 3 women unrestrainedly close the distance, and it flusters me. One of them is a lynx. Or more like, this group is full of women. Hey, Hikaru is troubled here. Rufria helped me out here, but she is hugging my arm, so it is pulling their attention even more. Even the 3 other women whistled at this. There was talk that Rufria-chan, who was said to not have interest in men, had suddenly gotten a nice man, so I was wondering what was going on here, but that's so nice. There's a lot of encounters, but the explorer men are all kinda the same. Hikaru-kun looks like an upstart, but that's also fresh and cute. Now that you mention it, there haven't been those types until now. The female explorers were saying what they pleased. Honestly speaking, I am super bad at dealing with these unreserved gazes. I wanted to hide in the darkness, but using darkness fog here would stand out way too negatively here. Now, everyone, leave the talk already and let's get going. The Demon Lord might be here, so you might die if you are not careful. Yes, Nan. Also, Rufria-chan and the boyfriend, follow us for now. Yes. Okay. The red-haired woman in red armor seems to be the leader of this group. Her bright red full-body armor stands out, but her giant axe on her back stands out even more. Just how much physical strength does one need to have to swing around an axe like that? It looks heavier than the great sword of Rufria. With one order of the red-haired explorer, she grabbed hold of everyone, and the exploration started. The 3 parties advance in different directions. We are a party of 14 including me. You could say it is Rufria and me plus 2 other parties. Rufria and I are in charge of keeping guard at the back. Sorry about just now. Everyone knows that I am diving with you, So it turned out like that. Rufria, it can't be helped. By the way, that Link's person. Could it possibly be that she is not hired? Hikaru, that's right. Mo-san is a big veteran that has been treading this line of work for 10 years. Her tier is apparently pretty high too. Rufria, she does look strong. Hikaru, Apple-san was taking the job of a scout and hopping ahead. Grateful and the other hired lynxes most likely aim to be like her. Her armor is all mithril and it looks cool. This might be what you would call the senior you aspire to become. Chapter 92, Magic Silver Ranks Battle and a Thread of Hope. We begin the exploration in the 3rd floor, the straying big mist garden, that has mist shrouding it. Because each group went their separate ways, it didn't take long for the other teams to come out of sight. If we find the Demon Lord, how do we regroup with the other teams? Hikaru. For the 3rd floor, it would be the hunting horn. Rufria. Hunting horn? Hikaru. According to Rufria, the hunting horn is a wind spirit tool, and depending on the location of the 3rd floor you are in, you blow on it in a certain way, and we tell each other the location of the Demon Lord in that way. Then there's the need for practice. Hikaru, that's right. I haven't participated, but the guild does group training every now and then. Cause if you don't know the phrases, you won't even know where the relayed location is after all. So I say, but apparently it has been several years since a Demon Lord has come all the way to the 3rd floor. Rufria, what about the 4th floor? Hikaru, the team in the 4th floor that finds it would shoot fireworks towards the waterfall. You can see that waterfall from almost anywhere on that floor. Rufria, I see. They have thought it through. Hikaru, the 3rd floor is a mist floor. Even if you find the Demon Lord, what's the point if they can't even rush to support each other? That's why they use the hunting horn phrases to relay each other's location. Mopal-san, who went ahead inside the mist, returned. Tutro. Mopal, the names were shortened just like a veteran party. Must be a mixed party of 2 gremlins and 2 trolls. It is a pain of a combination within the monsters that show up in this floor. Now then, what to do? Hikaru, you haven't properly watched how other explorers fight, right? Rufria, I have, but, now that you mention it, not high-ranked explorers. Hikaru, I would say silver rank at most. It would be my first time seeing gold, and more so mithril rank, which is higher than that. The leader of the party is the red-haired one. All 6 are combatants. When it comes to parties at that level, it seems there's no member that doesn't fight regardless if they are porters or any other role. So they aren't hiring a porter. Hikaru, they have a magic storage bag after all. Rufria, what's that? Hikaru, you have a dark storage in your spirit abilities, right? It is a magic tool that replicates that. Rufria, there's even something like that. No, there's a magic tool that can replicate water healing abilities, so this is natural, huh? Hikaru, the deposition of darkness, shadow bag, is the 3rd or 4th ability I learned, if I remember correctly. It is not like it is some advanced ability. So it is not impossible to turn it into a magic tool, huh? It costs around 25 gold coins though. Rufria, that much? Hikaru, magic tools are expensive to begin with, but 25 gold coins is really something. That's a price that could build a house. Well, that must be testament to how important it is though. By the way, that it has the same storage capacity as Shadow Bag means that it has enough space to store spirit stones for a single exploration. Spirit stones that mithril rank parties can get from monsters are mostly pretty big, so it must be pretty rough to move with a rucksack full of those. Ah, they have begun. Rufria, a mixed party of gremlins and trolls are apparently pretty problematic if you fight them up front. We have only fought with a method of separating the gremlins and trolls, so I only know about how annoying they are from information though. The gremlins apparently get in the way of defeating the trolls by using spirit abilities, and that's apparently a pain. Gremlins are mostly at the back of the trolls, so if you fight them normally, you would have to defeat the trolls first, or you won't be able to get to the gremlins. While you are taking your time with the trolls, you will be annoyed by the spirit abilities of the gremlins, and the front line is prone to crumbling from that. Now then, as for how the mithril ranks fight. Ah, I see. Hikaru, it ended in an instant. First, one of the gremlins was defeated by the shot of an arrow, and at the next instant, the thin sword of Mopal-san pierced the other one and died. I honestly couldn't tell when Mopal-san had slipped past the trolls and got to the back. One of the trolls was split in two by the sweeping strike of the red-haired leader's giant axe, and the last one was slain by a spear. It was so impressive I couldn't learn anything. Hikaru, that was overwhelming. As expected. Rufria, it was literally on a whole other level. It is close to that feeling of low-level monsters in games not being an opponent at all. So this is how it looks in real life. What floor do they dive in? Hikaru, the 6th floor. They are the few explorer parties that can get through the 5th floor, Hell to Glory. Rufria, 6th floor. Isn't that the current lowest floor? Hikaru, it still isn't known how many floors this dungeon has in total. However, by having someone exploring till the 5th floor and bringing information back, other explorers can hunt monsters more safely. Diving to the 6th floor, the dawn of the Great Plain, that has no information circulating would be like wearing a blindfold. You would be fighting unknown monsters. That is an exploration in the real meaning of the word. You could even say these girls are one of the few real explorers in this dungeon. Hikaru, there's no way this is possible, but could it be that you don't know about them? The Crimson Vials? Rufria, nope, didn't know. Hikaru, eh? They are the most famous explorer party in this city. And here I felt something was off when we were talking. Rufria, it has only been about a few weeks since I came to this city. Then, those people are the Crimson Vial party? Hikaru, that's right. They are all Undyne Mithril rank. It is said the leader Garnet-san is close to reaching Salamander rank. Rufria, that's impressive. Salamander rank is the #1 rank, in other words, the highest. This city currently doesn't have anyone in Salamander rank, so that means this is the party with the highest contribution, huh? In my previous world, physical work was normally handled by men. But this world has tears and spirit abilities. That's one of the reasons why a relatively short man like me can fight. Of course, there's no issue with women fighting as well. What's most important in a party is teamwork. You know a party like that? That's impressive, Rufria. Hikaru, at the time when I was forming a party with the girls of my household, we were also a party mainly of girls, so they treated us well. They said it is also the duty of the ones above to look after their juniors. Rufria, I see. Well, it is true that it is mostly men after all. Hikaru, it is not that I know a lot about explorers, but it is true that a cursory glance at it made me feel that it is an industry with mostly men. It would feel constraining for the women, so they must have taken a stance of helping each other out. The party of Gloria-san is also famous, you know? The Sneeze of the Goddess is a cute party name, but it is powerful. Rufria, only the 6 of the Crimson Vials participated in that battle just now. Us and the remaining 6 were on standby. Those other ones must be the Sneeze of the Goddess. Beginning with a brunette Gloria that has wavy tied-up hair, everyone has heavy equipment, and they are a party that seems like they have strong rushing force. Wait, Rufria-chan, you are calling this delicate and cute maiden powerful? Call me elegant, beautiful, and strong. Gloria, oh, you were listening, Gloria-san? Rufria, of course I would. When speaking of powerful, you fit the bill more, Rufria-chan using a ridiculously big sword like that. Gloria, I am aiming to become an explorer that doesn't lose in power against monsters after all. I am far from reaching my master though. Rifria, it seems Gloria-san and her group are the same generation as Rifria, a bit older though, and it seems like she is in a more casual relationship with the Crimson Vials. Even so, the Crimson Lady and her party really are impressive. The third floor monsters are nothing to them. Gloria, Crimson Lady? Hikaru, ahaha, the nickname of Garnet Neen. Gloria, bright red armor, red hair, and swinging a giant red axe. You could even say Garnet-san is the incarnation of fire. That red color of hers might have the effect of attracting the monsters like a matador. Whichever the case, it seems like the day will be a cozy exploration. It would be a different story if a panther shows up, but that doesn't show often. Gloria, eh? The Demon Lord won't show up? Hikaru, ahaha tilde. A Demon Lord takes several days to go up even one floor and accumulate power after all tilde. If it has been found 2 days ago in the 5th floor, the chances are that maybe it is in the 4th floor or maybe not. Even so, there have been past exceptions, so we are simply confirming the 3rd floor properly too. Gloria, I see. It is fine to face it in the 3rd floor, but it would be dangerous if they search the 4th floor and then it ends up with the Demon Lord having already arrived at the 3rd floor and going up to the 2nd floor, huh? This probably is telling of how big the increase in power is as it goes up in floors. Then, tomorrow will be the 4th floor? Hikaru, that's right tilde. Hikaru-kun, do you have experience in the 4th floor? Gloria, none. Hikaru, then, stick to the backs of these Ani-sans, okay? We will protect you. Gloria-san winks at me. But at this rate, there's the chance I can see the monsters in the 4th floor I haven't seen yet. If we go down all the way to the 5th floor, I can see from up close the clearing method of veterans. The next ones fighting will apparently be them, the sneeze of the goddess. I watch that from a faraway location and think, I am glad I managed to get first place on viewers. Hikaru, if my current real-time ranking wasn't first, I might have gone as far as going down to the 4th floor alone to meet the Demon Lord. I was completely tormenting myself yesterday until Rifria brought me out, and I actually did intend to do that. However, if I am in a situation that can help me maintain first place, then the story is different. It would be scarier to push myself and end up dying. It might be a negative way of thinking, but failing after coming this far is what scares me the most. I can get the resurrection gem. I can feel that I am this close already. I operate the status board and read the description that I have seen several times already. Resurrection gem, sacred treasure. The god gem that brings back your important someone to life. The ones who died on Earth, the ones who died in the parallel world, it can be used for any of those two. Be careful as this will revive them at the place they died. If it isn't someone important to you, it won't be possible to revive them. If I get first place, I can revive Nanami. I don't know in what way that will change my life, and maybe it might not change it at all. Even if I manage to revive Nanami, the place she will be revived in is the place she died. In other words, in her room on Earth. I don't have the means to even know if she actually revived. But that's fine too. Right now, even if I can't think of anything, even if I can't find any meaning in living in this world, if I can accomplish that one thing of reviving my childhood friend, I will at the very least feel that coming to this world being hated by the whole planet had meaning. I don't know if that's hope or pointless sentimentality. Even so, that's the only thing I can cling to. I can't return to my original world, and have no choice but to live in this world while being exposed to the gazes of curiosity. I have no choice but to do this. Until my last days. Chapter 93, the end of the first day of exploration and no return. After this and that, the 11-hour exploration ended. In the end, Rifria and I just followed behind without fighting. Depending on the viewer count, I was thinking about stealthily withdrawing, but the fighting visage of a high-ranked explorer is not something you see often. The viewers are not only not decreasing, they are continuously going up, so I decided to stay put in the end. The expert teamwork of the Crimson Vials, the heavy equipment of the sneeze of the goddess that pushed the monsters and wiped them out had quite the visual impact. This was probably interesting for the viewers too. My battle style revolves around hiding in the darkness, so in terms of visuals, it is super plain. It is a shame that the Demon Lord didn't show up, but thinking about the remaining days, you could say that we managed to shift the climax closer to the last day. It is not a bad situation. The team for the rotation had come, and they took over the exploration of the third floor. All the 40 people of the first half pulled out, and we will be diving again tomorrow after properly resting. Finally the fourth floor tomorrow. The second half team isn't going down the floor and continuing the exploration of the third floor. According to Gloria-san, it is the rules, so they explore the third floor as well, but the Demon Lord is probably still on the fifth floor or beginning to go up to the fourth floor. It would be bad to have it go up, so wouldn't it be risky to have it go up? Is the heavy question I tried asking, but rather than defeating the Demon Lord in the fifth floor that even regular monsters are strong, having it go up to the fourth floor would have less dangers. It is true that, even if the objective is to defeat the Demon Lord, there will be normal monsters around too, so this might be the natural option to take. The second half team will continue the exploration of the third floor, but their main objective is to make sure the Demon Lord hasn't gone up to the third floor, and most are silver rank. The duty of defeating the Demon Lord is taken by the first half team. And in reality, compared to the mithril rank and gold rank comprising half of the first half team, the second half team's equipment is normal and feels unreliable. What do they do if the second half team finds the Demon Lord? Hikaru, they call the first half team while holding it off in the stairs of the floor. Today we will also be staying in the inn that the guild prepared. Rufria, in that case, the second half team is undertaking a bigger risk. I don't think holding it back is so easy. Hikaru, well, that's true, but there's barely any past cases where the second half team has encountered the Demon Lord. Garnet-san and the others have also gotten a preview of the fourth floor. There rarely is a chance for it to come up as long as there's no extraordinary circumstances. Rufria, I see. Hikaru, in other words, the ecology of Demon Lords has been mostly clarified, and the second half team is mostly there for insurance. There's apparently Demon Lords who are in forms that are difficult to find, so a 24-hour system was taken, but before that, it was all done in 12 hours of exploration. Whichever the case, what I will be doing has been settled since the beginning. Sorry, Rufria, I will be staying. Hikaru, I stopped in front of the stairs to the second floor and told her that. Eh? But, Rufria, I don't plan on leaving the dungeon until the Demon Lord shows up. I will be mixing in with the second group, so you can go back, Rufria. Hikaru, there's 3 days left. I can't get indolent here in order to get first place. There's time zones, so no matter the timing, it is golden time somewhere on Earth. If at the time when the Demon Lord appears I am absent, I wouldn't be able to regret it enough. It has been around 40 days since the Ice-Kite transfer. According to Alex, there has been no chosen who has encountered a Demon Lord. No, there simply might not have been a subjugation record of it, but there could have been someone who has encountered one. Whichever the case, viewers will definitely increase. I still haven't gotten first place in the total rankings. I don't have any leisure time. It is for this that I took my sweet time sleeping yesterday. I am participating solely as the porter of Rufria, so there's the chance I will trouble her if I act so selfishly, but even with that, I can't pull back here. If I exchange crystals for stamina potions, there will be no issues with me acting without sleeping for a certain degree. Fortunately, I have a decent amount of saved up crystals from the time I was shut in. Then, I will stay here too. I am still your party member after all. Rufria, but... Hikaru, no buts. We are still a party. Right? Also. It is actually normal to camp when in the dungeon. It is just that you are abnormal, Hikaru. Rufria said this after a bit of deliberation. I thought she would say that. It is not like I proposed this in hopes she would say that, but she is kind, and I know from our short time together that she is a person with a caring personality. You don't really have to keep me company, you know? This is just me being selfish here. Hikaru, there will be an evaluation in the Demon Lord's subjugation, and there's quite the reward for meritorious deeds. There's a special reward for the ones that find it. Rufria answers like that, most likely to be considerate. I see. Thanks, Rufria. You are a great help. Hikaru, after that, Rufria told Garnet-san the circumstances, and got permission to stay behind. Explorers are in the end just a haphazard mix of people like Yakuzas. We are not corporate employees, and it is not like we are tied up by rules that much. Not participating isn't forgiven, but aside from that, they are pretty tolerant. Want to mix into the group of the second half and hunt in the third floor? Rufria, no, fool's not here, so let's rest at the stairs. Hikaru, I probably can't expect much increase in viewership from fighting anymore. Even so, if it had just been me going down to the fourth floor or fighting in the third, it would have been fine, but with Rufria, I can't push it. Let's act with a battle against the Demon Lord as the highest priority. Then, let's go back. We are resting in the stairs connecting the third and second floor, right? Rufria, no, let's go for the one connecting to the fourth floor. If it is there, we will be the first ones to notice if the Demon Lord goes up. No, I am that, so maybe I would attract the Demon Lord? Hikaru, even a Great Spirit's armor needs a decent distance in order to detect a loved one, so I think it will be okay. Rufria, Great Spirits detect loved ones within 100 meters. It is not like I confirmed by actually doing a cat and mouse with them, but Rufria asked a priest of the church, so it should be correct. By the way, the stairs from the third to the fourth floor easily go over 100 meters. The chances are low that the Demon Lord would come up for me if it is far down in the floors. No, the development is right up my alley. I am here to fight the Demon Lord. Chapter 94, Thunderfang and the two alone at the stairs. Rufria and I had moved to the stairs leading to the fourth floor. Even if there's a lot of parties exploring the straying Big Mist Garden, we rarely bump into any other explorers. There's the simple reason of the dungeon being vast, but most of the reason why is because of the dense mist. According to one theory, this mist makes explorers not meet with other explorers by unconsciously leading them to other directions. Well, there's barely any backing to this, but we are talking about a mysterious space like a dungeon, so there might be stuff like that. The reality is that we didn't encounter any party on our way to the stairs. They apparently have one party as lookouts in front of the stairs, and in the off chance that the Demon Lord comes up, that party would blow the hunting horn. Well, whichever the case, there's almost no chance the Demon Lord will be showing up today though. We will be serving as lookouts here as well. Pleasure to work with you. Hikaru, there's always a party in charge of watching the stairs to the fourth floor. I say lookouts, but it is not like there's anything to do until the Demon Lord shows up. There's almost no monsters around the stairs, and it is not like there's smartphones to kill time here. And in reality, the explorer party of 3 were playing a card game. Yeah, please to work with. Wait, ain't that Hikaru? One of the explorers turned here, and it was the Canadian handsome man, Alex. Eh? You didn't go back, Alex? Hikaru, right back at you. But I get ya. There's no way we can miss an interesting event like a Demon Lord subjugation, right? Alex, mine is to get first place in the viewer count race, But it seems Alex stayed here simply because it is amusing. I even feel jealous that he is actually enjoying the Isekai life. Hikaru, you had acquaintances amongst the explorers? Rifria showed her face from my back, and Alex and his party all went to IU and froze. I am in a party with Hikaru. My name is Rifria Ashbird. Nice to meet you. Rifria introduces herself in a polite manner. She lowered her head, and her silky platinum blonde hair flowed down. There was a mysterious charm to it. I am Jack Alexander Fox. Please call me Alex, or Jack, or whatever you wish. Alex, I am Crabble. Silverang Explorer. Crabble, same here. Name's Joe Jordan. Jordan. Alex and his party begin introducing themselves while stammering to the point that it made me wonder if they would bite their tongues. Was the last one Jordan, or Joe Jordan? By the way, Crabble has red curly hair and a two-handed sword. Joe Jordan has blue hair with his face being like that of a young nobleman, and he is fat. His equipment is lightweight, so he must be a spirit user. If you would like, want to play C cards with us? It is the cards that Alex made, and it is pretty fun. Judging from the lining of the cards, they seem to be playing poker. Or more like, that Alex, to even declare that he was the one who created them. Those are some nerves. Well, for stuff like this, the faster one wins though. I look at the face of Rifria. It is not like I am against playing cards with them. It is better to do something than nothing when it comes to getting views. But it doesn't look like Rifria is into this at all. Sorry. I want to be alone with him. Rifria, eh? Hikaru. Rifria took my hand gently, and pulled me immediately down to the stairs. When I look back, I could see the three standing there dumbfounded, and it was a strangely distinctive sight. I guess it should be fine around here. Rifria, after going down the stairs for a while, Rifria stopped in place. What's the matter? Those guys were dumbfounded, you know? Hikaru, course you know, those people look at me with weird eyes. Rifria, well, that might be true. Hikaru, it is true. Rifria, my little sisters would often be seen with weird eyes, so I can somewhat understand. Gazes of interest. Even if the person themselves has no ill intent, it just feels uncomfortable. Rifria is beautiful, so it is not like I don't understand why they can't help getting that kind of reaction. Well, men just can't help it. It is not like they are bad guys. Hikaru, I understand that. Also. It is true that I wanted to be alone with you. Rifria, saying this, she prompts me to sit. The third floor stairs are the same as the garden ones, made from chamfered stone, so it didn't feel bad sitting on them. But the cold wind of the fourth floor reached all the way here. My skin was somewhat cold. Rifria, if you get sleepy, it is okay to go to sleep. I will keep watch. Hikaru, no way I would feel sleepy yet. Rifria, normal monsters don't get close to the stairs that much. But being careless can be our downfall, and it seems like it is 100% certain. There are rare instances where monsters would go up or down. And so, having both of us sleeping would be suicidal. Of course, there's also the chance that the Demon Lord would come up. A space where silence reigns. The sound of the waterfall in the fourth floor and the voices of Alex right above us don't reach here. But here, if the Demon Lord is in the third floor, we might not notice. Rifria, no, I don't think it is in the third floor yet. I can feel a dangerous presence from below after all. Hikaru, you can feel it? The presence of the Demon Lord? Rifria, just a feeling. The feel of the spirits is, how to say it, different. Hikaru, loved ones are impressive. Rifria, this is a feeling that I acquired after arriving in this world and running the whole way in the forest with my life right in my throat. Beings that have dense spirit energy. Be it a living being or a monster, I can somewhat tell they are there. Of course, it is in most part because of the affection of spirits, but this is one of the few special skills that I have obtained. Then, even if the Demon Lord comes up, we would be able to tell. Rufria, not for certain, but I think I would be able to tell if it is a strong one. Hikaru, I will be counting on you then, Tilda. Rufria, it is true that the stronger the being is like demon lords, the easier it is for me to sense them. I had that baseless confidence. Even so, the demon lord doesn't seem to be near. It would be better to rest our bodies in preparation for the battle ahead. However, there's something I have to tell her. Chapter 95, Declaration of Love and Truth. Rufria, aren't you cold? Use this. I bought it yesterday, so it is clean. Hikaru. I take off my overcoat and put it on Rufria. It is an overcoat made of stiff and hard cloth, but it should be better than having nothing. Are you not cold, Hikaru? Rufria. No, I am pretty resistant to cold. Hikaru. You don't sound convincing at all with that pale face. Rufria. Oh oi. Hikaru. She slides towards me to the point of sticking her body to mine, and then puts the overcoat to cover the both of us. The heat of us both was being concentrated by the overcoat, and it was warm. But it is a pretty embarrassing situation. See? With this, we are both warm. Rufria. Yeah, but... Hikaru. Foo. I spent the night sitting on the stairs with my previous party too. But I didn't in my wildest dreams think that I would spend the night sitting side by side with a man in this way. Rufria, same here. I didn't even have any intentions of getting close to anyone in this city after all. Hikaru, really? Rufria, yeah. You could say getting along with you was a big miscalculation. Hikaru, saying something like that again. Rufria, after that, we didn't say a single word for a while. In this darkness that's ruled by silence, we were just feeling our body heat. Once this battle ends, we won't be diving together again. She will become a Templar in her homeland, and I will be living in this dungeon forever. She might come meet me every now and then. I would be fine with that. Being like this, I find it hard to let go of her. Those are my honest feelings. Yesterday, Rufria brought me out to the light of the sun. Even if only for a brief period of time, I managed to forget about Earth. If it is her, I might be able to walk in this world. I certainly did feel that. I want to be with her forever. Things would be so easy if I could just say that. But the more I think about that, the more I treasure her, the more I have to keep her away from me. It would make the 7 billion people in Earth watch her. Hikaru, I love you. Rufria mutters. Who knows how many times she has confessed already. I can't even tell why she has liked me this much. But that might be just how love works. Just by being like this, I feel so fulfilled that I don't need anything else. To the point that I forget about my household, and about my little sister. Rufria. Is that so? Hikaru. That's why, Hikaru, even if this ends, I want to be together with you forever. Diving the dungeon together, renting a room together. Without the time limit. Forever. Rufria. Hikaru, she managed to say what she didn't manage to say before. I gave a time limit of 2 weeks. That's because that's the duration of the viewer count race. Because I was thinking of using her in that time frame only. But I didn't expect Rufria to hold this much interest towards me in that period of time. She will most likely notice her misunderstanding and take distance from me. I thought that's what would happen. Just seeing the reaction of Alex, anyone can tell that Rufria is an outstanding beauty. Peculiar platinum blonde hair, big almond color eyes, glossy lips with a tint red, and her proportions are on the level of a model. A girl like that should have as many choices as she wants. That's why I couldn't believe that she would be swayed by a plain guy like me with no redeeming qualities. I thought she was simply telling herself she liked me because I saved her life and was doing all this out of a sense of duty. But there were no lies in her words just now. Her words rang seriously and earnestly. I can't be together with you anymore, Rufria. Hikaru, that's why I clenched my teeth and answered in this manner. I am attracted to her to an unbearable degree. I want to be together with her too. Just how fun would it be to continue exploring together with Rufria and grateful? I feel like I would be able to find meaning in my life for this twist of fate that was coming to this world if it is together with her. My time with her was so special that I could feel confident about this. Even so, it is exactly because of this that I can't be with her anymore. It is not that you hate me, right? Rufria, if I were to answer that, I would be one mean person. That's why I can't answer. Hikaru, it is because I love her that I can't be with her. There's no way she would acknowledge an answer like that. But, in regards to the reason it is still not over yet, but it might be okay to tell her. No, I must tell her. If she takes distance from me with that, that's okay. There isn't that much time left. Once the Demon Lord is defeated, the viewer count race will end. I have borrowed the help of Rufria to an unbelievable extent already. Then, why? I was a good party member, right? We were finished clearing the 3rd floor, and we could have explored the 4th floor and maybe even the 5th floor. If you don't tell me I won't be able to give up. Rufria. You know I am not from this world. Hikaru, eh? Rufria, she opened her eyes wide at my sudden confession. I said something incomprehensible, so this is natural. I came from a different world to this one. Around 40 days ago. You might not be able to believe this though. Hikaru, that's just... No, this is the truth, right, Hikaru? Rufria, she distanced herself slightly from me, tilted her body this way, and looked straight at my eyes. Those eyes of hers had the light of someone that wanted to face me with sincere feelings. The reason I can't be with you is there. We otherworlders are being watched by the people of our world. Like gladiators made to fight as entertainment. Even at this very moment. Hikaru, being watched, you say. But no one is watching. Rufria looks restlessly around. If I hadn't been given the information beforehand in the status board, I wouldn't have believed that I am being watched 24/7 by people either. Don't look at me like that. As if I would make a stupid lie like this. Even now, 800 million people are watching us, and even listening to this conversation. Hikaru, 800 million, you say? I haven't even heard of that amount of people before. Rufria, the word million might not be a denominator you hear in this world. Rufria once again directed a gaze of suspicion towards me. Of course she would. If I had been told this at the time when I was on Earth, I would have doubted the other party's sanity. Chapter 96, because I am an outsider and because I decided to live alone. I don't have proof, but right. Watch this. Hikaru. I operate the status board, use 3 crystals, and buy a blanket. A blanket came out smoothly from nothing. I placed that blanket on the shoulders of Rufria. Rufria was taken aback by this, and was confirming the touch of the blanket. We get points depending on whether we otherworlders have entertained the guys on the other side. The viewers. By using those, you can buy a variety of items. This blanket was something I bought with that. The spirit energy potion I gave you before was from that too. This is something that would be impossible for the people in this world, right? Hikaru, but you have the shadow storage. Didn't you bring it out from there? Rufria, if I had it to begin with, I would have brought it out a long time ago. Also, you take it out from the shadows with shadow storage. It is not like things come out from thin air. Hikaru, I sink my hand into my shadow, and bring out a rope. Things come out from different places. The status board is in midair after all. But even if that's the case, that doesn't really make it a reason for you to not be able to be with me, right? I don't really care about where you come from. Rufria, I also wouldn't have cared if it were just about my origins. It is not that, it is the part about the viewers watching. It is a situation I can't do anything about. Hikaru. I don't really mind though. I can't even feel it after all. Rifria tilts her head cutely. I figured she would be answering like that. Can't even feel it. Not feeling the reality of it. I probably don't even feel it either. The only thing that shows me this are the numbers in the status board after all. Or maybe the unread messages that I still haven't opened and continue increasing? It bothers me. I don't want to display you to others, Rifria. I don't want them to look. Hikaru. Don't want them to look, you say. Ah, are you talking about that night? Rifria. That's right. I am truly sorry about that night. I was drunk, and I didn't expect you to make such a bold move, Rifria. Wait, that's just me making excuses. You can reprimand me as much as you wish. Hikaru. That's something I did myself, so I don't really mind. You don't want them to see me, huh? Is that possessiveness? Rifria. She gave me an upward glance and her mouth curved up as she asked me this. Don't make such a happy face. It is possessiveness. No, if I had to put it more accurately, it is a more complicated feeling, but anyways, I had you cooperate with me without telling you something this important. Hikaru. I don't get it. You can fight pretty well by yourself, right, Hikaru? You don't really need my help, right? You even gave a deadline, so you got to explain everything to me. Rifria. I needed to increase my viewers no matter what for these 2 weeks only. If I get first place, I can get a special item. I want it no matter what. Hikaru. I was repulsed at myself just saying it. I wanted something, so I used you. That's basically what it meant. What do you get? Rifria. When she asked me this, I decided to tell everything to Rifria. It seems like there's still time before the Demon Lord shows up. I spoke about Nanami. About how I came to this world after having been killed. About how I barely made it out of the forest with my life. And that I am hated to death by the people on the other side because I am suspected of being the one that killed my childhood friend. Rifria silently listened to my story. I don't know if she will be able to understand even if I explain it to her. It should be really hard to understand for the people in this world, including the circumstances. Even so, I spoke. Once I began speaking, I couldn't stop. I ended up talking on and on one-sidedly. Maybe I just wanted someone to hear me out. Alex said, it is painful not being able to talk about my own roots. I feel like I understand the meaning now. It didn't click with me at that time, but it really is hard to understand oneself. That's everything. The reason why I am here. Hikaru. So that's how it was. Rifria. It is questionable whether Rifria actually properly understood my circumstances. But by hearing me out, I feel like a bit of my worries in my chest had been taken away. That childhood friend is a girl, right? Was she your girlfriend? Rifria. We didn't have that kind of relationship. She was the closest girl I knew, but we knew each other since infancy, so I would say we were more like siblings. Like family. Hikaru. Family. Rifria. That's most likely the closest word that can describe my relationship with Nanami. Compared to my little sisters that were not normal in a whole lot of ways, the normal Nanami was someone that allowed respite in my heart. Anyways, I am sorry for keeping it from you. But with this, you should be able to understand why I can't be with you. Also. Once this viewer count race ended, I intended to pay for having used you without your consent. After getting first place. Once I managed to revive Nanami, I would have done anything possible. I wouldn't have minded dying if that's what you wished for. Hikaru. Dying, you say? There's no way I would wish for that. Also. Even when you told me all that, it really doesn't click with me, or like. I understand that you are telling this really seriously, but. I don't really mind, you know? If they want to watch, just let them watch. Rufria, I knew you would say that, Rufria, but. I don't want to. I can't. I can't drag you into this. I don't want to. Hikaru, diving into the dungeon, and defeating a demon lord, even if I hadn't asked, it is something that an explorer can't avoid if they continue that line of work. That's why, as long as she is okay with the fact that I delayed her retirement, there's no problem. But dragging her into a live stream that is attached to another world like me is a different story. No matter how much I explain to Rufria, there's no way she would be able to get it. It is a world where PCs, smartphones, and even TVs don't exist, so there's no way she would be able to understand. I am not such a fiend that would go "it is fine" since she said it is fine. There's also the fact that I am being hated. I would drag her into that too. Is there nothing that can be done? Rufria, nothing. Also, you have your dream of becoming a Templar, right? Forget that you met me, and make your dream come true. Hikaru. Then, what would happen with you, Hikaru? What are you going to do? After we go our separate ways? Rufria, I still haven't thought about it, but maybe I'll live my life hunting monsters mainly in the second floor. Hikaru, if I hunt monsters in the second floor while doing almost the same thing every day, I won't be getting the attention of the viewers, and it shouldn't be a bad lifestyle. I am pushing myself here because I want to revive Nanami, but it is actually a bit rough on me. The voices of the spirits, the gazes of the spirits, there are times when I would misconstrue them as the gazes from Earth. After reading those messages. I was completely traumatized. Even now, somewhere in my heart, I still have the desire of living in the darkness forever. Do you intend to die? Rufria, those words of Rufria startled me. Once I revive Nanami, I will eventually give up on living, and put an end to it. I felt as if she had seen right through that part in my heart that felt it was okay to do that. I won't die. I will simply be going back to how I was before I met you. Hikaru, liar. Don't lie to me with a face like that. Rufria, it is not a lie. Well, I will probably be leading what's basically a dead life though. Ha ha ha. Hikaru, I tried laughing it off lightly. I honestly think that was a pretty bad deflect, but she didn't pursue it further. She must have understood that my feelings are not going to be changing. Hikaru, I told you I have a little sister, right? Do you remember that? Rufria, I do. You said you had a talented little sister. Hikaru, I also told you I was dungeon diving because I needed money, right? Rufria, yeah. Hikaru, and so, I didn't tell you this, but. My little sister is ill. The medical treatment requires a lot of money. Rufria said before that the reason why she dungeon dove was because she was training to become a Templar and to earn money. I didn't think too deeply as to how she would be using that money. You are remitting that money? Hikaru, yeah. My mother has already retired from being a Templar. Living off of the pension is one thing, but it isn't enough for the treatment. Rufria, I see. Rufria and her little sister were supposed to become Templars and earn money for their family. Because that plan has crumbled, she has been sending money home while training to become a Templar. Is basically how it is, huh? Then, there's more reason to pass the Templar exam. Hikaru, wrong, Hikaru. The Templar business is fine already. I will be an explorer here forever. Together with you, Hikaru. Rufria, don't be silly. Hikaru, I have been able to send a whole lot of money home since I made a party with you, Hikaru, and with this, there's no need to force myself to become a Templar. More importantly, it would be better to be together with the person I love, Rufria. Hikaru, I don't want her to shake my heart. Do you know just how much I want to be by your side too? Is this just my own selfishness, or the right tact? I don't get anything at all. I don't, but there's nothing that can be done. I want you to understand. No is a no. Hikaru. Rafria hung her head down and her shoulders trembled. I didn't even have the right to take those shoulders in my embrace, and continued watching the deep darkness expanding to the lower floors with an absent mind. Chapter 97, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3687th. 4. Anonymous from Earth. Because we are watching, Hikaru is taking the path of misery himself. 8. Anonymous from Earth. But I can't stop watching. The more Hikaru treads into the darkness, the less I can take my eyes off. Sorry for being a piece of SHT. 10. Anonymous from Earth. It must be pretty rough for him. I feel bad for him, like. Seriously. 14. Anonymous from Earth. He said he would do anything, but being together is a no, huh. 16. Anonymous from Earth. He once again said that he arrived in that world after being killed. I would like to hear more about the situation in detail though. 19. Anonymous from Earth. Most of the information it comprises comes from the announcements of the police and the speculations of Celica after all. What's most important is to apprehend the culprit. 22. Anonymous from Earth. Wonder with what eyes the culprit is watching Hikaru. 25. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, he finally said he wants to revive Nanamikan. It is just as Celica thought. No, anyone could tell. 28. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamikan really played a big role in Hikaru's life. Hikaru rejecting Rafria here must be because of Nanamikan. 30. Anonymous from Earth. He says it is not because of love, but that also means that's how important his family is. 32. Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, I have been watching all this while with this in mind, but Hikaru himself didn't outright state he was reviving Nanamikan until now. 35. Anonymous from Earth. Seeing Rafria so desperate made me want to cry. No, I cried. 37. Anonymous from Earth. For some reason, I cried too. This is sad. 39. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, I think Kunichin considers the objective of Rafria-san to become a knight as incredibly noble. But she herself is saying she is fine with throwing that away. Her objective might be the equivalent of I went to college in order to get a job at the local bank. 44. Anonymous from Earth. It is not like the person herself said that that's her dream after all. Templar. 47. Anonymous from Earth. Her household is renowned for their Templars, so she probably can't just easily say maybe no apostrophe. People like Celica who are geniuses that can open their own paths as much as they want wouldn't be able to understand that feeling. The importance of the rails set for you. 48. Anonymous from Earth. Rafria saying plainly that she wanted to rent a room with him made my heart skip a beat. She definitely doesn't understand the meaning of being watched by 800 million people. 52. Anonymous from Earth. Of course she wouldn't. Even I wouldn't be able to. 53. Anonymous from Earth. Even though Hikaru was most likely in love with Rafria a long time ago. What's with this? What in the world is going on? 54. Anonymous from Earth. Still being only 15 years old and not being able to dream of the future is too painful. 55. Anonymous from Earth. He has already secured a way to earn money, so I don't think he is too down in the pits though. 59. Anonymous from Earth. I haven't been popular with women or have money. Of course, no future either. 66. Anonymous from Earth. If you get eyes, kid, you might have another chance. How about participating in the Suspicious Lifestyle to be Chosen by God seminar? 71. Anonymous from Earth. There's rumors that there are quite a good amount of participants in those seminars. With God being proven real, the supernatural trait has gotten revitalized. 79. Anonymous from Earth. They aren't getting hit with divine punishment from that? 83, Anonymous from Earth. Divine punishment doesn't hit small-scale stuff. The reality is that the killers of the Chosens before the transfer didn't get divine punishment. 88, Anonymous from Earth. It is only towards people that tried to manipulate the viewership on a large scale. That's when divine punishment-like stuff happened. Also the people that would say I was the one who made it tilted towards edited videos other people made. 91, Anonymous from Earth. Chosen killers were probably within the plans of God. In the end, no matter if it is in the past or the present, that's something that would have definitely happened. Considering that, controlling the viewership is probably taken as being in the bounds of God. 94, Anonymous from Earth. If we think about it with the perspective of the origins of humanity until now, the ability to broadcast began just recently. 97, Anonymous from Earth. The world was connected with the internet only a few decades ago. Until then, the world overseas was truly so far that it felt like nice sky itself too. 102, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being watched by our sequels. Referee being exposed to evil intent too. Is that the possibility he is thinking? If he learns that there's no such intent when he opens the messages, maybe he would accept referee? 105, Anonymous from Earth. Celica also touched on that possibility. 111, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, for Unichan, the very gazes are not good, or like. I think he has perceived them as something bad. Even when watching other Chosen, none have said they felt gazes, so it is most likely just an issue of perception. However, that's on the contrary making the problem more complicated. You can't cut off something that's not even tangible, so there's no choice but to have Unichan change his perception. Karen, then, wouldn't he be able to tell there's no people with bad intentions if he were to open his messages? Celica, it depends on the person whether they believe that or not. Our only connection with the Chosen are the messages, you know? The problem is whether he would go if all messages are warm, then there's no problem. Karen, Une is stubborn in weird places after all. 118, Anonymous from Earth. Celica touches on the topic that our only connection is the messages every so often. This situation where the filter of God has been placed on the messages towards the Chosen is way too fragile, and it is easy to warp the truth of things. 119, Anonymous from Earth. There's a character limit to it, and what's shown in the status board is just the digital text. There's not even an avatar icon, and no information of the sender. 127, Anonymous from Earth. The craftiness of God shows here. The fact that it is not an actual proper messaging function but a simplified one. 131, Anonymous from Earth. They probably want to take the stance that we are simply fans of the Chosen. 134, Anonymous from Earth. There might be an actual mail function in the future. 138, Anonymous from Earth. There's the chance for a telephone one too. That would be tasty for the viewers too after all. 139, Anonymous from Earth. At the same time in another place, Alex and his party. 144, Anonymous from Earth. I laughed my ass out with Alex's side. 146, Anonymous from Earth. Ah, those two. Snuggling up with one overcoat. They are doing the rank 3 in what I wanted to do at least once after becoming an explorer. Seriously? Whoa. 149, Anonymous from Earth. Idiots I can't bring myself to hate. 152, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, even we haven't done anything bittersweet with Unichan like that. Karen, calm down. But that certainly ranks high in what an explorer would want to do at least once. 159, Anonymous from Earth. This is my first time seeing them speak like that. 164, Anonymous from Earth. Karen has fallen on the same level as Alex and his party. 168, Anonymous from Earth. You. Flush. Phew, Sorry about that 4 cards. Guy. Those idiots really are idiots. 173, Anonymous from Earth. Playing board games with those guys sounds like a lot of fun. 174, Anonymous from Earth. Tension 0. 178, Anonymous from Earth. I laughed out loud when they didn't even notice a ghoul getting really close because they were so into their poker game. 182, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, they should just forget about us watching and just flirt with each other. 187, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is way too stoic. 192, Anonymous from Earth. Well, I do understand the feeling of not wanting others to see the cute sides of their loved ones. 194, Anonymous from Earth. Then, are you okay with Referee-sama getting married with someone else? 199, Anonymous from Earth. No way I would be. Don't even joke about it. 205, Anonymous from Earth. Celica said Hikaru stated this with that resolve in mind. 209, Anonymous from Earth. What a man. 216, Anonymous from Earth. Ain't that NTR? 218, Anonymous from Earth. Say that once it actually happens, you heretic. 220, Anonymous from Earth. There's a whole ton of chosen who don't care one bit about that after all. 222, Anonymous from Earth. Like Master Don Juan. It even feels as if he is showing us. 227, Anonymous from Earth. It is that style of acting after all. 228, Anonymous from Earth. If it is an issue with money, doesn't Hikaru have a rare plant? Isn't it okay to bring that up? 234, Anonymous from Earth. It may be rare, but it is unknown how much it can be sold at. 236, Anonymous from Earth. It is 1 flower, so it would be crazy highly priced if it goes for 1 million. But for Hikaru and the others, 1 million isn't that much. 239, Anonymous from Earth. True. 247, Anonymous from Earth. If you are going to be living a modest lifestyle, then you might be able to survive for 1 year with just that 1 flower, but the treatment of Referee-sama's little sister is probably not on that scale. 253, Anonymous from Earth. But the equipment of Referee-sama is pretty nice, so maybe she isn't sending that much money back home? 258, Anonymous from Earth. That equipment aside from the sword, there are theories that maybe they are all hand-me-downs from her master. 265, Anonymous from Earth. Leaving aside what's the truth behind it, equipment and tools are a necessary expense for explorers. Trying to be frugal on that front and ending up not performing well as an explorer would be putting the cart before the horse. 267, Anonymous from Earth. But if she can't become a Templar, what would she be doing then? 275, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru said that he won't be partying with her even if that happens. He is simply doing his best right now because he has the mission of getting first place to revive Nanamikan. 277, Anonymous from Earth. The description of the aforementioned flower had written that it might serve for some sort of disease, right? I am sure that flower can cure disease of her little sister with that. I have read enough web novels to know where this is going. 285, Anonymous from Earth. Don't lump reality with fiction. 291, Anonymous from Earth. Leaving aside the other effects, can't they just choose a panacea or something? 294, Anonymous from Earth. That. 300, Anonymous from Earth. The panacea requires 3 points though. 303, Anonymous from Earth. You people are idiots. The disease of her little sister has nothing to do with Hikaru not being able to stay with Referee. 310, Anonymous from Earth. No, it must be serving as shackles for Referee herself. Once the matter of the little sister gets solved, she would be the very definition of an unfettered stalker. You can manage something by pushing incessantly against a gutless virgin like Hikaru. 313, Anonymous from Earth. The little sister of Rifrie-sama apparently had a brighter future than her after all. If the little sister's disease is cured, the little sister will be the one becoming the Templar. Rifria would be a free person then. 318, Anonymous from Earth. Alright, let's go with that story. Now, let's tell him through messages. 320, Anonymous from Earth. Don't even have anyone we can send it to. Maybe send it to Alex. 327, Anonymous from Earth. If we send it to Alex, won't he instead begin to make a pass on Rifria? 333, Anonymous from Earth. Jean-chan is going to be arriving at Melsia soon, so maybe tell Jean-chan? I am sure she will get pissed off though. 339, Anonymous from Earth. I am not a messenger girl. 349, Anonymous from Earth. That's actually starting to become a catchphrase for Jean. For some reason, there's a lot of, tell X person this or do Y this or please do Z. Even though she seems to be completely fed up with this, Jean still probably grants them, which says a lot about her. 355, Anonymous from Earth. I think she considers the messages as some sort of quest. She is a gamer after all. 357, Anonymous from Earth. Telling Jean is fine and all, but the messages themselves are not so easy to send now. At the beginning, maybe because God didn't adjust it well, or it might have been a limited time event because it had just opened, anything reached. 359, Anonymous from Earth. Because of that, a whole lot of flaming and slander reached Hikaru though. 364, Anonymous from Earth. Now you can't do it unless you have strong emotions accompanying it. I also tried sending messages to Jean-chan for the fun of it, but they were all bounced off. 368, Anonymous from Earth. The messages of family reach at a decent rate, so it really is about love. You are my pride and joy. By Mum. 374, Anonymous from Earth. Americans really like that phrase. Those were also sent to Alex, right? There, I am proud of you. Note, written in English. 377, Anonymous from Earth. In the silent darkness, only the sobbing of Rifrie-sama resonates in the stairs to the 4th floor. The pale profile of Hikaru is painful to watch. 378, Anonymous from Earth. The message function really has its goods and bads. I would say it tilts more on the bad side though. 383, Anonymous from Earth. Not really. Take Alex for example. He seems to actually be getting healed by the messages of his family. 385, Anonymous from Earth. How can we have Alex tell Hikaru once again to open his messages? 388, Anonymous from Earth. It seems even Seliku and Karen can't send too many messages. Moreover, there seems to be a system where, the more you send, the less probable your next ones will be sent. 392, Anonymous from Earth. There's no way they would implement a system where you can solve things by spamming the send button after all. 399, Anonymous from Earth. Well, even if your letter arrives, it normally doesn't equate to having them move according to it. It is the same logic as when someone tells us to study more, drink more energy drinks, don't eat ramen, or don't eat at night. We just don't listen. 413, Anonymous from Earth. In the eyes of Alex, participating in a demon lord subjugation looks as if he is adapted to the fantasy world after all. 417, Anonymous from Earth. Alex is a good guy, but he is pretty self-centered, or like he has the nature of the youngest child. He is not the type to worry much about others. Well, that's also part of his charm though. 422, Anonymous from Earth. In his conversation with Hikaru, he was talking about himself the whole time after all. 428, Anonymous from Earth. The fact that he at least tried telling him makes him a good guy. There was absolutely no benefit for him in this after all. 433, Anonymous from Earth. I confirmed the message history, and it seems quite a lot of negative messages have reached Alex too. Or more like, there's few chosen who don't get negative messages. The Chosen Wiki is written that Alex is the type to skim through messages that are not from his family or friends. 441, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it just that he tried avoiding sensitive topics in a time when they are about to subjugate a demon lord? 444, Anonymous from Earth. This is just for discussion, but in what way do we even tell Alex in order for it to properly transmit? The person himself has closed off his heart, so no matter how it is told to him, it wouldn't work. Moreover, it comes from a third party that has nothing to do with it. There's no way it would resonate with him. 448, Anonymous from Earth. The relationship Hikaru has with his family seems dicey after all. Karen muttered, I can't deny that there's a difference in temperature when it comes to feelings. 450, Anonymous from Earth. Alex, there was a message from your little sisters. Hikaru, from my little sisters. Thump. 459, Anonymous from Earth. Doesn't look like this will work. 461, Anonymous from Earth. Is Alex strong? He is a chosen, so he should be stronger than your average person because of his god skills though. 470, Anonymous from Earth. No. He has the characteristic messy point allocation that people who don't play games show in their character making. It is clear that it is better to have a specialization like Hikaru and Genie-chan, so I really can't say he is strong. Well, even with that, he has a good physique, and has the courage, so he ain't that bad. 478, Anonymous from Earth. As someone who skims through the line messages of my family, no matter how many times they tell me to read the messages, I would just go I know. 480, Anonymous from Earth. It resembles the cases when you cut off communication with your family in the time you slack in college. 482, Anonymous from Earth. The resurrection gem can be used on natives as well, so there's also the possibility of using it when Rafria dies. Or more like, is the Demon Lord battle going to be alright? They may be all relaxed because they are in a subjugation team, but Hikaru and Rafria are alone, so wouldn't they be in danger if they were to be attacked? 488, Anonymous from Earth. He is a loved one, so he attracts demon lords and all. 499, Anonymous from Earth. Loved ones don't really have such high value as prey, you know? Using loved ones to attract demon lords has been long done in the past, and the conclusion is that it can only detect them when they are a few tens of meters close. In the first place, if it could attract them even when they are hundreds of meters apart, there would be no reason for the subjugation team to not have one. 512, Anonymous from Earth. True. 514, Anonymous from Earth. They could just solve this by mobilizing the loved ones that the church has after all. Don't know how many loved ones there are though. 517, Anonymous from Earth. It seems it is on the level of 1 in every 400 people. That goes for loved ones and hated ones. 523, Anonymous from Earth. Honestly, not only the messages, Hikaru seems to want to forget about Earth itself. Even if Nanamikan comes back to life, she would be reviving here, and she won't have any relation with Hikaru's life. 528, Anonymous from Earth. Knowing that several millions of people are watching you in their living rooms would be chill-inducing. Can't even beat your meat in peace. That's hell. 530, Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, Alex didn't bring the defensive suit with him. 541, Anonymous from Earth. He brought the Randall knife that his father gave him. Looking closely, I can tell he has it on his person. 548, Anonymous from Earth. Father. Why did you give him a mere knife? 552, Anonymous from Earth. Over there, the ones who hold knives are apparently ones that have become true men. It might be something similar to passing on Japanese sword that is your family heirloom. 555, Anonymous from Earth. This goes without saying, but aside from people who battle, that aforementioned suit is nothing but heavy clothing. There's even people who have sold it. 568, Anonymous from Earth. If an old man suddenly comes to an unknown world in that suit, it would definitely scare people. 574, Anonymous from Earth. Now that used ones are circulating, there's no doubt it is scaring more people around the world. 579, Anonymous from Earth. Even though it is actually good stuff, things really don't go as people expect. 586, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, money rules over everything. 591, Anonymous from Earth. Rather than bringing something you don't know what effects could cause, just bring origami paper, make them into cranes or something on the road, and sell them. That would bring in more money and it wouldn't be as risky. 600, Anonymous from Earth. Even if we suddenly end up living in a foreign country, you can at the very least say you are from Japan. You can explain things with that much. However, in an Isekai transfer, even that is sealed, so the difficulty is high. The only thing you can rely on is money and power. 608, Anonymous from Earth. It seems the young ones had high initial points, but what was the reason for that? 619, Anonymous from Earth. In the world of humans, even if you are somewhat strong in terms of physical strength or spirit energy, that's just one facet of the power of humans after all. And Hikaru has unexpectedly high human power. 630, Anonymous from Earth. The fact that he can speak with others already makes him a different breed from us. 637, Anonymous from Earth. He is not an introvert, but I can't really call him an extrovert. 645, Anonymous from Earth. I think an actual otaku with social anxiety would just instantly die once they get into the parallel world. 650, Anonymous from Earth. There were actual hundreds of people who died almost as soon as they got there after all. 655, Anonymous from Earth. The random transfer is at fault. The damn random transfer. 659, Anonymous from Earth. There's the one that began working in a bread store at the Isekai. It is the slow life I would like. 667, Anonymous from Earth. Work at an actual bakery here. There's not much difference, dude. 671, Anonymous from Earth. Don't wanna. I want that feeling of creating staple food for the people in the town. 675, Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, Alex really lacks any sense of danger. The chosen are like the children of God, or like the messengers of God. One mistake and you could get captured by an influential person. 677, Anonymous from Earth. If it is a bad powerful person, you could get bad treatment and even get imprisoned. Chosen are in the end rootless grass, so as long as you give them food and water, you would have them listening to you. 687, Anonymous from Earth. Even if they look after them for 10 years, I would say getting a high heel scroll in return wouldn't be a bad trade. 695, Anonymous from Earth. The Japanese Ryokuchin did something like let us chosen gather tilde in the neighborhood. A chosen clan would be pretty good publicity, and it sounds strong. The problem is that messages are the intermediary, so there's almost no one who believes it. 703, Anonymous from Earth. The one where Ikakin went that sounds interesting tilde and ended it with that, huh. Ryoko-chan is a proactive extrovert, but she is a bit of an annoying type. 709, Anonymous from Earth. The one where her extrovert comrades are sending annoying messages, right? The ones that are the most famous when it comes to the messages that piss off Genie-chan. 721, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan always snaps at the comments, and yet, for some reason, she checks them all out properly. 725, Anonymous from Earth. Messages can't be sent without strong emotions, so the people that want to tell her something with light feelings would get flicked away. But when you get to the class of Jeanne, the denominator is on a whole other level. 735, Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of influential people, there's the youth drug. Well, the toughest one would be to become an influential person yourself though. 741, Anonymous from Earth. The problem is whether there's a chosen with the talent enough to manage that though. 744, Anonymous from Earth. The Dark Twins have taken a country though. 758, Anonymous from Earth. No matter how broken the charm skill is, actually taking a country requires an abnormal degree of action and courage. Especially Lydia. She has the same face, but she doesn't have any powers. 768, Anonymous from Earth. Even if you have charm, it is incredible how you can actually make them obey you and kill. 772, Anonymous from Earth. It is different from the peace in Japan. 777, Anonymous from Earth. Bring the talk of Nadia and Lydia to their own exclusive board. 780, Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, it is great that we managed to see a Trop Explorer party. If Hikaru continues this momentum for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floor, he will definitely get first place. 784, Anonymous from Earth. Mobzen is cute. 785, Anonymous from Earth. Garnet's armor is way too beautiful. 790, Anonymous from Earth. Is the weapon of Mopelsenpai mithril? 800, Anonymous from Earth. Most likely mithril. Mithril is a metal that isn't suitable for weapons, but it is good for lynxes that don't have the physical strength. It is a thrusting sword, so it is probably like the stinger of Dragon Quest. 804, Anonymous from Earth. Spirit abilities really are something you save. The high-ranked parties don't use a single one in something like the 3rd floor. 813, Anonymous from Earth. Even in games, if there's no means to recover your MP, you would save it. 819, Anonymous from Earth. It is the same as in games. Is an incredibly cheap comment, but it really is like in games. 822, Anonymous from Earth. A party with only girls is so florid it is nice. 828, Anonymous from Earth. Stop the comments that reek of old man. 836, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is indeed strong, but this really is a world where you speak with your physical strength. Compared to warriors of high-ranked parties, Hikaru is still a child. 843, Anonymous from Earth. Their levels are different after all. He really can't help it when it comes to physical strength. 857, Anonymous from Earth. Is Rafael aiming to be something like that red-haired leader? Is that a world where you can become that strong even without the god cheats? 864, Anonymous from Earth. I thought Genie-chan had already thrown away her humanity, but there was an even higher form of that. 872, Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne hasn't increased her tier that much yet, so we managed to learn that she is still relying on her cheats. 878, Anonymous from Earth. I can understand the reason why the weapons of high-ranked adventurers gradually get bigger and heavier. 888, Anonymous from Earth. It goes the same for the explorers in Alamari, their weapons are big. 889, Anonymous from Earth. Gives perspective to Alex asking, are you gonna be okay with just that equipment? 898, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, it is okay, no problems. 904, Anonymous from Earth. There's nothing but problems. 909, Anonymous from Earth. Beautiful female party. I am looking forward to the fan art, grin. 916, Anonymous from Earth. I also want to try drawing the crimson vials. 919, Anonymous from Earth. There's no copyright, so we can draw as we please. 926, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is to the point where there's already animes in production with a chosen as the theme. 927, Anonymous from Earth. The bow girl from the Crimson Vials is cute. 933, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru didn't ask for the name of that archer, so we don't know at all what her character traits are. She didn't say a single word. She was looking at Hikaru a whole ton though. 942, Anonymous from Earth. Eh? One more for the heroine race? 947, Anonymous from Earth. Even Refrie-sama is having a hard time here, so I don't think a person that just came out would be able to compete at all. 949, Anonymous from Earth. She might be someone who wants to propagate the greatness of bows. 950, Anonymous from Earth. There's an incredibly low amount of archers in the dungeon. 952, Anonymous from Earth. Using bow and arrow in an enclosed space is insanity. 957, Anonymous from Earth. Can't really call it an enclosed space though. 961, Anonymous from Earth. The third floor has mist covering the place, and the fourth floor is a cave. You would only be shining from the fifth floor on. That's said to be a floor where you go down a pit. 967, Anonymous from Earth. It has been explained countless times in the streams of Alex, but harpies and wyverns apparently show up in the fifth floor. You need an archer. 969, Anonymous from Earth. The sixth floor has the name Plains, so it sounds like they could do some work. The two. In that case, archers can only do well in high-ranked parties that go to the fifth floor and lower. 972, Anonymous from Earth. By the way, the Alice Mary's dungeon is an actual dungeon that's an enclosed space until the seventh floor, so there's almost no archers. 976, Anonymous from Earth. Mopesen having become an official explorer means that she can use spirit abilities, right? Scout, battle, spirit abilities, she has all three of them. 979, Anonymous from Earth. She also has her legs, cute, as well. 981, Anonymous from Earth. But power is everything for explorers. 982, Anonymous from Earth. Man, talk more about Hikaru. 986, Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru and Refrie have already fallen asleep while they were all down. 990, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it can't be helped. As long as they get their wits together and do their best in the Demon Lord's subjugation. 999, Anonymous from Earth. I just hope Refrie-chan doesn't do anything reckless in her desperation. Chapter 98, Call and the Demonic Incarnation appears. Ming. Re. Ming. Wake up. I had fallen asleep at some point in time. I was woken up by the voice of someone. Or at least that's how it is supposed to be, but it seems like Refrie, who was sleeping by my side, is still asleep. Coming. A scary one is coming. Run, run, run. The scary one is really close. This time around, I heard it clearly. Also, on the lower floor. From the depths of the bottomless swamp of darkness, I could feel something that was like a mass of spirit energy. Refrie, wake up. It is the Demon Lord. Hikaru. What? I fell asleep? Refrie, it is okay, just get ready. We are going up for now. It would be impossible to fight here. Hikaru. Oh, okay. Refrie, I pack up the blanket into the shadow storage, and wear my overcoat. I unsheath my short sword, make preparations for battle as we head up to the third floor. Alex and his party were sleeping with the campfire in the middle in front of the stairs. It seems like one is awake to serve as a watch. If I remember correctly, Joe Jordan, I think. Joe Jordan. The Demon Lord has come. Wake up everyone. We are facing it here. Hikaru, Demon Lord? Joe Jordan. Joe Jordan falls practically into panic at the sudden development. He hurriedly stood up, and at that moment, he ended up kicking the hunting horn that is blown for the moment when the Demon Lord is found that was by his side. The hunting horn rolled with good momentum, and it unluckily went in the direction of the stairs. Ah! Seriously? Hikaru. The hunting horn made con echoing sounds as it disappeared into the darkness of the lower floor. Why, you idiot! What are you doing? Hikaru, sorry. That's 'cause you suddenly said the Demon Lord appeared. Joe Jordan, monsters appear suddenly. Hikaru, Joe Jordan is most likely not a warrior but specialized solely as a spirit user. Judging from the color of his hair, maybe he is a water spirit user? What's the matter? Ah, Rufria-san. Alex, eh? Crabble, the Demon Lord is close approaching, so get ready at once. Hikaru, Alex and Crabble have woken up as well, but it doesn't seem like they have understood the situation yet. What should we do, Hikaru? Wouldn't it be better to go down and search for the hunting horn? Rufria, no, I don't think we will make it in time anymore. Hikaru, I can feel an enormous pressure approaching from the lower floor. I don't have the courage at all to go down. I don't even want to imagine facing a Demon Lord in a place with bad footing. What do we do? This is all because I kicked the hunting horn. Joe Jordan moves around restlessly. We have to call people regardless. The party of Alex, please run to the stairs leading to the second floor and get a hunting horn. Hikaru, the third floor has dense mist, so they won't be able to find other parties so easily. However, they can encounter monsters. If they do, they have no choice but to fight. It would be impossible for Joe Jordan to get to the entrance of the third floor alone. Even Rufria would have a hard time achieving that. The only ones with a chance would be me and Alex who are chosen. And so, if Alex is leaving, it would be better for the whole party to go as well. I don't know the fighting style of Crabble and Joe Jordan, so there wouldn't be any coordination. Ah, Hikaru. More importantly, Rufria suddenly stuck her body to mine and whispered to my ear. Alex and his party made dubious expressions. What's the matter? Hikaru, keep it down. You are a loved one, so you might be able to lure Demon Lord. How about pulling it to the entrance of the third floor rather than pushing ourselves into a fight here? Rufria, I see. Hikaru, the problem is the distance, but it is said that the detection range of great spirits for loved ones is around 100 meters. If the Demon Lord is around the same range, then it might chase after me if it senses me. If it is 100 meters, it is a distance that I can barely manage to catch with my eye in this floor. Change of plans. Let's all move to the third floor. Rufria and I will take the rear, so you guys defeat the monsters that show up please as fast as possible. Hikaru, got it. By the way, Hikaru, did you see the Demon Lord? What was it like? Alex, I still haven't seen it. If it had approached the point of being visible, we would already be fighting. Hikaru, I stare at the stairs leading to the lower floor. Dark sense. Hikaru, I don't know what the Demon Lord is like, so I use dark sense. The range of this ability is around 100 meters. Not there, huh? Hikaru, but the pressure has increased further than before. It has come. Run. Scary, you are going to be eaten. The spirits were whispering to me from far away, or from right to my ear. I also want to run away just as those voices say. But I can't run away here. I have to catch the Demon Lord on camera in order to get first place and revive Nanami. Alex, do you know the shortest route to the entrance? Hikaru, yeah, leave it to me. I properly have it in my head. Alex, how many points left? Hikaru, sorry, I used them as I got them and I barely have any crystals left. Alex, figures. Hikaru, I only have 48 crystals, so 1 point and a little left over. Well, if worst comes to worst, I can use 1 point to buy a barrier stone. Would it be better to buy it beforehand? It has come. I heard a specially loud voice, and I turned my head towards the stairs. Fire? Hikaru, inside the darkness leading to the 4th floor, I could faintly see a flame dancing like a snake. That light was practically only a small spot at the beginning, but it appeared as if a flower bloomed and disappeared continuously, and the size gradually increased. The distance of the flame was slowly decreasing. And then, the moment I saw the contours of that something that was releasing the fire, cold sweat gushed out from my back. It is here. Run. Hikaru, there's most likely already 100 meters between us. Anyways, we have to regroup with the other explorers. There's 3 groups of 3 parties each that are searching for the Demon Lord on this floor. Turning that around, it means that you can't deal with a Demon Lord unless you have that many people. They said the latter half were formed mainly of silver rank parties. We have to let them know at once with the hunting horn to call the first half strong parties here or things are gonna get bad. Hikaru, it is regrettable that the hunting horn was lost, but there's no point in lamenting it now. The legs of silver rank explorers are fast. We are talking about people who have had their bodies boosted by the rise in tier after all. The instant I began running in order to escape. Boom. A deafening sound was made and swirling fire spouted out from the stairs, and I ended up looking back reflexively. I had some distance from it, so it didn't hit me directly, but I ended up completely making eye contact with the abnormal being that came out after the fire. This is the Demon Lord. Hikaru, a Chapter 99, Viscount rank and chaotic increase. It was fear-taken form. By just seeing its figure, my back froze, and my legs trembled. A monsters that is superior in a whole other realm than the Garden Panther and the Mantis, a Demon Lord. Drool dripping to the ground with vicious fangs peeking out from that wolf's head. A long and thick snake tail that is moving freely as if it had a mind of its own. Thick and powerful feline limbs that make me think are from a beast of prey. On top of that, every time its groans were resonating, fire would spew out. It is as big as a garden panther, and it has an overall length of 5 meters. I can't even imagine me defeating it with the offensive means I have. Phantom Warrior. Summon, Night Bug. I activated 2 abilities and they went to stop the Demon Lord. I quickly bring out a Lizardman Spirit Stone from the shadow storage. Create, Undead. There's a slight time lag from the time the ability is used until the time the stone becomes an undead. The Demon Lord was staring straight at me, so I really am being targeted as a loved one. It doesn't seem like it is interested in Rafria who is close by. Maybe because it just came up to the 3rd floor, it didn't attack us immediately, and it was observing us while growling. Or maybe it is being wary about the light of Create Undead. But loved one, huh? Will darkness fog work, Hikaru? What's important is whether to fight the Demon Lord or keep it distracted. Whichever it is, we have to try and see first. Darkness fog. Hikaru, the thick darkness that gushed out as if oozing from the air dyed the white misty world into black. I moved in that darkness without making a sound. How's that, Hikaru? The Demon Lord moved back slightly at the sudden darkness, directed its face to the left and the right, making clear gestures of searching for me. All right. Looks like it is working, Hikaru. I don't know what the Demon Lords and Great Spirits detect from the loved ones. It might be the smell, maybe the appearance, but what I think is the most plausible possibility is spirit energy. In that case, spirit abilities which are made up from that spirit energy should serve as a jamming of sorts. Whichever the case, if darkness fog is doing its work, That's fine. If only I could incapacitate it inside the fog, I wouldn't have any complaints, but I am sure it won't be so easy. While all of that was happening, the Phantom Warrior came close to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord at least took a battle stance against the Phantom Warrior that was making noise while advancing, and directed its attention there. The moment the Lizardman had taken form, I immediately ordered it. Fight. Focus on defense, and fight in a way so that you can buy as much time and last as long as possible. Hikaru, this Lizardman undead has a shield. It shouldn't be defeated instantly. Shadow bind. Hikaru, after giving that order, I bind the Demon Lord and run full speed. The effect of the bind will only serve as consolation, but it is better than not doing anything. Rifria, who ran off, first looked back as if worried. I could hear the sound of clashing from the back. The battle of the Lizardman and the Demon Lord must have begun. I operate the status board while running and tap the monster appraisal. It uses 1 crystal in possession. March Oshia's Demon Lord. A Demon Lord that has the head of a wolf, the limbs of a lion, and the tail of a snake. It breathes out fire, and can use chaotic abilities even if it is low grade. Your average explorer can't hope to oppose it. A Demon Lord is a special monster born solely from chaotic spirit energy, and it is the natural enemy of humanity which controls chaotic spirit abilities, demonic abilities. Demon Lords are born at a certain rate when it reaches a threshold. If the density of the demonic swirls is properly managed, the Demon Lord born won't be that strong. It can move between floors, and there's even times when it would come out from the dungeon. A Demon Lord that has come out to the outside will be eliminated by a Great Spirit, but if the Demon Lord is strong, there's even cases where the Great Spirit would lose. In those cases, that land would be ruled by chaos, and would turn into hell. The appraised target is a Viscount-class Demon Lord. The Spirit Stone drop rate is 100% chaotic. Long. Hikaru, but I understand now after skimming through it. There's no doubt that's the Demon Lord. And it seems like the Demon Lord uses something called chaotic abilities. That it uses unknown abilities means that there's no knowing what it will do. I must be careful. When I looked back, I saw the Lizardman perishing by the fangs of March Oshias. To think it would be defeated so easily in just a few tens of seconds. Even if I already expected this, it is basically in the pretty bad estimations I had. I should adjust the information I have of a Demon Lord's power. It is at a barely visible distance. Thanks to the undead, we have bought around 100 meters. Even so, the 3rd floor is big. There should be around 1 kilometer till the stairs up. 900 meters remaining. Can we somehow escape, Hikaru? Something strange. Rifria, when I look back, March Osias made what could be taken as a growl or a cry, took a step as if grabbing the ground, and placed strength on its limbs. As if it were about to give birth to something. The spirit energy dot is rising. What's going on? Hikaru, I ended up stopping unconsciously. It is hard to judge whether I should run or observe, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. At the center of the swirling spirit energy, I could certainly feel the increase in density. Something clicked in me. Rifria. You said something about something happening when the Demon Lords went up floors, right? Hikaru, yeah, that's right. When Demon Lords go up a floor, they get 1 step stronger. If I remember correctly, they obtain 1 more chaotic nature. Rifria, the moment Rifria said that. From the back of March Oshias, jet black wings came out from its back with a bone-chilling sound. Seriously? Hikaru, monsters get stronger the more mixed they are, that's apparently common sense in this world. Then, how strong is that Demon Lord? Wolf head, lion body, snake tail, and wings of a stellar's sea eagle. Gudja. Its red eyes were looking straight at me and Rifria. But the Demon Lord didn't rush immediately towards us, and repeatedly flapped its newly grown wings as if confirming their state. Hikaru. Is it intending to fly? Rafria. Most likely. Damn it. We have no preparations for flying enemies. Anyways, let's run. Hikaru. The last time I looked back at it was at the moment when the Demon Lord spread its big wings and rose to the air. Even Rafria was agitated by this. A Chapter 99, Viscount rank and chaotic increase. It was fear taken form. By just seeing its figure, my back froze, and my legs trembled. A monsters that is superior in a whole other realm than the Garden Panther and the Mantis, a Demon Lord. Drool dripping to the ground with vicious fangs peeking out from that wolf's head. A long and thick snake tail that is moving freely as if it had a mind of its own. Thick and powerful feline limbs that make me think are from a beast of prey. On top of that, every time its groans were resonating, fire would spew out. It is as big as a garden panther, and it has an overall length of 5 meters. I can't even imagine me defeating it with the offensive means I have. Phantom Warrior. Summon, Night Bug. I activated 2 abilities and they went to stop the Demon Lord. I quickly bring out a Lizardman Spirit Stone from the Shadow Storage. Create, Undead. There's a slight time lag from the time the ability is used until the time the stone becomes an undead. The Demon Lord was staring straight at me, so I really am being targeted as a loved one. It doesn't seem like it is interested in Rafria, who is close by. Maybe because it just came up to the 3rd floor, it didn't attack us immediately, and it was observing us while growling. Or maybe it is being wary about the light of Create Undead. But loved one, huh? Will darkness fog work, Hikaru? What's important is whether to fight the Demon Lord or keep it distracted. Whichever it is, we have to try and see first. Darkness fog. Hikaru. The thick darkness that gushed out as if oozing from the air dyed the white misty world into black. I moved in that darkness without making a sound. How's that, Hikaru? The Demon Lord moved back slightly at the sudden darkness, directed its face to the left and the right, making clear gestures of searching for me. All right. Looks like it is working, Hikaru. I don't know what the Demon Lords and Great Spirits detect from the loved ones. It might be the smell, maybe the appearance, but what I think is the most plausible possibility is spirit energy. In that case, spirit abilities which are made up from that spirit energy should serve as a jamming of sorts. Whichever the case, if darkness fog is doing its work, that's fine. If only I could incapacitate it inside the fog, I wouldn't have any complaints, but I am sure it won't be so easy. While all of that was happening, the Phantom Warrior came close to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord at least took a battle stance against the Phantom Warrior that was making noise while advancing, and directed its attention there. The moment the Lizardman had taken form, I immediately ordered it. Fight. Focus on defense, and fight in a way so that you can buy as much time and last as long as possible. Hikaru, this Lizardman undead has a shield. It shouldn't be defeated instantly. Shadow Bind. Hikaru, after giving that order, I bind the Demon Lord and run full speed. The effect of the bind will only serve as consolation, but it is better than not doing anything. Rafria, who ran off, first looked back as if worried. I could hear the sound of clashing from the back. The battle of the Lizardman and the Demon Lord must have begun. I operate the status board while running and tap the monster appraisal. It uses 1 crystal in possession. March Oshias, Demon Lord. A Demon Lord that has the head of a wolf, the limbs of a lion, and the tail of a snake. It breathes out fire, and can use chaotic abilities even if it is low grade. Your average explorer can't hope to oppose it. A Demon Lord is a special monster born solely from chaotic spirit energy, and it is the natural enemy of humanity which controls chaotic spirit abilities, demonic abilities. Demon lords are born at a certain rate when it reaches a threshold. If the density of the demonic swirls is properly managed, the demon lord born won't be that strong. It can move between floors, and there's even times when it would come out from the dungeon. A demon lord that has come out to the outside will be eliminated by a great spirit, but if the demon lord is strong, there's even cases where the great spirit would lose. In those cases, that land would be ruled by chaos, and would turn into hell. The appraised target is a Viscount-class demon lord. The spirit stone drop rate is 100% chaotic. Long. Hikaru. But I understand now after skimming through it. There's no doubt that's the demon lord. And it seems like the demon lord uses something called chaotic abilities. That it uses unknown abilities means that there's no knowing what it will do. I must be careful. When I looked back, I saw the lizardman perishing by the fangs of March Osiers. To think it would be defeated so easily in just a few tens of seconds. Even if I already expected this, it is basically in the pretty bad estimations I had. I should adjust the information I have of a demon lord's power. It is at a barely visible distance. Thanks to the undead, we have bought around 100 meters. Even so, the third floor is big. There should be around 1 kilometer till the stairs up. 900 meters remaining. Can we somehow escape, Hikaru? Something strange. Refria, when I look back, March Osiers made what could be taken as a growl or a cry, took a step as if grabbing the ground, and placed strength on its limbs. As if it were about to give birth to something. The spirit energy dot is rising. What's going on? Hikaru, I ended up stopping unconsciously. It is hard to judge whether I should run or observe, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. At the center of the swirling spirit energy, I could certainly feel the increase in density. Something clicked in me. Refria. You said something about something happening when the demon lords went up floors, right? Hikaru, yeah, that's right. When demon lords go up a floor, they get one step stronger. If I remember correctly, they obtain one more chaotic nature. Refria, the moment Refria said that. From the back of March Osiers, jet black wings came out from its back with a bone-chilling sound. Seriously? Hikaru, monsters get stronger the more mixed they are, that's apparently common sense in this world. Then, how strong is that demon lord? Wolf head, lion body, snake tail, and wings of a stellar's sea eagle. Gudja. Its red eyes were looking straight at me and Refria. But the demon lord didn't rush immediately towards us, and repeatedly flapped its newly grown wings as if confirming their state. Hikaru. Is it intending to fly? Refria, most likely. Damn it. We have no preparations for flying enemies. Anyways, let's run. Hikaru, the last time I looked back at it was at the moment when the demon lord spread its big wings and rose to the air. Even Refria was agitated by this. Chapter 100, Joint Struggle and Chaotic Abilities. We are going to get as much distance as possible. Hikaru. Okay. Refria. The third floor is a garden. We have come here countless times already, and I have a decently good sense of direction, so I know the route leading to the stairs, but this place is made in a way to make you get lost. In other words, the way to the stairs is by no means a straight line. There's the need to make turns a lot of times on our way. If it were to come at us from overhead in a straight line, it would catch up to us in an instant. Wait, there was this too. Hikaru, I wanted to run to the stairs of the second floor in one go, but Alex and his party are fighting monsters. I will assist too. Refria, please do. Hikaru, with Refria entering the fray, the Treant was defeated pretty quickly, but the several tens of seconds lost here are painful. Refria. Alex. It is going to catch up soon. Be careful above. Hikaru. The straying big mist garden is always covered in a dense mist, and even if a monster is flying above, it is hard to catch sight of them. Moreover, the mist at the ceiling is denser. The demon lord should be really close. Dark sense. Hikaru, a perception wave runs through the mist and detects the location of the demon lord. It really is aiming for me, 50-meter distance. Darkness fog. Shade shift. Hikaru, I cover my body with darkness at the highest capacity, and create a clone of myself with shade shift in order to increase my evasion rate as much as possible. Even one hit of the demon lord would be the end of me. We are currently 5 people. If we see it as one party, it shouldn't be that bad of a fighting force. But I don't know how to fight against a monster that flies. My only means of attack is the night bug. March Osias showed up from the air, flapped its wings while raising a growl, but didn't show signs of coming down. The next move. Dispel. The voice coming from the demon lord resonated directly in my mind. Maybe because of the effects of that, my darkness fog and shade shift had their spirit energy diminished into glittery particles and disappeared. Damn it! This is a chaotic ability. Hikaru, Hikaru. Hide behind me. Rifria takes a stance with her giant sword and stands in a way as if protecting me. March Osias flies around 20 meters above us, and seems to be observing us. We don't have any effective attack means for that distance. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, I summon dark rhinoceros beetles that should at least serve to annoy it. The demon lord barely paid any heed to the insects flying around. As I thought, abilities that deal low sustained damage are not effective against demon lords. We watched the movements of the demon lord while backing off bit by bit, heading towards the exit. Alex and his party, do you guys have any attacks that can shoot it down? Be it spirit abilities or anything. Hikaru, at that distance, it would be rough. I can only use till the 3rd ability, and Crabble is earth, so it would be impossible in midair. Also, Jordan is water. Alex, I see. Thanks. I have darkness and Rifria is light. We both don't have effective long-range attacks. Hikaru, in that case, we can't do anything until it comes down. I can't make Shadowbind appear in mid-air either. March Osias flies around while making a displeasing flapping noise. It would growl every now and then. There's no doubt it is finding the appropriate timing to attack. Retreating while directing our attention to the movements of the demon lord was reducing our progress to a crawl. However, we can't just expect to luckily encounter other explorers. It is regrettable that the hunting horn dropped. If we had pushed ourselves there to get it back, this might have been a different development, but there's no point brooding over that now. Hikaru. Be careful. Rifria lets out a voice of urgency. When I turned my gaze, the flying demon lord opened its big mouth and a flame of red and white was forming in its mouth. It is going to spit out fire. Hikaru, warning them was all I could do. Bright red fire covers my whole vision with a terrifying sound. It is not a speed that I can avoid the moment I see it. The next instant I was prepared for death. Water screen. Joe Jordan. The ability that Joe Jordan casted created a sudden water wall, and it blocks the fire. The sizzling sounds of fire being evaporated by water was reverberating. It was blocking the fire breath of the demon lord almost perfectly. Joe Jordan may look feeble, but it seems like he is quite the skilled spirit user. Thanks for the save. Hikaru, not yet. It is coming. March Osias flapped its wings with great force once, glided in the air, and began charging our way. Rifria. Hikaru, yes. Rifria, it is hard to use darkness fog in an offensive manner against an enemy that's charging from above. But if it is with the means of Rifria. Light. Rifria, a dazzling sphere appeared onto the opponent rushing straight as if it were trying to crash onto it, and it burned the eyes of the demon lord. The demon lord that was blinded on all fronts falls onto the flower bed of the garden while destroying it flashily, sliding on the ground. This is the chance of our lifetime. Right now. Press on. Hikaru, yeah. Rafria, Alex, and Crabble rush the Demon Lord. Oh. Take this. Alex, the spear of Alex lunges towards the Demon Lord, and in that instant, a voice once again resonates in my head. Fear. An indescribable wave was emitted from the Demon Lord, and we, who were leaning forward, had eaten it all defenselessly. Something pierced through my whole body. What's this? Hikaru, the Demon Lord in front of me suddenly felt overwhelmingly scary, my knees trembled, and strength left my whole body from the fear. Rafria, Alex, Crabble, and Joe Jordan, they all fell on their knees and were in a state where they couldn't attack at all. Fear. So a chaotic ability that instills fear. Damn it. Damn it. Move. I'm telling you to move. Alex, even though it was our chance. Rafria, doesn't seem like they can move either. The fear ability that shows its effects in its surroundings. It isn't just for show that it is called a Demon Lord, huh? This is incredibly bad. The word wipe surfaced in my mind. Darkness fog. Bind. Hikaru. I squeezed out all the strength I could, and covered everyone into the darkness including the Demon Lord. I control the movements of the Demon Lord with Shadow Bind. I must buy as much time as possible. Everyone. Fall back for now. Hikaru, I control the darkness fog and secure a path of retreat for everyone. Fortunately, March Oshias doesn't have night vision, so it spun around in place, and it is simply wary of its surroundings. The effect of the ability must have dissipated a bit because of the time. I could feel some strength in my legs now. Alex. You can hear me, right? Hikaru. Yeah. I can hear you. What was that just now? Alex. It must be a chaotic ability that binds the heart with fear. Anyways, I will keep it distracted here. You guys go call for help. We will be wiped out if we deal with it with just us. Hikaru, are you going to be okay, Hikaru? To fight it with only you two is just. Alex, we will manage somehow. Counting on you. Hikaru, got it. Don't die. Alex and his party run off. It is already impossible to run with them. Someone has to keep it distracted. If we were to get attacked from behind, no one would be left. There's no choice but to have them bring help here. Can't run away from the Demon Lord. Ha, Hikaru, Chapter 101, Reckless Assault and Counterattack. Even so, it is not like everything is bad. This is a big monster, but it is only one, and most of all, dark spirit abilities work on it. Rafria. Darkness works on this guy. The strategy we always use will work on it. Counting on you. Hikaru. Okay. Rafria. The ears of the Demon Lord are twitching. It must be trying to pinpoint the voices. Those red eyes that felt as if they could see through even the darkness were glaring powerfully, and even if hidden in the darkness, I can't erase the instinctive fear I have. But now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to do it. Aim for the moment when it uses Dispel to erase my ability. Hikaru, I want to buy as much time as possible, so there's no need to undo the darkness fog myself and attack it ourselves. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr fog at its highest output. Blind attacks like that at that distance won't be hitting us. Also, with just the mere light the fire produces, the darkness of darkness fog won't be cleared. The demon lord runs around blindly to get out from the darkness. If it gets out from the darkness, there's the chance that it would target Rafria, who is alone. Shadowbind. Phantom Warrior. Summon, Night Bug. I used abilities consecutively. Inside the darkness, even the attacks of the night bugs can serve extremely well as distraction. And with the Phantom Warrior that makes loud noises, there's an even lower chance that it can catch our location by using sounds. The battle between the demon lord that wants to attack inside the darkness, and me who wants to buy time by not letting it out of the darkness continued. Dispel, the demon lord finally casted that ability. Judging from how it didn't use it immediately, it probably means that the demon lord isn't that good at abilities. The spirit energy of the darkness, the phantom warrior, and the dark tentacles were diminished, and erased. That was the expected flow of events. The next instant. Light. Rifria, a dazzling sphere was created right in the face of the demon lord, and almost at the same time, Rifria swung her great sword with strength enough as if to cut off its head. Zuban. Such a fierce sound was made, and red blood flies. Q. Hard. Rifria, Gwarua. It was an attack that carried all her weight, and yet, it was stopped by its bristles and hard skin, and it didn't go as far as severing the body of the demon lord. Even so, the attack did hit. The combo of darkness and light really is simple yet strong. It works plenty well against a demon lord. Shadow Bind. Hikaru. The dark tentacles bind the limbs of the demon lord and impede it from acting. And a heated combo was dealt by Rifria right at that moment as if she had been waiting for that. Ha! Rifria, the drawn blade was swung continuously as if dancing, dealing definite damage onto the demon lord. However, maybe it was being blocked by some invisible wall, or it might be because it is deftly avoiding any fatal hit. Those attacks that would have long killed your average monster were failing to do so here. It really won't be as easy. Is its inherent defense high? Even though it is getting direct hits from Rifria, Hikaru, I use the valuable time Rifria is buying here to exchange 30 crystals for 1 point, and buy a barrier stone with that point. I have judged that this will be necessary for refuge in the case there's nothing we can do. The demon lord is faltering from the flowing attacks that continue on, but it will eventually regain its posture. Rifria, you are overstepping. Fall back for now. Attacking it from the front isn't working much. Hikaru, no. I can still do this. Rifria, she ignored my order and continued attacking. No matter how excellent swordplay she has, attacks from the front can't help but end up turning monotonous. The demon lord should have more power and faster decision-making than us. It definitely will eventually counterattack. We have to fight with a hit-and-run strategy. We are dealing with an opponent that defeated a lizardman undead in just a few seconds. And the lizardman and Rifria are most likely around the same strength. Rifria, back out. Hikaru, not yet. With this. Rifria, you are being reckless. Damn it. Hikaru, a barrage of attacks that carried all of her power. It certainly did land on its back, but even with that, it only managed to damage the hard fur of the demon lord slightly. We really have to aim for the spirit vein center. If it were the axe of the captain from the Crimson Vials, it could deal fatal damage, but Rifria still hasn't reached that tier yet. Rifria and the demon lord are moving at fast speeds while continuing their exchange of blows. It will be difficult to use darkness fog like this. Rifria must have taken this situation as a chance to one-sidedly attack it, but the eyesight of the demon lord has already recovered, and it has recognized Rifria as a threat. That's how I see it. Against the demon lord, there's not much difference between me and Rifria. One can easily tell that it is not an opponent that can be fought 1 versus 1. Normally, we would use darkness fog for each hit, buy time, and accumulate the damage steadily. Or more like, that's how we have always been doing. Until now, Rifria and I have matched our timing countless times, and have defeated hundreds of monsters. Why is Rifria suddenly being so reckless here? Is she worked up because she is going against a demon lord? Or maybe something bothered her after facing the demon lord? Then, I should at least provide assistance. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, by having a Phantom Warrior head from the opposite side, I managed to divert its attention slightly, but it doesn't look like it had much effect. I want to use Shadow Bind, but the previous spine's effects are not completely gone yet. I can't cast the ability again until the effect of the previous one runs out. I am going to defeat it. I must be the one to defeat it. Rufria shouts this within her sword dance that doesn't end. I don't understand why Rufria is saying that. We should just buy time while reinforcements come. I clearly told her that. Gwawoo. March Osias, who had seen through the sword of Rufria, did a backstep, making the attack miss. Just like that, it changed the energy of that backstep for power into its hind legs, and attacks Rufria with a speed unimaginable from that big body. A rush similar to a blind attack. It swung its sharp claws like those of a feline beast, crossing attacks with Rufria at high speed. Kai'awa. Rufria. Hikaru. It seems like she managed to avoid a direct hit by spinning her body, but even with that, the impact wasn't completely killed, and she was sent flying onto a hedge. I'm okay. More importantly, the Demon Lord, Rufria, leave it to me. Darkness Fog. Hikaru. I cast Darkness Fog and cover both me and Rufria, blocking the sight of the Demon Lord. The pitch-black darkness ruled the area, and with this, we have managed to buy a bit more time. Phantom Warrior. Shadowbind. Summon, Night Bug. I somehow managed to restrain the movements of the Demon Lord, and I run to the side of Rufria. Are you okay? Any wounds? Why were you so reckless? Hikaru. I am okay. It was just a scratch. More importantly, we have to continue the offensive. Even though it was going so well. I am the one that must defeat it. Rufria. The eyes of Rufria shone fiercely, and she was staring straight at the place where the Demon Lord was even through the darkness. As if that were her purpose in life. I will stand up. It will soon be using Dispel again, and when that happens... Rufria tried to stand up inside the darkness, but just like that, she fell as if she lost support. Her face was shocked as if she herself didn't understand what happened. Oh oi! Hikaru. At that moment, I finally noticed. Red blood was coming out from the thigh of Rufria that had been cleanly gouged out. More than half of her left leg was gone. She didn't manage to avoid the attack of the Demon Lord. The blood was dyeing the ground dark red soundlessly. Chapter 102, for the sake of not losing anything again and for the sake of not making the same mistake again. That's strange. Maybe it is because it is dark. I tripped. Ahaha. Rufria. Hikaru. We will be able to defeat it with only us? It would be a lie to say that thought didn't cross my mind once. I saw it when I opened the status board to exchange for the barrier stone, but the viewers had increased explosively, and had become 1.6 billion. Alex and I had encountered the Demon Lord at the same time. This is most likely the current hottest stream among the chosen currently. The viewer count race is decided by the total viewership of the 2 weeks. My viewership in the first half was low, so I had to turn it around heavily in the second half or I won't be able to get first place. And now, I managed to get into a battle with the Demon Lord as planned, and increase my viewership greatly by this. This is the moment that will define my victory or defeat. There was probably a part of me thinking like that inside my heart. I can revive Nanami. I can save her. I might be able to save myself with that too. Those feelings of mine unconsciously leaked out, and that might have made her push herself. March Osias was growling, searching for me or maybe Rufria inside the darkness. How much was the damage Rufria dealt, I wonder? I can see slight bleeding, but I don't think it has dealt that big of damage. I hold up the collapsed Rufria from the back, and break the barrier stone I bought just a few moments ago. A half-transparent film spreads with me as the center in an instant. Hikaru. Are you there? For some reason, my leg hurts. What's going on? It is so dark. I can't see where my potion is. Rufria, sorry, I will brighten it up at once. Hikaru, I undo darkness fog. Rafria looked at me and made a relieved expression. But her already white face was whiter than usual. Rafria groaning in a pool of blood overlapped with my last sight of Nanami, and my heart was beating to a noisy degree. Even though I myself am not injured, my whole body was trembling as if it were paralyzed, and strength was leaving me. I took out all the potions I had in my shadow storage and used them on the wound, but it simply stopped the bleeding temporarily, and there was barely any point. Profuse hemorrhage, clearly a fatal wound. My head understands this, and yet, the sight of the blood-stained groaning Rafria was taking away my composure. I hadn't properly taken into account the possibility of a situation like this. I was naive. I have been thinking about how it was okay for me to be hurt. I had gotten conceited. I managed to get all the way here without dying, so I was underestimating this, thinking that it would work out somehow. I was fine even when diving into the 3rd floor alone. Even when diving into the 4th floor, I was fine. That's why it would work out somehow with the Demon Lord too. I might have come to that conclusion unconsciously. More importantly, I can become number 1 if I encounter the Demon Lord. I ended up choosing that without even being properly aware of the risks. I didn't think of the risk of waiting in the stairs of the 4th floor. I didn't think of the risk of there being only the 2 of us. I didn't even see the obvious reality that I myself am weak. Blood drained from my whole body. This is the result I invited with my own naivety. With my trembling hand that didn't even feel like my own, I brought out a robe from the shadow storage, and tied it tightly around the thigh of Rafria to stop the bleeding. I must stop the bleeding first and foremost or we won't be going anywhere. Rafria, why did you do something that reckless? There's no need for us to defeat that, so there was no need to push it. We just had to think about the time. Hikaru, I speak to her with feigned composure in order to not bring any distress to her. The rope used to stop the bleeding seemed like it barely worked, but it is still a situation where the conclusion approaches. Should I wait for someone with healing abilities to come? No. There's no time for that. Didn't you say so, Hikaru? That this is for the sake of bringing back your childhood friend. That you had to stand out. To become the number 1. Rafria, that's true, but there's no need to push yourself for that. It would be for nothing if you die. Hikaru, how? But if you become first. You might have said it was thanks to me that you got first. And maybe you would let me stay by your side from here on. I'm an idiot, so. I just don't know. But if you became number 1. You said you would do anything. I told you. Rafria, it was almost hazy rambling. Rafria was repeating those words over and over. I cornered her. I was in my own bubble with my own circumstances, and I didn't properly think about her feelings. I even neglected to tell her that I would be able to reach what I wished for if I just worked a bit harder myself. The one who is an idiot. Is me. Hikaru, if I could be by your side. I didn't need anything more. If I defeated the Demon Lord. You can be number 1, right? When that happened. I thought for sure you would love me back. Be together forever. That apostrophe s. The only thing I could think of. Rafria. I don't know what would be the right response here. Even if I were to explain to her that we are being watched, or about viewership, there's no way that Rafria would have understood being born in a world without even TVs. Even though I understood that. In her lacking understanding of this, the answer she came up with was to answer my expectations even more than ever before. If she were to show how extremely useful she is as an essential direct attack member, she thought my feelings would change. Just you wait. This is but a scratch. You will be okay. Hikaru, maybe because it was a wound she got while she had the adrenaline from the battle, it seems like she at least doesn't feel the pain. No, she already might be in a state where she can't feel pain. I can't really tell between those two. The gaze of Rafria is hazy, and I can't tell if she is looking here or isn't seeing anything at all. It was flickering feebly to the point that it made me uneasy when the light would go out. She was repeating over and over as if in a delirium, if he gets first place. And it stabbed at my heart. No matter how beautifully I decorate it, I used her in order to get first place. And this is the result. The red blood is the same as the one Nanami spilled. Even if it is a parallel world, it is not like people bleed blue, and it is not odorless like in games. The red of the blood that was sticking on my hand, her pale smiling face, rough and faint breathing, intense heartbeat. They were all increasing the contrast of the world and telling me that this is reality. That what's here is everything. What am I doing, Hikaru? I hid in the darkness to protect my heart, but my heart was still left behind on Earth. The me in this world was something else aside from myself, and the real me must have been watching from above somewhere this whole time. Somewhere in me, I thought that this is not reality. That this isn't happening. That's why I could do any reckless thing. I thought it was fine to even die. The world I was spectating from above was unrealistic, and my only reality was that Nanami died. That's why I wasn't looking at it straight. At this world. At this reality in front of me. At this girl who saved me countless times. And even at myself. It is okay, Rufria. I will heal you at once. Just wait. Hikaru, oh. Okay. I am fine. Rufria, there's no way you are fine. I don't know if this is just her acting tough, or if she has always been acting tough. I don't understand anything. What's certain right now is that there's no time. The heat that's draining steadily from her. Her right leg that looked like it had become an ornament was practically severed, and it would be impossible to heal it with normal means. With potions or scrolls that can be exchanged with crystals. I held Rufria's body as if hugging her while moving my irritatingly trembling finger to open the status board. I have 0 points. I only have a few dozen crystals. There's no means to heal her wound. Only one. The aiding means that God readied. There's nothing other than that. That was in a slightly deep part of the status board. Will you get a loan in points? You can get a maximum of 3 points in advance. The aiding mechanism of God, point loan. Of course, there's demerits. But I chose the 3 points without hesitation. Will you get 3 points in advance? Yes/no, I push the yes. Warning. When you get points in advance, you won't be able to use anything aside from the points you have gotten in advance until you have paid them back in full. Yes/no, I push yes. Warning. When you get a loan in points, it will be taken as you forfeiting from the current campaign, the first of your account race. Yes/no, that's right. This is the demerit. I have currently gotten all the way to first place in the real-time ranking of the viewer count race. If I push this button, that effort will disappear into nothing. At the same time, it means that I would lose my means to revive Nanami forever. Of course, it is not like I am putting the life of Rufria on a scale. And yet, I was disgusted with myself for even hesitating for a second there. Hikaru. Where are you? I have failed, right? Run away, Hikaru. If you hadn't saved me back then. I would have died anyways. Rufria mutters as if in a trance with trembling lips. Her eyes had lost their light, and were powerlessly searching for me. I am here. I am right here now. Properly by your side, Rufria. Hikaru, Fufu. You are so weird. Rufria, sorry, I had you face so much pain because of my mistake. But I will heal you at once. Don't worry. Hikaru, there's white meat peeking from the almost split thigh of Rufria. There's no way the bleeding would stop from a mere rope, and blood was spilling out endlessly, dyeing the ground red. It wouldn't be strange for her to die at any moment from the shock. And if she dies, her body would be lost forever, and she would turn into a stone that doesn't tell any stories. I know. I know. Hikaru, I shout to no one in particular as I press the yes in the status board. And then, I tap the high heels scroll from the item list that costs 3 points. The first place that I could glance at in the viewer count race had changed into forfeit. I made Rafria hold the scroll that had appeared at the same time as that happened. Rafria, open the seal of this. By yourself. Now. Hikaru. A? Hikaru. Where? I can't tell. Rafria. Geez. Like this. You just have to pull the string here. Hikaru. I put my hand on hers while supporting her body with mine from the back. Okay. Like this. Rafria, with her fingers that had mostly lost their strength, she somehow managed to break the seal of the scroll. At that instant, the scroll burned in blue flames, and the body of Rafria was enveloped in gentle light. Wha? Hikaru. What's this? Rafria, I am glad I made it in time. It is all right now. Hikaru, her leg that was on the verge of being severed by the fangs or the claws of the demon lord was slowly but surely being restored to its original state. At the same time, the color of her face was returning. I am glad I have used the high heels scroll before. If I hadn't used it before, I might not have been able to act as fast as I did now. Strength left me from the relief, and sweat came flowing out like a waterfall at this point in time. It was close. If the demon lord's attack was a bit deeper, or if the hit had been on her body and not her leg, she wouldn't have survived. After a few minutes, the body of Rafria returned to how it was. Only the pool of blood remaining there was proof that she had received a fatal injury. The demon lord couldn't find us who were inside the barrier, and was repeatedly howling. The voice coming from that big frame probably reaches the whole floor. With that, the other explorers will be able to find it and subjugate it. Or will be able to buy time. Our fight against the demon lord hasn't ended yet. However. No, my battle has ended. Sorry, Nanami, Chapter 103, The Last Joint Struggle and the Timbre of the Hunting Horn. March Osiers howled so loudly it felt as if there was mass in it, opened its wings, and took off into the air. But there's already no need for us to push ourselves. Let's just see it off just like this. If the demon lord could see the inside of the barrier stone just like the great spirits, we could have kept it in place for half a day, but it doesn't seem like we will be having such a nice development here. Hikaru. Rafria, what's the matter? Does it hurt somewhere? You lost that much blood, so maybe you are not feeling well? Hikaru, and no. I am fine. But. Rafria. Your face is slightly red. Is it a side effect of the scroll? Hikaru, the scroll might be an item for exclusive use on Earthlings. Her wounds might have healed without any problems, but this world has an unknown power called spirit energy. It wouldn't be strange for it to have some sort of demerit. I try putting a hand on Rafria's forehead. She doesn't have a fever, but Rafria's eyes were damp, and not only her face, her whole body was turning red. So there really was a side effect. Damn it. What should I do? What to do? Hikaru, Hikaru, I am okay, you know. Just that, I am simply surprised by how close we are. Rafria, close. Hikaru, now that she mentions it, I began looking at our current situation objectively. I am still supporting the lying down Rafria from the back as if hugging her. My bad. Hikaru, Anne. There's no need to get away so hurriedly. Rafria, you say that, but are your wounds really alright? Hikaru, yeah. I am fine there, but I am sorry. I am an idiot, so I didn't know what to do, and even though I knew that it would be impossible. I couldn't stop. Rafria, she covered her face and rubbed her leg that didn't have a single wound remaining. It is the result of me cornering her. I have no intention of blaming her for that. Of course, it would be troubling if it were to happen twice, But she must have reflected already. And most of all, she must have understood it with her very body. You could say things have gone way too well until now, to the point that it is great it happened in this timing. Hikaru, but... Rufria, no buts. You can easily lose against a strong opponent and be killed. I would say it is good that we have managed to experience such a natural thing. Hikaru, learning when to withdraw is ultimately important. Push only at the times when we should push, pull back quickly at the times we should pull back. We have no choice but to learn those gambles of battle in actual combat, but going over the threshold and losing is normally something that you can only do once in actual combat. And it would just lead straight to death. Having experienced that and still being alive, this will definitely live on in her even when she becomes a knight in the future. I am originally the type that leaves a big safety margin, but the experience now has made me reconfirm the fearsomeness of monsters, and it will serve as a plus. My adventures with her will come to an end today. In that sense, this losing and almost dying experience is probably the best farewell gift I can give her before we go our separate ways. But I was seriously injured there, right? How did you do it? It seemed like you healed me with that scroll-like thing though. Rufria, I had just the right thing that had healing magic sealed in it. But there's no next time. Hikaru, the high heels scroll's effect is massive, but 3 points isn't something that can be easily obtained. There's no next time in two meanings. My united front with Rufria is not necessary now that the viewer count race has ended. Even so, the effects were incredible. I was prepared to die and all. It feels like it was all a lie. Rufria jumped in place and checked her state. Looks like there really are no side effects. Her face is still slightly reddish, but there doesn't seem to be any problems. It is true that you were on the verge of death, so let's just stay here inside the barrier. The Demon Lord has already left somewhere. Hikaru, eh? But Hikaru, you need to defeat the Demon Lord and stand out to become first, right? I'm already fine, so let's go. Rufria, no, it is already over. The moment I was about to say that, my mouth shut. There's no way I can tell her the fact that I forfeited. Of course, there's no need for me to be stupidly honest and tell her that I forfeited because I healed her wound. But if I were to tell her that it is over with a timing like this, she will feel that it was her fault that it is over. We are a team. It goes without saying that it is also my fault that she ended up injured. The Demon Lord still hasn't been defeated, and it wouldn't be rare for there to be more injured. Also. I won't be pushing myself anymore. Okay? Hikaru, can you promise me that? Rufria, I promise. Also, there's no way I will be losing now. Hikaru, Rufria placed a hand on her chest and said this powerfully at my question. I am slightly uneasy about this, but I already got on this ship. Let's fight till the end for today only. With the two of us. I have 0 points remaining. I still have some crystals left, but because I did a point loan, I can't use them until I pay back those 3 points. I could have bought potions or something before doing it, but this is basically crying over spilt milk. Well, there's also the part about it being impossible considering the situation. The Demon Lord does dispel. Darkness itself is still effective, so it is not like I am a bad match against it, but our fighting force is plain lacking. Cooperating with other parties is necessary. Rufria and I went out from the barrier. The barrier not only keeps the Demon Lord away, but also plainly keeps outside threats away, so there's no monsters around. The violent cries of the Demon Lord resembling shouts were endlessly echoing. Anyways, we are searching for the Demon Lord. It is flying, so it would be one monumental task to find it. Hikaru, it would be nice if it were to go in the direction of the entrance though. Rufria, it at the very least flew off in that direction, so it should be okay to assume that. Hikaru, a while after running towards the entrance, we heard a bugle horn sound from a far location. After that, The roars of explorers. Looks like battle began with the other parties. Hikaru. Over there. Rifria. Wait a moment, I heard it from over there though? Ah geez, this mist is just dirty. Hikaru, if this floor didn't have dense mist, it would be a floor with a good field of vision, but the vision is bad and the sounds just bounce around. It makes a mess of your sense of direction. Wait, aren't we supposed to tell the location from the horn's phrase? Hikaru, it only sounds like they are randomly going boo-boo-oo on the horn though. Or maybe you can tell with that? Doesn't look like it would help in this case. It seems like they are a party that hasn't properly trained with the hunting horn. Rifria, then there's no point. Hikaru, only if you seriously take the hunting horn short course after all. I actually haven't taken one properly. If you know the phrases, you can pinpoint the location, but I myself am not good at blowing it. Rifria, explorers really are. Hikaru, ah. Monsters, Hikaru. Rifria, 2 hobgoblins and 1 troll. I want to chase after the demon lord, but it is hard to ignore the monsters in this mist dungeon. There's no choice but to defeat them before advancing. Rifria, I leave the goblins to you. Hikaru, with Rifria almost dying and having given up on resurrecting Nanami, I have finally begun perceiving this world as the unavoidable reality in the truest of meanings. No, there's no need to use such complicated words. Determination. Or maybe resignation. I have been living in this world. I will live in this world. It is a simple matter of me understanding this from the depths of my heart. Darkness fog. Hikaru, for some mysterious reason, my body felt light. The dark and sticky something that I have always been feeling felt as if it had been taken off somewhat. I run towards the troll who couldn't react in the darkness, and stab into the throat in one straight line. The monster's spirit vein center was cut. It collapsed making a heavy sound, and changed into a spirit stone the size of a fist. Rifria, can you fight? Hikaru, eh? What? Rifria, when I turned around, Rifria was already done. If she had gotten traumatized to the point that she can't fight because of that grave injury. Is the thought I had for a moment, but it looks like that was needless worry. Maybe they are in a bad state, the hunting horn is being blown ceaselessly. Rifria and I calm down for now and perk up our ears to search for the location. The sounds are most likely scattered because of the mist of the dungeon, so it is not easy to pinpoint the location. There. Wait. Isn't that the direction of the entrance? Damn it. We wasted time. Hikaru, let's go. Rifria, Chapter 104, Regrouping and Bloody Battle. We ended up in battle against monsters a number of times on the way, but we arrived at the entrance decently soon. That place had already turned into hell. The only ones fighting are Alex and his party. Hikaru. From what I can see, the parties protecting the entrance in the beginning were injured, have retreated to the stairs, and have already withdrawn from the front lines. Joe Jordan and the water spirit users were desperately using their healing abilities, but it is taking their all just to heal them to a degree that they don't die. Right before the stairs to the second floor, there's a boy that seems to be a porter blowing the hunting horn for dear life. Alex and Crabble are somehow managing to stop the Demon Lord. However, why did the Demon Lord come this way? Does it really have a desire to leave the dungeon? Or was it the result of it chasing after Alex and his party? Rifria, we will be doing basically the same thing as before. I will be stopping the movements of the Demon Lord with my darkness, so if it uses Dispel, use Light. And only in the time that the ability is effective, attack it and then retreat. Got it? Hikaru, okay. But can we defeat it with that? Rifria, just forget about the viewer count race. It doesn't matter whether we defeat it or not. What's important is to survive. Hikaru, really? Rifria, it has been the case since the beginning. There's nothing more important than surviving. Please go to where Alex and his party are and tell them about this strategy. I will be moving by myself. Hikaru, got it. You be careful too, Hikaru. Refria regroups with Alex and the others. I unsheathe my short sword and participate in the battle too. Alex, I will assist you. Darkness fog. Hikaru, Alex and I were on opposite sides of the Demon Lord in terms of positioning. We could go for a pincer attack, but I would rather bite time than go on the offensive. We just have to keep it in place until the other parties that are scattered in the third floor come here. The hunting horn phrase is a complete mess, but if you perk up your ears, you should be able to tell it is close to the entrance. It would be best if the first half parties were to come while we were buying time though. March Osias is bewildered inside the darkness. Refria went around the outside of the darkness fog beforehand, and has regrouped with Alex. Summon, Night Bug. Phantom Warrior. Shadowbind. Hikaru, all of them can only serve to buy time, but you could also say they do their job of buying time well. Even with a lack of firepower, there's still ways to use them. In this time, Alex and the others should be able to regain their bearings. The Demon Lord is groaning inside the darkness. It took cautious steps, keeping guard for any attacks coming from anywhere. With this, we have bought some respite. I kept the scope of the darkness high, and regrouped with Alex and Crabble. I asked what I wanted to confirm. Can I have a word? Hikaru, Noah? That scared me. Is this voice? Hikaru? This is one astounding ability. This is what's called a dark spirit ability, right? Alex, yeah. More importantly, the Demon Lord can't move between floors immediately, right? If we run to the second floor, can't we keep this guy bottled here? Hikaru, all the information I have gotten said that the Demon Lord takes time to move between floors. In other words, if we all run to the second floor, the Demon Lord can't go up and give us chase. At least from what I know. Artilda, how was it, Crabble? Alex, about that, I haven't seen one before, but it is apparently not gonna work. If there are only monsters around the Demon Lord, it will eat monsters to gather strength before going up, but in a situation like this, it apparently would just go up normally. Crabble, really? Hikaru, yeah. If it ends up with a situation where we withdrew and lost, and even let the Demon Lord come to the surface, we could get hung. That's why, this is pretty dangerous, but there's no choice but to keep it in place here. Crabble, the red-haired Crabble answered the question. So it really is a situation where you can't escape from the Demon Lord. How about slowly falling back? Hikaru, if it goes up, it is going to evolve, right? Crabble, will it really? Even without gathering strength? Hikaru, that apparently depends on the Demon Lord. But it is certain that the chaotic energy would increase if it were to go up. It is already problematic right now, so I would like to be spared from things getting worse. Crabble, there's no other word to describe this situation but terrible. Though it looks like it isn't the worst. The parties in the third floor should be running here after hearing the horn, and if we buy time, the first half team should be coming too. I separate from Crabble and the others, and seeing that the bind has run out, I casted Shadow Bind on the Demon Lord again. Even a moment of bind can be useful here. Phantom Warrior and Night Bug are not bad either. They are methods to distract, but it serves perfectly to keep it in place. Also, I myself am beginning to get used to the movements of the Demon Lord. Being enclosed in the darkness, it is running around here and there searching for prey. When it understands that such efforts are futile, it will cast Dispel. That's basically the pattern. Light. Refria, aiming for the moment when the darkness was erased, Refria casts Light. This one hit that burns the retinas that were opened wide inside the pitch-black darkness was effective even against a Demon Lord, and in those tens of seconds, it is almost completely defenseless. An all-out attack between Refria, Alex, and Crabble had hit the Demon Lord full-on. It really is so tough, Hikaru. Even if not on the level of Rafria, the weapons of Alex and Grabble are big, and there's also the big frame of the people themselves, so they can bring out quite the power too. Moreover, in this situation, they can get the first 2 hits in at a practically defenseless target. And yet, it is still far from being a fatal wound. The attacks themselves are connecting. If we repeat this over and over, we should be able to defeat it eventually, but the problem is Rafria's spirit energy. She probably can't use light much. I did the point alone, so I can't exchange crystals for spirit energy potions. After that, I once again enveloped it in the darkness fog, and once it gets dispelled, use light and an all-out attack. You could say it is a certain victory pattern. However, there are holes in this plan. One is that it can stun the people around by using fear. The other one is that this is a combo limited to when Rafria still has spirit energy. And the last one is it opened up its wings even within the darkness, rising up into the air to escape. We have no means to hit the Demon Lord when it is flying around. Everyone, be careful of fire breaths and lunges from above. Hikaru. All right. Got it. You be careful too, Hikaru. Alex and the others have pretty high teamwork. They should be able to avoid the charges of the Demon Lord if there's the support of spirit abilities. The problem is the fire breath. Joe Jordan. Once the fire breath comes, please put up a shield. Can you do it? Hikaru. Why yeah. Alex gave me a spirit energy potion, so I should be okay for 5 times. Joe Jordan. Joe Jordan has blocked the fire breath once with his ability before. The timing seemed to be difficult, but the fact that he managed to do it means that contrary to his appearance he is a pretty practiced spirit user. Fire breath is only one of its attack means, but having a countermeasure for one of them is really big in battle. Chapter 105, Full Use of Darkness and Victims. The Demon Lord makes a violent roar and is leisurely flying at around 20 meters up. It is most likely waiting for an opportunity to attack from above. The chances of it attacking me hiding in the darkness is low. Rafria. Alex. Crabble. Even if it charges, there's no need to intercept it. Aim for the opening after it charges and tries to go back up. Leave the fire breaths to Joe Jordan. Hikaru. If they were to get a counter while it is charging, they might be able to deal big damage, but the risk is equally high. It would be safer to modulate both attack and defense. Gwoo-oon. The Demon Lord made a decently big howl while in midair, and then, after baring its giant fangs, it lunged onto Rafria. As if I will let you. Shadowbind. Hikaru. The dark tentacles appearing from the darkness tie up the Demon Lord, doing a sharp drop as if welcoming it into its arms. They were torn up in an instant, but even with that, it still managed to slow it greatly. If it had been just a few moments ago, it would have been impossible to match the bind with a fast-moving target, but it is possible now that my proficiency has increased. I can instantly make bind appear anywhere. Forcefully making it break, it slowed down, but the Demon Lord still charged on, and Rafria easily avoided it. The Demon Lord landed on the ground as if sliding on it and tried to regain its posture, but Alex and Crabble welcomed it with sharp slashes to not let that opening escape. G-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Displeased by the attacks of those two, the Demon Lord moves. However, it seems like it didn't deal that much damage. Half-bait attacks won't be getting through the body of the Demon Lord protected in tough fur. It is either attacking the base of the neck that is their weak point, or aim for its legs or wing to damage its mobility as much as possible. You two, move back. Phantom Warrior. Darkness Fog. Hikaru. It is dangerous to fight for too long against a Demon Lord. I don't want what happened to Rafria to happen all over again. I don't have any means to heal big wounds. The Demon Lord caught in the darkness gave one big cry and escaped to the air at once. It must have learned after having been hit over and over by the light of Rafria. The demon lord flaps its wings and flies overhead. If it wanted to, it could escape somewhere, but you could say this is as expected of a demon lord. There doesn't seem to be the choice of running away. Those eyes glaring brilliantly were burning with the strong desire of devouring us. Hikaru, it really helps that you are giving orders. It is so tough, so big, we were a complete mess not knowing how to fight it. Alex, after fixing their stances again, Alex ran to where I am. Figures. With our level, fighting it normally would be impossible. Even just now, Rafria had been gravely injured and almost died. Hikaru, seriously? Is she okay? No, she seems to be okay. Alex, I had points, so I somehow managed. But there's no next time, so let's bite time here and do this safely. If we just do what we did before over and over, we should be able to manage somehow. Hikaru, are you fine on spirit energy, Hikaru? Alex, somewhat. Hikaru, the reality is that I can fight in a way where I push myself in order to not lose. There's a limit to my stamina, so it would end up being a battle of attrition, but it is fine as long as reinforcements arrive. The explorers participating in this demon lord subjugation are all silver rank or higher. Even if not, the arrival of a demon lord in itself isn't that rare of an occurrence. If adventurers with full stamina and experience battling demon lords were to come, our job would be over. Now that I think about it, aren't you using your spirit abilities, Alex? Hikaru, actually, I am still not used to utilizing them at the moment. Also, that guy spits fire, so I don't think fire spirit abilities would be that effective. Alex, wonder about that. Well, if you are not good at it, then there's no need to force yourself into using them. It does seem like it would be more efficient to just attack normally. Hikaru, sorry. Please look forward to it next time. I will practice. Alex, I haven't had any issues with using abilities, but maybe fire spirit abilities are difficult to utilize. Or maybe this is the effect of affection of spirits. I do feel like Rafria said that she also practiced her abilities quite a lot. I separate from Alex, and check the state of things while inside the darkness. Because the attack of before failed, the demon lord must have increased its wariness, it isn't coming down at all. But that works just fine for us buying time. And then, it soon happened. Oh, are you okay? So that's the demon lord this time. Voices of reinforcement came from the other side of the mist. Armed warriors were rushing over while raising their voices. The explorers that had scattered in the third floor have reconvened. I let out a sigh of relief thinking that, with this, things will manage somehow. At that moment, the demon lord soared above, and after one big cry, it headed towards the explorer parties that came to help, and spit out fire everywhere. They were quite far away from us still, so we didn't even have time to warn them. It must have seen the reinforcement as easier prey, or it might have just been simply an instinctive action. The explorers who had fire thrown at them, some would block it with the shields they had, and the backline would try to block it with abilities. Those movements were those of seasoned explorers and there were no problems with that. However, even when spitting out fire, it was using that fire to cover their sights, folding its wings and descending sharply. The warriors were blocking the fire with shields, but because of that, they also ended up blocking their vision. A loud sound of collision rang in the place where the explorer parties had stacked up and the big body of the demon lord had rammed onto. They may be silver rank or higher, but they lacked way too much caution. Because of the sudden heavy attack, the explorers completely fell into a panic. With things in that state, even if they have the numbers, they are just headless chickens. Damn it! Shadowbind. Hikaru, the ability I casted while running was unable to show much effect because there was too much distance. Even in that time, the backline ability users were falling one after the other from the claws and fangs of the demon lord. Is it a cry of victory? March Oshias, who had trampled over 12 people one-sidedly, did light steps, and flew up again. Damn it! It really is learning in battle. Hikaru, it has learned that battling on land isn't favorable, and has decided to take the strategy of hit and run. Monsters turn into spirit stones when they die, so it is normally misunderstood, but that's an actual living being. It has enough brains to think of how to fight. Even if that's not the case, it can use spirit abilities, so it is natural. Are you okay? Recover yourselves before it comes back down, or if not possible, please withdraw to the stairs. Hikaru, S. Sorry. We suddenly ended up pulling your legs instead. No, more importantly, is there anyone here with the means to attack an enemy above? Be it spirit abilities or bows. Hikaru, we don't have an archer. The spirit abilities, as well. I'm sorry. It seems like they died in that attack just now. Died, you say? Hikaru, from what I can see, what should have been 12 explorers, have been reduced to 8. With just one charge of the Demon Lord, 4 people have been killed. In battle, the formation and your readiness really defines the result of life or death this much. March Oshias flies leisurely above and awaits a chance for its next attack. Chapter 106, Time Before Reinforcements and Casket of Darkness. Damn it! We don't have any means to attack flying enemies. The Demon Lord is slowly flying in the air while mixing some hovering, so if we had any means to attack it, it would be a nice target. March Oshias is a chimera that doesn't originally fly in the sky, so it is not like it is skilled at flying. The explorers that came to help out have somehow managed to recover themselves, and the injured ones have withdrawn to the stairs. The members that can still fight regrouped with Alex and the others. The ones with shields will be standing at the front and blocking it when it charges. Fire breaths will be blocked with a water shield. Once it comes to the ground again, we won't let it escape. That's the only fighting style we can think of. However, I think it is really rough to rely on this. You could even say this is gradually turning to the worse. The enemy is slowly growing more and more experienced. I feel like we will eventually crumble completely. Rafria must be feeling the same. Her expression is more serious than anything I have seen before as she looked at the Demon Lord flying. It has barely used fear again, but if it were to spam that, we would definitely be done for, and there's also the chance that it still has more abilities we still haven't seen. Moreover, even if we manage to corner it, there's the chance of it escaping without us being able to defeat it. If it were to switch to escaping, we have no means to stop it. Oh well, even all of this is all hopeful speculation. Alex, when did the reinforcements go up? Even if we are buying time here, I want to know how much time it would be. Hikaru, reinforcements. They came just now, right? Alex, no, that's not it. Someone has to go and call the first half subjugation team. Hikaru, Alex showed a dumbfounded expression at my question. I felt my back growing cold. I think back to the time when the Demon Lord appeared until now. I told Alex and the others to call for help, but I didn't ask them to go to the surface and call for the first half parties. Or more like, I was told that the second half team moves in a way that they would call the first half team if a Demon Lord shows up, so I might have just jumped to conclusions here. Moreover, if a battle happened soon after they regrouped with other parties at the entrance of the 3rd floor, they wouldn't have the leeway to call for help. There's no need to think about it anymore. So no one has gone to call for reinforcements outside, right? Hikaru, sorry. We were desperate here, so I don't think there's anyone who has gone to do that. Alex, no, I am not blaming you here. My bad. Hikaru, that means we need to have someone that can get through the 2nd floor and 1st floor to call for reinforcements. It is not like I am being overly conceited here, but I am sure the front would crumble if I were to leave this place. It would be the fastest if I were to go, but I can't leave. Alex, do you think it would be fine to ask those people to relay the message? Hikaru, the party that regrouped just now. If they are silver rank, they should be able to get out from the second floor pretty fast with 2 or 3 people. We are not going to fight together. It would be pretty dangerous with just us, you know? Alex, no, leaving things as they currently are would be worse. We don't even have the means to attack a flying enemy. If we can get the Crimson Vials of the first half team, we should be able to wrap this up for sure. Hikaru, the Crimson Vials is the mithril rank explorer party that's led by the crimson-haired Garnet-san. They also have an archer. Their strength is plainly on another level to begin with. To return to the guild, gather people, and bring them all the way here. It would take around 2-3 hours at the very least. Hikaru, can we endure for that long? Alex, if we are lucky, maybe you will get 1 point, Alex. If that happens, you can buy a barrier stone, and we can somehow manage. Hikaru, I will be using a point? You could get 1 too, right, Hikaru? Alex, no, I have done a point loan of 3, so I can't do it. Hikaru, seriously? Can't be helped then. Alex, using a barrier stone is convenient, but that would mean the Demon Lord would lose its targets. When that happens, it might begin moving to the higher floors. Just as Crabble said, having it go up floors would create even higher risks. I want us to stand ground here if possible. Then, I will go tell them. Alex, yeah, tell them to be as fast as possible. Hikaru, got it. Alex, after Alex went off, I cast darkness fog and hid myself, and then opened the status board. Thanks to the viewers going up to 1 billion, my crystals have increased, but those numbers are half transparent, and are unavailable for use. Because of the point loan, not only points, I can't even use crystals. It is 3:30 AM. The first half party members must be fast asleep. Even if we were to go call them now, there's no knowing if they would immediately come to help. Hikaru, it was a coincidence that I noticed this, but it was something that was in the corner of my mind. I was going to learn a new ability soon. My shadow bind that was in tier 2 has increased to tier 3. Casket of Darkness, Dark Coffin, Proficiency 0. Dark Coffin is the higher grade of shadow bind, and I can tell by feeling that it can't be activated in midair, but this is a good development in a situation where we are in a stalemate as it is. Alex spoke to the explorers, and it seems like they will be going back up with 4 people out of 8. The other 4 will be staying. The remaining ones are 2 shield bearers and 2 ability users. The Demon Lord spits out fire at Alex and the others. Joe Jordan stopped it somehow with water screen, but the lunge after that is rough. Rather than the fangs and the claws, it is more the mass crashing onto them that is turning into one powerful attack. Even if our side is stronger than the average human, we can't get out unscathed from a charge of a creature of that size. And the reality is that the warriors holding their shields up were blown away, unable to stand the hit. Fortunately, there's no heavy injuries, but with things like this, we won't even be able to buy time. Even when we try to attack it once it comes down to the ground, it soon flies away. There's currently no explorer here who can restrain this creature with an overall length of 5 meters. My spirit abilities are barely managing to stay effective, but the positioning and timing are difficult. Damn it. This is just slowly turning to the worse. Hikaru, any ideas? Alex, there's agitation showing in the face of Alex. Without a decisive move, we humans get exhausted faster than monsters. If only it lands close to me, I might be able to manage something, but not when it is flying. At the very least, we need an archer. Hikaru, if we take away its choice of flying, the possibility of defeating it with the combo of darkness fog and light appears. Of course, it is not for certain since it has chaotic spirit abilities, but we should be in quite the advantageous position in that scenario. However, there's no helping that we don't have an archer. The first floor has skeletons which aren't suitable for archers. The second floor is a prison and there's a lot of narrow rooms, so it isn't suitable for bows. In the third floor there's mist, so it turns into a close battle almost as soon as you encounter monsters. The fourth floor is the one with the highest compatibility with bows, but it is dark, and there's a lot of cramped places, so it is not a place where you should force yourself to use one. And so, archers would be fighting mainly in the fifth floor and lower. The fifth floor has stairs going down in a spiral at the outer circumference of the cavity, so the bow apparently does quite a lot of work. Also, the Crimson Vials actually have an archer. Anyways, let's wait until reinforcements arrive. Hikaru, yeah. That thing is also being cautious here. It isn't attacking as much, so that alone is a saving. Alex, we can only hope that the Demon Lord Sama doesn't change its mind. Hikaru, I have this conversation with Alex while keeping our attention on the Demon Lord flying and seeking a chance to attack. Hikaru. Rufria, at some point in time, Rufria had come to my side. Chapter 107, Her Secret and Dark Coffin. Rufria had come to my side at some point in time. She is a close-range battle specialist, but it is hard for her to perform in a situation like this. There really is no other choice but to hit it with the higher tier ability of Shadow Bind, Dark Coffin. I don't know how much it can immobilize it, but it should have more effectiveness than Shadow Bind. If we do well, we might be able to lower its movement greatly. Rufria, nice timing. When it comes down, I will restrain it with my new spirit ability. When that happens, hit it with all you have. Hikaru, Rufria, of course, without being reckless, that is. It should have more restraining power than Shadow Bind, so no need to hold back. Go all, Hikaru. Listen. Rufria yanked my sleeves hard. When I looked back, she had a grim expression, however, it had determination in it. That's the kind of face that was looking straight at me. What's the matter? Did you really get injured somewhere? Hikaru, no, that's not it. Haven't told you something, Hikaru. No, there's something I have to tell you. Rufria, What? Or more like, does it have to be now? Hikaru, I can tell that she has to tell me something important, but we are currently in the very middle of a battle against a Demon Lord. There's no knowing when the Demon Lord will be plunging again even while we are standing here. Actually, I do have an attack that can hit flying targets. Rufria, really? Like throwing your sword? It is true that it is a distance that projectiles might reach, but, Hikaru, no, that's not it. Rufria, while being cautious of the Demon Lord flying, she hesitated for a moment in saying it and, Hikaru, just like how you couldn't tell me that you came from another world and that unknown people are watching you, I also had something I couldn't tell you. Actually, even though I should have told you, if I were to tell you that, I thought that I wouldn't be able to stay by your side anymore. So selfish, right? Even though we are in so much trouble here, even now. I have been hiding it all this time. Rufria, what's the matter, Rufria? What are you saying, Hikaru? I told you that I won't be doing spirit ability training anymore, right? Actually, when I went to the Great Spirit Sama's place the day before that, I had low hopes. But then. Rufria, after saying that much, Rufria hesitates in her words. She looked straight to the front and directed her right hand up. I can feel spirit energy gathering on the palm of Rufria. That became a shining sphere, and it is being collected in front of her palm as if energy is converging there. Could it be? Hikaru, I thought we would somehow manage with these many explorers. That's why I thought I didn't need to say it. That I will keep it a secret. That's why, even in a situation like this, I couldn't say it. But after saving my life twice already, I can't continue being so selfish. Refria, the shining sphere was flickering repeatedly as if wanting to be released from her at any moment. She looked straight at the demon lord circling above and directed her palm at it. Pierce. Photon ray. Refria, the dazzling and shining streak of light that shot out from the palm of Refria shallowly cut the wing of the demon lord flying, and a spray of blood rains from above. The demon lord raised a cry of anger at the attack from the ground that it thought we had none of. It wasn't to the point where it can't fly anymore, but it must have learned now that flying isn't completely safe. We want to bring the fight to the ground, so the effect of this one attack is big. I am not so dense as to not understand the reason why she kept this a secret. I also know just how conflicted she must have felt in confessing this. It is not like I am not thinking in a situation like this. But I have no right to blame her. I missed. Haha. My spirit energy might be in a bad state. Refria, it is difficult to use an ability all of a sudden in real battle. But that was impressive, Refria. Hikaru, if it were a literal speed of light attack, it might have hit right on target, but it isn't actually that fast. I don't know the physics of this world, but it is a speed that can be barely followed with the eye. It is a power brought by spirit energy, so it might be different from the light in nature. Guun. The demon lord raised a cry resembling a roar while blood flowed from its wing, changed course in midair, and took a stance to plunge. Even if we have found a means to attack flying targets, it is not like the tides of battle will suddenly turn. The battle continues. It is not the time to lower our guards. Alex. It is diving your way. Hikaru, got it. Please provide backup. Alex, I will try. Hikaru, the demon lord glides down to the ground together with a roar. It is aiming for Alex, but the shield-bearing warriors stand at the front to try and stop it. However, it is impossible to stop that charge from the front. Their warriors were sent flying as if they had been hit by a car, as one would expect. Even so, there's no way I am going to let this chance escape. Dark coffin. Hikaru, I feel spirit energy escaping from me. After one breath, a dark giant coffin appeared with the demon lord as the origin point, as if swallowing its target. The demon lord notices the abnormality and makes steps in a way to get out of the coffin. The coffin of darkness was completely one instant too late. Alex, sorry. I missed. Hikaru, can't be helped. Aura. Alex, the spear attack of Alex was easily deflected. The demon lord opened distance with deft steps and took flight again. It managed to incapacitate several explorers that came to aid with just one attack, so it must have learned that dives from the air are effective. And it would actually be bad if it were to repeat those. Even so, it would be a poor plan to escape to the stairs. The stairs have bad footing, a monster in 4 would have the advantage, and most of all, we would be done for if it were to continuously spit out fire in there. Stacking all those negatives, you could say the enemy sticking to dives isn't that bad of a situation. The demon lord has a good head, but it is lacking in some fronts. That's why we can take advantage of those lacking elements. March Oshias flies overhead. I can't tell how much damage we have dealt to it, but it doesn't look like it is dying anytime soon. The sight of the demon lord soaring above made me feel as if it even has leisure. Chapter 108, Hearing the Voice of the Spirits and Locking It Up in a Coffin. Refria, can you shoot it one more time? Hikaru. Yeah. If it is one more. I think I can. Refria. Refria answered that, but honestly, her spirit energy looks like it is on its limit. Not only has she shot several lights today, the new spirit ability seems to have a high cost in spirit energy. Also, I have no spirit energy potion. I can't use both crystals and points. Alex. Got any spirit energy potions? Or if you have crystals, please buy one. I will definitely pay you back later. Hikaru. Sorry. I already used them all. The one I gave to Joel was the last one. Alex. Is there any other person here that has one? Hikaru. The backline spirit users all shook their heads to the sides. Spirit energy potions are expensive items. This result can't be helped. Rafria squeezed her strength and gathered spirit energy into her palm. Spirit abilities can display their strength in the form of abilities by making a contract and borrowing their power. However, for the spirit energy itself, you have to use your own. That's why there's a limit to how many spirit abilities a person can use. You are R.Q. Rafria. The light gathering in the palm of Rafria was flickering powerlessly. Photon Ray is an ability that allows you to hit from long distances, and on top of that, it is fast and it has high firepower. It must use quite a lot of spirit energy. No matter how I look at it, she has no energy left in her to shoot it one more time. Then. There's no choice but to bring it from the outside. Spirits. Please help out Rafria. We will bring down the Demon Lord. Hikaru. Hikaru. What are you saying? Rafria. Spirits have wills. They might help out if you call out to them. Hikaru. I speak to the spirits. On Earth I obviously didn't feel the stir of the spirits. I certainly can feel what's like the touch of them in this world. Please. If you guys have wills, help us out this once. Hikaru. Kyakia. Are we beating up that scary one? Beat it up. Yufu. I heard voices. I could feel light spirits gathering in the surroundings. I could see twinkling light beads faintly floating. Are these light spirits? Rafria, can you see them? The light spirits have come to help out. It seems like demon lords and spirits are in a hostile relationship. Hikaru, eh? Light spirits. I am not a loved one, so I can't see them. Rafria, so she can't see this, huh? But it is certain that the light spirits want to lend Rafria their strength. However, the light gathering in the palm of Rafria is still flickering and isn't enough to activate. I stretch my hand out, move to the back of Rafria, who had sweat flowing down from her forehead, as if hugging her, and hold her wrist. W8, Hikaru. Rafria, the spirits want to lend you their strength. Aim well. Listen to the voices of the spirits. Hikaru, the gift that is the affection of spirits. That's apparently called loved one in this world, but I have borrowed the strength of spirits in the past. At the time when I ran out of spirit energy and was about to die in that forest, I borrowed their strength and used Create Undead, somehow managing to get out. Probably only people with affection can borrow the strength of spirits directly. But Yufu. Scary one is bad one. Beat it, okay? Use us. Children of light, gather. I can hear them. The voices of the spirits. Rafria, looks like their voices reached Rafria through me. Mysterious voices, right? Hikaru, yeah. They sound as if they are right by my side, and as if they were really far. Also. I can feel it. Spirit energy is entering my body. Spirits are really giving me their strength. Rafria, that's right. They say they want you to defeat the Demon Lord. Hikaru, I can feel power going into her with my body as the intermediary. And at the same time, the light in the photon ray grew brighter and bigger to an incomparable degree from last time. Hikaru. I can feel it too. I can feel the spirits are lending me their strength. Rafria, looks like the spirits really hate the Demon Lord. Hikaru, the sparkly and shining particles gathered onto Rafria, forming a giant mass of light. A size that can't compare to the last photon ray. The Demon Lord was leisurely flying around and most likely recovering its stamina, but it must have noticed the abnormality below. It changed its course rapidly, and switched with the intention of plunging at us. Looks like the Demon Lord doesn't like this light. It is coming right at us. Can you hit it? Hikaru, yeah, leave it to me. I definitely won't miss it. Rufria, with its sharp knife-like fangs in full display, the Demon Lord approaches us as if sliding down mid-air. A roar like that of tearing fabric echoed, and we, who were standing right on a straight line from it, even felt as if that voice had actual mass to it. However, the light gathered in the palm of Rufria had enough promise that it was enough to push away that fear. Aside from the attack of Rufria, I also calculate the distance, speed, and timing of the Demon Lord. Pierce. Photon ray. Rufria, Pa. The giant photosphere was shot with such force it made that kind of firing sound, turning into a beam, and connecting straight onto the Demon Lord charging at us. The beam passed by the right cheek of the wolf face, piercing it just like that, severing the base of the right wing, and cutting half of the left wing too. Goa. Having lost its wings, the Demon Lord is falling this way while spinning. At this rate, it will crash into me and Rufria. At this rate, that is. Dark coffin. Hikaru, a dark coffin appears right in front of us. A deep darkness as if it had manifested from hell. An icosahedron darkness that had clear contours. The Demon Lord that crashed from above was swallowed inside that darkness just like that from the momentum. The door of the coffin closes. And then, after that, silence reigns in the place. What about the Demon Lord? Did you trap it inside that? Rufria, yeah. But this ability is different from bind in that it is only an ability that completely restrains them. Hikaru, in exchange, its binding power is strong. That's why we can just leave it restrained like this. While the ability is active, the Demon Lord won't be attacking us, and we can buy time. But the spirit energy being drained from my body is so astounding that darkness fog doesn't even compare. And my spirit energy will most likely be completely dry by around 10 minutes. There's no means to attack the trapped monster inside the coffin from outside. Aside from one exception. I could tell by instinct as the user. I will be going for a bit. Hikaru, wait, Hikaru? Rufria, darkness fog. Hikaru, I spread the darkness, held my short sword, and ran. Chapter 109, Demon Lord and Hero. Inside the pitch-black fog of darkness, there was an icosahedron that's a deeper darkness than that. March Osias was losing its temper and squirming around trying to get out. However, the dark coffin isn't that easy to destroy. The darkness of darkness fog is reinforcing the darkness in here and increasing its potency. Spirit energy was being drained out from my body constantly to a never-before degree. It is a powerful restraining ability, but the cost is high. I have to change my way of using it compared to bind, which only costs a bit of spirit energy each use, or my spirit energy will end up running dry in an instant. I have my own spirit energy plus the energy the spirits lend me thanks to the effect of affection of spirits. But it is not like I can use abilities infinitely. I would say around 90% of the ability's cost is being shouldered by the spirits. However, that also means I am supplying that 10%. It would be more appropriate to say that I am using 10% in order to serve as the trigger of activation for the ability. At any rate, that 10% is always being used, so even if I can use 10 times more abilities than your regular person, if I continuously use powerful abilities, I will run out of gas quickly. This is a battle against time. I jumped inside the dark coffin. Only a dark spirit user clad in darkness fog can enter this coffin of darkness. Let's put an end to this. Whether you can get away from these restraints, or you die before that. Hikaru, the right side of its face was gouged out by the photon ray of Rufria, blood pulsing out from it, and the remaining left eye was shining crimson even inside this darkness. It really makes me feel the infinite stamina a demon lord has. I jumped onto the back of the demon lord that was desperately struggling, trying to get out from the bindings of darkness. The lion's back of March Osias covered in hard fur was hot, and it made me feel the life force of a demon lord. But no matter how powerful and fiendish of a natural enemy it is towards humanity, there's one weakness. I put all of my weight into it, and swung my short sword downwards onto the spirit vein sent to the base of its neck. Hikaru, Grua. The demon lord roars as if it were bringing it out from the depths of its entrails. It is a situation where it can barely move at all, however, the bleeding from its wounds were making its whole body tremble. I bring my short sword down over and over again while still straddling the back of March Osias. Yet, my short sword was bouncing off with each strike, unable to penetrate that fur and muscle armor. Spirit energy is leaving my body ceaselessly in order to maintain the dark coffin. Because of my spirit energy running dry, even though I am in deep darkness, my vision was dying red. Grua. The demon lord is also not silently taking my hits. It is shaking its body and mustering its full power. Every passing moment, spirit energy leaves my body. But not only that, the wild shaking of the demon lord was also sapping away at my stamina and making my aim unsteady. My arms were shaking and it was getting hard to even hold onto my short sword. Damn it! Not even this much is enough? Hikaru, Garua. Massive amounts of blood were coming out from the neck of the demon lord, however, the tough body was not allowing the passing of attacks to its weak point. The short sword has enough sharpness. The problem is my own physical strength. I was breathing heavily and my vision was narrowing. In this pivotal opportunity, I can't deal a finishing blow. Damn it. How about this then? Hikaru, I hold my short sword aloft and bring it down with reckless abandon. Grua. However, due to the demon lord wiggling its body heavily, I missed the weak point, and it was stabbed onto the back. And at the same time, the binding power of the dark coffin drops slightly. My spirit energy is about to run out. I could feel that reality sink in. Things are getting bad. The next instant that crossed my mind. Dispel. That word from the demon lord melted the dark coffin. At that very moment, I was immediately shaken off its back, and crashed pitifully on the ground. When I looked up, there was the demon lord that had its right eye shine fiercely despite having lost half of its face. It let out a hot sigh of fire. It was as if March Osias was laughing. Death. I could feel that certain feeling caress my back. Countless fangs inside the giant mouth of the demon lord, and the fire that flickers from that mouth. My life will be taken away the next instant by those fangs, claws, or fire. The dense presence of death was making me have no choice but to prepare myself for that conclusion. The darkness had been erased by the dispel of the demon lord, and it had completely set its sight on me. The jaws of March Osias opened widely and approached, attempting to bite off my neck. But at that moment, light. An intense flash happened in front of me. That light so powerful it threatened to burn my retinas made it impossible for me to open my eyes. Thwa! A shout filled with fighting spirit rang, and sounds of collision happened intermittently. The sound of deft footsteps, the noise of blows, and the sounds of a sword cutting the wind. Gwarua! What was reflected in my eyes after they had finally recovered enough to see something was the great sword of Rafria having wounded March Osias as if attempting to cut off its head. The strength on the limbs of March Osias were leaving them with its head half split. Light was dissipating from its red shining eyeballs. Goo! The demon lord raises a death cry as it perishes. And at the same time, a chaotic spirit stone in a size I have never seen before fell onto the ground. I looked at that half dumbstruck while still groveling on the ground. Defeated. Did we defeat it? I could hear cheers of "Wah!" from afar. I could see Alex and the others running here. Yay, We did it. We have defeated the scary one. Kyakia. The voices of the spirits rode the wind and reached my ears. The sinister presence that was ruling the place until now had disappeared. The demon lord has died. We won. We managed to win with only us. Congratulations. You are the first chosen who has achieved a demon lord subjugation. As a first-time bonus, you will be granted 3 points. Congratulations. You have managed to defeat a demon lord, so you have now obtained the hero title. This being your first title acquisition, you will be granted 1 point as a bonus. The 3-point loan return has been done. It has been a while since I have gotten a announcement. Alex is probably getting those same announcements. The one who dealt the killing blow was Refria, but I am being treated as having subjugated it, so Alex should be falling into the same category. Foo. I am a hero, huh? Rather than me, it is Refria who is the hero, and I am the party member, Hikaru. Well, it is most likely a simple title that's given to everyone. It is fortunate that I got 1 point, but there's no point in the title itself. Hikaru. Are you okay? Refria runs to me, who is sitting on the ground. That figure of hers showing a shining smile celebrating our victory was strangely dazzling in my eyes. The demon lord was far stronger than I thought. The only saving was that it didn't spam its chaotic abilities. If it had spammed them, we would have lost. Leaving aside dispel, there's no means to stop fear, making it uncounterable. I am okay. You too, Refria. You seem to be okay. Hikaru. Wait, are you really okay? Refria. Yeah, I might have pushed myself a bit there. I leave the rest to you. Hikaru. Hikaru? Refria. Maybe because of the relief of defeating a demon lord, my consciousness grows further away. I didn't manage to revive Nanami, but I had a sense of fulfillment that I did the best I could. I let go of my consciousness. Chapter 110, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 3799th. 2. Anonymous from Earth. I didn't expect to cry from Hikaru. 6. Anonymous from Earth. I am also crying. Man, Hikaru is impressive. He really gave it his all. 7. Anonymous from Earth. Hero. 11. Anonymous from Earth. Getting the title of hero once you defeat a demon lord. So the Dark Great Mage has become the Dark Hero, huh? 12. Anonymous from Earth. That was crazy. In the end, they managed to finish this with only members of silver rank and below. 15. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, I will be going for a bit. Seliku and Karen, don't go. I laughed a bit at that. 19. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, Refria, can you go for one more round? Refria, yeah, if it is one more time. I think I can. Karen, what exactly are they talking about again? I also like the simplicity of this one. 21. Anonymous from Earth. Man, seeing the demon lord up close is seriously crazy. The recent CG of monsters has gotten pretty real, but a real one is seriously a whole other level. Hikaru really has several screws loose being able to stand against it. 24. Anonymous from Earth. In other words, a hero. 29. Anonymous from Earth. Normally, you can't just go for a bit. 32. Anonymous from Earth. Seliku and Karen, I have fallen in love all over again. 34. Anonymous from Earth. We have fallen in love all over again as well. Even if it was a difficult situation where they had to buy time, I didn't expect them to actually finish it there. 37. Anonymous from Earth. But it is a shame with the viewer count race. 40. Anonymous from Earth. He actually got first in the race after all. 42. Anonymous from Earth. I'm impressed he managed to defeat it, seriously. 44, Anonymous from Earth. But that really was cool. Being able to buy the scroll without any hesitation even when it meant forfeiting. 45, Anonymous from Earth. Being able to make that decision instantly even when he was first place really makes him our Runichan. 47, Anonymous from Earth. Well, you can only do that in that situation, right? 48, Anonymous from Earth. The trending on Twitter is all related to Hikaru. 55, Anonymous from Earth. From the top, Hikaru Referee Alex Joe Jordan March Osias Dark Coffin Photon Ray Demon Lord Hunting Horn Boy. 59, Anonymous from Earth. Hunting Horn Boy, Lumao. 63, Anonymous from Earth. Joe Jordan is for some reason trending like crazy among foreigners. 65, Anonymous from Earth. Jordan is nice. Even though he looks weak, that reaction speed in being able to block the fire from the Demon Lord with his ability was cool. 69, Anonymous from Earth. There's a part of me thinking that if he could have stopped the recklessness of Referee beforehand. But asking that from a 15-year-old boy is just too harsh. 73, Anonymous from Earth. But because of that, he can't revive Nanamikan anymore. Hikaru did his best for the sake of that. 75, Anonymous from Earth. He decided for himself that he would be forfeiting, so he was making a refreshed face, right? Even Seliku and Karen said that trying to become first place in the race had become a form of shackles instead for his life in that world. 80, Anonymous from Earth. A dark great mage and a hero. Most of all, his manliness for not hesitating at all when saving Referee-sama. Can't help falling in love there. 82, Anonymous from Earth. If he hadn't forfeited, would he have gotten first place? 84, Anonymous from Earth. In the viewer count race? There were still 2 days left, but he had gotten first place in the total ranking, so if he had maintained first place the whole time, it would have been possible. 87, Anonymous from Earth. So he can't revive Nanamikan, huh? He must be dismayed by this. 90, Anonymous from Earth. Even Seliku and Karen were speechless at that moment after all. 93, Anonymous from Earth. It is not just the battle with the Demon Lord. It isn't rare for an explorer to die at any moment if they continue with that line of work. You could even say that it is the mistake of Hikaru for not readying the healing means beforehand. It is basically a miracle that she was even saved. If he hadn't been a chosen, she would have died 100% there. 98, Anonymous from Earth. We know that. We do, but we can't help but say it. 101, Anonymous from Earth. The two of twin sis did seem to have put quite a lot of money to support him after all. 106, Anonymous from Earth. This is not an issue about money. Not about money. 114, Anonymous from Earth. No, money is important. Twin sis are still middle schoolers. 119, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't even know about that either, so it can't be helped. 126, Anonymous from Earth. Well, but with his comrade having been gravely injured and about to die, there was no other choice. 133, Anonymous from Earth. That's true, but when something like that suddenly happens, you would normally hesitate. He was literally doing his best with his life on the line after all. He risked his life countless times, and finally managed to stretch his hands into reach. 138, Anonymous from Earth. He got first in the total rankings even when he was assuming all viewers hated him to death and was running solely with his emotions of wanting to revive Nanamikan, you know? There's no way you can throw it all away so easily. Even if he let Referee-sama die though, him becoming first was almost assured at that point already. 140, Anonymous from Earth. But a demon lord showing up really is quite the impossible game. How many died there? 142, Anonymous from Earth. Not leaving corpses is plain harsh. 147, Anonymous from Earth. If you were to be exploring normally and ended up meeting and fighting the demon lord first, you would be completely done for. 152, Anonymous from Earth. No, your normal adventurer would have meat and smoke bombs to escape. That's what Alex said. 158, Anonymous from Earth. You can't escape from the demon lord. 164, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it does look like it would chase after you. 172, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if a demon lord battle is always like this or if it was just on this occasion, but I seriously thought, aren't they a bit too nonchalant about this? Gilchin, do your damn job. 178, Anonymous from Earth. The advance of the demon lord was probably way faster than what was estimated. Demon lords are like a natural phenomenon, so their tendencies have already been analyzed and countermeasures have already been created. That's why it just grumbles when it strays from that. 182, Anonymous from Earth. It is their fault for using something like a hunting horn. For signaling, you really have to go with gongs. 189, Anonymous from Earth. Gong. Gong. Che, Demon Lord. 195, Anonymous from Earth. Well, maybe using both gongs and hunting horns. I feel like they could do a lot of things if they were to bring drums. 200, Anonymous from Earth. It is like the construction works in the long past. They probably just think of people dying as the nature of the profession. 206, Anonymous from Earth. According to what the Chosen in Alice Mary's have investigated, demon lords get stronger as they go up, and the longer it takes, the stronger that growth is. Each time they go up a floor, they get one chaotic trait, and their rank as a demon lord increases. If the demon lord comes outside, the chaotic element spreads around and it turns into hell. They normally get killed by great spirits before that happens, but in such cases, the dungeon collapses. That's basically the gist of it. 210, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, it means that it is different from your normal monster. 214, Anonymous from Earth. Don't the divine beasts or whatever defeat the demon lords? It ain't time to be giving presents to explorers, right? 222, Anonymous from Earth. There seems to not be much known about divine beasts. They are apparently crazy strong, so they probably can defeat a demon lord if they were to fight. 224, Anonymous from Earth. It is because Jordan kicked the hunting horn. 229, Anonymous from Earth. Those kinds of accidents or irregularities happen normally. You gotta report it and make countermeasures for them. 232, Anonymous from Earth. Chosen teaching the natives about the Heinrichs Triangle. 236, Anonymous from Earth. They do seem negligent compared to Alimari. Don't guilds communicate with each other in these regards? 243, Anonymous from Earth. It is a foreign country divided by the sea after all. There's apparently engineer-like people that draw up dungeons. They probably don't do much guiding in the ways to manage them though. 248, Anonymous from Earth. Alamari is so strong that there's no need to go through the trouble of dividing them between a strong team and weak team. That's how strong their parties are there. Melchior has to put more effort in raising their newbies. Or more like, the configuration of the dungeon is bad. The second floor and fourth floor are not suitable for hunting, and there's a lot who are only specialized in the third floor. And the result of that is this. 255, Anonymous from Earth. Well, they have managed to do fine with this way of doing things. The style of defeating it with the strong parties can manage to defeat it fast without any deaths if the rug isn't pulled on them after all. 259, Anonymous from Earth. I do feel like they simply took the choice of high risk high return. 266, Anonymous from Earth. High risks are not noticed in the time when things go well. It is human to feel things are just easy. 273, Anonymous from Earth. It really should be a gong, or a chime would be nice too. Let's send that message to Hikaru. 279, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't read them. 289, Anonymous from Earth. Alex got intimidated by being told deaths always happen in Demon Lord subjugations. There's probably deaths actually showing up every time. And the guild isn't too bothered by that. 293, Anonymous from Earth. The guild is fine with anything as long as the Demon Lord is defeated after all. 300, Anonymous from Earth. Silver ranks are basically on the 4th place from the top and are simply on the level of competent enough. Putting it in gaming perspective, it would be around the stage where you can finally buy an iron sword. In other words, people you can replace as much as you want. 308, Anonymous from Earth. Life isn't endless. 314, Anonymous from Earth. They become stones when they die, so there's probably a lack of reality to their deaths. 317, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, Hikaru did well. He was simply a fresh explorer and a bronze rank porter after all. 321, Anonymous from Earth. Silver rank is a rank where there's a lot of difference in power among it. Even Refrie-sama is a silver rank, and the weakling party that got defeated instantly was also silver rank. 330, Anonymous from Earth. Refrie also was on the verge of dying with just one hit of the Demon Lord. 333, Anonymous from Earth. I always end up speaking things from a viewer point of view, like if only Hikaru would have done this. The best move on defined scenarios can only be spoken about here because we are watching from the outside, and it isn't so simple as just doing it because they have been told to. Messages apparently reached Alex, but he didn't have any leeway to read them. Even if he did, there would be no hardships in this world if you could solve things that way. 339, Anonymous from Earth. If I had been actually there in flesh and bones, I would have been blowing the horn while crying. 346, Anonymous from Earth. I would also be cast as the hunting horn boy. 351, Anonymous from Earth. It really hit that the camera would show the hunting horn boy every now and then. 358, Anonymous from Earth. He was desperately blowing while in tears after all. No, I was already filled to the brim with desperation while watching in real time. But now that I think back on it, that sight was strangely comical. 365, Anonymous from Earth. 333, I also think I have to work, but I just can't bring myself to do it, so I understand that feeling. 371, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that a bit different? No. With how we all are glued to a bulletin board at this late in the night, we are all probably fish in the same tank here. 382, Anonymous from Earth. The magic cannon of Refrie-sama was crazy powerful. 387, Anonymous from Earth. Don't call it magic cannon. 391, Anonymous from Earth. It is light, so maybe it is practically like a neutral element attack? Light and darkness really are special elements? 396, Anonymous from Earth. They might be. I do feel light spirit abilities are a bit up with them having both healing abilities and attack abilities of high caliber in their repertoire. 400, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Refrie-sama shooting the photon ray together looked a bit like them cutting their wedding cake. 408, Anonymous from Earth. You would be killed for that comment if Celica and Karen read it. 409, Anonymous from Earth. Demon Lord equals wedding cake. 410, Anonymous from Earth. It is clearly unfair to bring out a particle beam cannon in a fight with fire and water. 413, Anonymous from Earth. be it light or photon ray, I don't know if to call it light element or electricity element. 420, Anonymous from Earth, Mobile Suit Gundam, Refria. 423, Anonymous from Earth, Stop That, Lumao. 426, Anonymous from Earth, She does fight with a sword and has a beam attack after all. 429, Anonymous from Earth, also a stun grenade. 423, Anonymous from Earth, If light made noise too, it would be invincible against people. 440, Anonymous from Earth, The solar flare is a handy technique that works even against strong characters. DBZ reference. 447, Anonymous from Earth, At any rate, the Demon Lord was totally a chimera. 453, Anonymous from Earth, But even though it is a world that has nothing to do with Earth, the Demon Lord March-Osias showed up, right? That's a demon of Solomon. Maybe it really has some relation with Earth? 459, Anonymous from Earth, Gundam March-Osias. 470, Anonymous from Earth, That actually exists, so don't. 476, Anonymous from Earth, A Marquis of Hell commanding 30 legions of demons, March-Osias, ha, from Wiki. Even the picture matches. 479, Anonymous from Earth, The truth of that parallel world has been inquired a whole ton already in other places, so there's no point in speaking about it in detail here, but there's apparently no doubt that it has some sort of connection to Earth in some way. 487, Anonymous from Earth, It is a world created by God, so isn't it just that the small details are the same? It is totally a fantasy world after all. 493, Anonymous from Earth, It is true that it is such a fantasy world that it even feels silly to theorize about it. 500, Anonymous from Earth, It is an isekai fantasy to the point that March-Osias has shown up. 507, Anonymous from Earth, It is already that since the point where elves showed up. 512, Anonymous from Earth, Well, there's no doubt there's some sort of hand involved by God. We can't tell whether this is a world that existed in the first place or not. 515, Anonymous from Earth, The mass hallucination theory still hasn't been denied completely after all. 518, Anonymous from Earth, There's Viscount class and all that business. But what's that about Lord? 522, Anonymous from Earth, It may be called a demon lord, but until it actually comes out from the dungeon, it is still a being that is on the way to becoming a demon lord. It is when it comes out from the dungeon that it gets the Lord class demon lord. 527, Anonymous from Earth, That it was appraised as a Viscount while still in the 4th floor state means that in the 3rd floor it was a Count, 2nd floor a Marquis, 1st floor a Duke, and once it comes to the outside, it is Lord class, right? 530, Anonymous from Earth, Most likely if we go by the monster appraisal. 532, Anonymous from Earth, Lord class has a weird ring to it. 536, Anonymous from Earth, A great demon lord has apparently shown up before after all. That must be the King of Kings. I don't know if it is a sovereign or an emperor or whatever though. 540, Anonymous from Earth, Even so, didn't it come way too fast to the 3rd floor? Shouldn't it have taken more time for it to come up? 547, Anonymous from Earth, It depends on the type of demon lord. There's the slime type that are super slow, moreover, camouflage on the walls which has shown before, in Alice Mary's. This time it was a wolf type, so it must have been fast. 551, Anonymous from Earth, A speedy demon lord. 555, Anonymous from Earth, Isn't the new spirit ability of Hikaru too broken? 560, Anonymous from Earth, I feel like even in the whole parallel world there aren't many who can use Dark Coffin. 567, Anonymous from Earth. Dark coffin is certainly impressive, but the darkness is so dense that unless you analyze the image, you can barely see the silhouette. Gotta send more tickets to God again. 570, Anonymous from Earth. It was finally implemented and we were just recently able to see the silhouettes inside the fog, so I don't know, man. 573, Anonymous from Earth. Even though that was the sweetest moment of them all, I felt blue-balled. 576, Anonymous from Earth. And here I thought there weren't that many parties participating in the Demon Lord battle. There were a number of guys inside the mist that were just watching the battle without participating, showing up in the camera every so often. 584, Anonymous from Earth. I confirmed in the vid. That's true. Are these guys for real? 587, Anonymous from Earth. They came close after hearing the sound of the hunting horn of the boy, but they got chicken legs because the Demon Lord looked dangerous. 591, Anonymous from Earth. Looks like Fear won and they ran away. It was 3 parties worth, so 18 people. 593, Anonymous from Earth. That's horrible. 595, Anonymous from Earth. They probably had no intentions of fighting the Demon Lord in the first place. Aren't those people who are just aiming for the participation reward? 599, Anonymous from Earth. The people that were killed by the diver the Demon Lord can't even cry because of those pathetic bastards. 605, Anonymous from Earth. Well, the phrase of the hunting horn boy was a complete mess, so they can just say they didn't know where they had to go and they would probably get away scot-free. 612, Anonymous from Earth. Those guys, even if they had participated, there was a high chance they would have been wiped out if Hikaru wasn't there after all. You could even say they are intelligent for treasuring their lives. 622, Anonymous from Earth. It is a subjugation organized by the guild, so the things that didn't go well are all the fault of the guild. They should at least place a commander on site or something. 631, Anonymous from Earth. This does look like a matter that the guild should have led properly using their influential power, but demon lords are originally things that explorers should be defeating themselves. The reward apparently goes to the explorer that defeats it after all. 640, Anonymous from Earth. Explorers seem to hate influential people after Alani-Itilda. 645, Anonymous from Earth. They are a gathering of ruffians after Alani-Itilda. 648, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, who is going to be first place in the viewer count race? 655, Anonymous from Earth. Must be Jeannie-chan. I don't know who she will be reviving though. 661, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie-chan seems to be from pretty complicated origins too after all. Maybe she will revive her parents? 666, Anonymous from Earth. The person herself doesn't say anything about it, so there's no knowing. 670, Anonymous from Earth. So Hikaru couldn't do it, huh? But not being able to revive the dead is a natural thing, and reviving them goes against the laws of nature. It is a good thing that he didn't make his childhood friend into a being close to a god. 674, Anonymous from Earth. Resurrections are a pretty special thing in religions after all. 680, Anonymous from Earth. But even with that, I would have wanted Nanamikan to be revived. 685, Anonymous from Earth. We would also be able to know who the culprit is. 693, Anonymous from Earth. What if it really was Hikaru? 697, Anonymous from Earth. Nothing would happen. Celica and Karen might be flamed for it though. 700, Anonymous from Earth. By the way, Celica's prediction of she can use photon ray now, was totally correct. I got goosebumps when I saw that. She is a seer already. 702, Anonymous from Earth. If Celica were to go out with a man, she would be able to see through his lies in an instant. 706, Anonymous from Earth. She even said that she liked men who were bad at lying. 709, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, Hikaru has been fast asleep this whole time. Is he going to die here? 716, Anonymous from Earth. The veteran party's water spirit Yuzichin said that his life is not at risk here, so he should be okay. 718, Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-sama wiping the body of the sleeping Hikaru with her face red was truly nice. 722, Anonymous from Earth. But he will be leaving Rafrie-sama now, right? 729, Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-sama can't pass the Templar exam if she can't use the beam cannon, so she came to train. Now that she can shoot the beam, there's no point in being here, and Hikaru told her clearly that they can't be together. 733, Anonymous from Earth. Even though Rafrie-sama loves him. 740, Anonymous from Earth. I think that goes the same for Hikaru. 748, Anonymous from Earth. There's no virgin who wouldn't fall in love with Rafrie-sama in a situation like that. 754, Anonymous from Earth. Even if you are not a virgin, a pretty damn high percentage of the Earth population must have fallen in love with Rafrie-sama. 768, Anonymous from Earth. It is because Hikaru understands this that he chose to separate from her after all. 777, Anonymous from Earth. I don't mind if they do their sexy time hidden in the darkness, so please no farewells. I would be plain crushed. 779, Anonymous from Earth. Celica said just now that it was a good thing that Rafria didn't die. It is better for Hikaru to be together with Rafria. Being alone is painful. 786, Anonymous from Earth. Did Celica say that? 792, Anonymous from Earth. Didn't he become friends with Alex? 800, Anonymous from Earth. Alex's party can really heal you, like seriously. 804, Anonymous from Earth. Now that you mention it, what was the result of Alex's viewer count race? 807, Anonymous from Earth. 13th as of now. It might go up a bit more, but it would be hard for him to get in the top 10. 819, Anonymous from Earth. 786, Celica. It is great that Rafrie-san didn't die. If that had happened, Anna-chan would have suffered even more than before. It is a shame what happened with the viewer count race, but the reason why we were supporting Anna-chan was so that he didn't push himself too much. The fact that he actually managed to get first place definitely served in reducing his recklessness. Karen, that's right Tilda. I do want Nanaemin to come back to life. But the one we think the most of is Anne. Celica, as long as he is alive. This is just my intuition speaking here, but I think God will eventually be giving an Earth return right in the future. That's why we will protect Anna-chan until that happens. That's our biggest goal. Celica and Karen, that's why we won't forgive anyone who brings harm to our brother. 828, Anonymous from Earth. Scary. 835, Anonymous from Earth. How were they raised to become this serious? 840, Anonymous from Earth. It is because they are still children. They are children. 859, Anonymous from Earth. And yet, they are letting go the culprit that killed their brother, Nanamikan, and her family. Huh. Can't they hack a security camera to find him? 976. Anonymous from Earth. 859. Do you really think we haven't done that? Note, Japanese is vague with the subject, but the wording implies that maybe it was Celica or Karen speaking here. 979. Anonymous from Earth. Scary. Stop the comments that reek of old man. 836. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is indeed strong. But this really is a world where you speak with your physical strength. Compared to warriors of high-ranked parties, Hikaru is still a child. 843, Anonymous from Earth, their levels are different after all. He really can't help it when it comes to physical strength. 857, Anonymous from Earth, is Rafael aiming to be something like that red-haired leader? Is that a world where you can become that strong even without the god cheats? 864, Anonymous from Earth, I thought Jeannie-chan had already thrown away her humanity, but there was an even higher form of that. 872, Anonymous from Earth, Jean hasn't increased her tier that much yet, so we managed to learn that she is still relying on her cheats. 878, Anonymous from Earth, I can understand the reason why the weapons of high-ranked adventurers gradually get bigger and heavier. 888, Anonymous from Earth, it goes the same for the explorers in Alamari, their weapons are big. 889, Anonymous from Earth, gives perspective to Alex asking are you gonna be okay with just that equipment? 898, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru, it is okay, no problems. 904, Anonymous from Earth, there's nothing but problems. 909, Anonymous from Earth, beautiful female party. I am looking forward to the fan art, grin. 916, Anonymous from Earth, I also want to try drawing the Crimson Vials. 919, Anonymous from Earth, there's no copyright, so we can draw as we please. 926, Anonymous from Earth, well, it is to the point where there's already animes in production with a chosen as the theme. 927, Anonymous from Earth, the bow girl from the Crimson Vials is cute. 933, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru didn't ask for the name of that archer, so we don't know at all what her character traits are. She didn't say a single word. She was looking at Hikaru a whole ton though. 942, Anonymous from Earth, eh? One more for the heroine race? 947, Anonymous from Earth, even Rafrie-sama is having a hard time here, so I don't think a person that just came out would be able to compete at all. 949, Anonymous from Earth, she might be someone who wants to propagate the greatness of bows. 950, Anonymous from Earth, there's an incredibly low amount of archers in the dungeon. 952, Anonymous from Earth, using bow and arrow in an enclosed space is insanity. 957, Anonymous from Earth, can't really call it an enclosed space though. 961, Anonymous from Earth, the third floor has mist covering the place, and the fourth floor is a cave. You would only be shining from the fifth floor on, that's said to be a floor where you go down a pit. 967, Anonymous from Earth, it has been explained countless times in the streams of Alex, but harpies and wyverns apparently show up in the fifth floor. You need an archer. 969, Anonymous from Earth, the sixth floor has the name Plains, so it sounds like they could do some work the two. In that case, archers can only do well in high-ranked parties that go to the fifth floor and lower. 972, Anonymous from Earth, by the way, the Alas Mary's dungeon is an actual dungeon that's an enclosed space until the seventh floor, so there's almost no archers. 976, Anonymous from Earth, Mopesen having become an official explorer means that she can use spirit abilities, right? Scout, Battle, Spirit abilities, she has all three of them. 979, Anonymous from Earth, she also has her legs, cute, as well. 981, Anonymous from Earth, but power is everything for explorers. 982, Anonymous from Earth, man, talk more about Hikaru. 986, Anonymous from Earth, but Hikaru and Rafrie have already fallen asleep while they were all down. 990, Anonymous from Earth, well, it can't be helped. as long as they get their wits together and do their best in the Demon Lord's subjugation. 999, Anonymous from Earth. I just hope Refriachin doesn't do anything reckless in her desperation.